निकल पड़े हैं, निकल पड़े हैं, निकल पड़े हैं, हम निकल पड़े।
मेरा बचपन हंसता खिलखिलाता बिंदास, जहाँ हर दिन है एकदम खास। नाना नानी के लाड अनोखे रखूं जिनको मैं संजो के। खेल कूद करूं दिन रात, मन में हो बस यही बात। पेड़ पे चढ़ना दोस्तों संग, बचपन के ये प्यारे रंग। वो गर्मी की छुट्टी में आम का मजा, मीठा मीठा तरबूज खरबूजा। वो गर्मी की बारिश में नाव चलाना और दोस्तों संग धमाल मचाना।
ये जो अभी आपने कविता सुनी, जी हाँ, बिल्कुल ऐसा ही बचपन होना चाहिए। हर बच्चे का बचपन बिल्कुल ऐसा ही होना चाहिए। हम समझ बैठते हैं कि ऐसा ही होता है, लेकिन ये सच नहीं है। हजारों करोड़ों ऐसे बच्चे विश्व भर में और भारत में भी ये तादाद काफी ज्यादा है, ऐसे बच्चों की जिनको ये साधारण सी चीज बचपना नसीब नहीं है। देखिए ये एक प्रदर्शन जिसमें हम आपको बताएंगे कि इसी फरवरी 2022 की इसी फरवरी में एक लड़की जलपाईगुड़ी में उसने अपने आप को आग लगा ली। क्यों? क्योंकि यौन शोषण के बाद जब उसने शिकायत की तो उसके ऊपर दबाव पड़ा कि वो शिकायत वापस ले। क्या इस जलपाईगुड़ी की लड़की को भी वही बचपन नहीं मिलना चाहिए था जैसा हम मान करके बैठते हैं कि बचपन हर किसी को नसीब हो?
She was alone at home when a 25-year-old man barged in. Even before she could figure out what was happening, the man pounced on her and tried raping her after molesting her. When she screamed her lungs out, the accused fled the spot. Shaken beyond words, she narrated her ordeal to her parents when they returned home. Determined to bring the guilty to book, the family lodged a police complaint. But the nightmare was far from over. Not only did the accused get bail, with their faces covered, two men came to the girl's house on April 13th when she was alone and asked her to withdraw the complaint, threatening that otherwise she would be raped and her family murdered. Terrified, she set herself ablaze the next day. She was rushed to a Jalpaiguri hospital with severe burns and later shifted to the North Bengal Medical College and Hospital. She died 10 days later.
মেয়েকে আমার জিজ্ঞাসা করছিলাম যে মেয়ে মারে এরকম কাজ কেন করলি? বাবা তোমাদেরকে মারবে আর আমি দাঁড়ায় দাঁড়ায় দেখব, আমি যার জন্য তোমাদেরকে বাঁচানোর জন্য আমি এই কাজটা করছি, এটা বলছিলাম মেয়ে আমাকে। আমি কী করবো এখন? আজকে অনেক চেষ্টা করলাম বাঁচানোর জন্য, বাঁচাতে পারলাম না।
The heart-wrenching case has shaken the collective conscience of the nation, highlighting yet again how sexual abuse, threat and coercion wreaks havoc on a child's psyche. And this once again brings us face to face with the hard facts. 3 children are raped and 5 children sexually assaulted every hour. The Kailash Satyarthi Children's Foundation's Justice for Every Child campaign has been working round the clock to provide legal and mental health support to child victims of sexual abuse and rape across the country. Let us all join hands with the Kailash Satyarthi Children's Foundation to protect our children and their childhood. Every child matters.
Now, what a horrific account that was of the 14-year-old from Jalpaiguri, raped, then traumatized, and then death by suicide. No child should have to face such injustice when we as a society have failed her. Now, this is what we've been highlighting and fighting for in the last year. Justice for Every Child campaign by the Kailash Satyarthi Children's Foundation and NDTV has been working to support child victims of sexual abuse and rape who are fighting for justice. Some of the most driven and passionate people have been part of our campaign that's trying to ensure that victims of sexual abuse and rape get legal representation, mental health support. This is very important. Rehabilitation, because that's also required once the crime has been committed, to ensure that the child has as normal a life as possible, and compensation for the family. So stay with us over the next 5 hours as we take you through some of the challenges as well as solutions, as well as we'll speak to some of the top people who've been fighting for justice for children.
बिल्कुल, क्योंकि प्रयास पूरा यही है और इन 5 घंटों में ये प्रयास यहां पर भी रहेगा कि ऐसी मुहिम से जुड़ें जहां पर हम इस दिशा में काम करें, जैसे कि कैलाश सत्यार्थी जी कर रहे हैं, कि कोई भी एक भी बच्चा अछूता ना रह जाए और हर किसी को वो बचपन नसीब हो जो आपने शुरुआत में उस बचपन की कविता में सुना। हमारे साथ कैलाश सत्यार्थी और हमारे अपने डॉक्टर रॉय भी। डॉक्टर
Gargi and Sanket, I must say, and I've said this when he's not in the room, is a person I admire honestly more than anybody, almost more than anybody else. It's just amazing. Not you, your team, the work you do. I don't think there's any issue more important than this for our country.
Thank you so much,
and you are having an impact. Of course, there's a long way to go. But I must say, you have touched the hearts of our viewers. So far, we've raised over 15 crores for this important cause. And please keep donating. It's very easy. Just go to our website, ndtv.com, and all the instructions are there, very clear. Please donate to this fantastic cause. And although we are all trying so hard, there are so many tragedies that happen every other day. As Gargi just said, so many children every hour are either abducted or raped. And we had in Lalitpur just a couple of days ago, this girl raped, then went to complain, and then raped by the police. How do you handle it when there's so much surrounding you that's difficult to control?
Thank you, Dr. Rai. Let me say one thing, that each time when a daughter or son of a mother is sexually abused or raped, she cries. Each time when we fail a child to deliver justice on time, her mother cries and her head is shaken, heart is shaken, and head hangs down in shame. And each time when things like Lalitpur happen, when a police station officer raped a 13-year-old who went to lodge a complaint against gang rape, which has happened with her, her mother not only cries, but there is always a stigma on the head of that mother. And today, when the world celebrates Mother's Day, I'm not talking about the biological mother. I'm talking about Mother India. And today on this Mother's Day, I can say, sorry, Mother India, we are not able to protect your children. What else could be more gruesome and shameful, Dr. Rai? When this happened with this 13-year-old girl.
Nothing worse.
And it was not the first time. Her parents or she came to lodge complaints several times in the past against 2 of those 6 young men who raped her this time. But nothing has happened. And this delay in justice, this fail, is such thing which is intolerable.
In fact, when you say mothers cry, I'm sure when you witness it, you talk to the family, you talk to the children, you must break down.
Of course. Each time it happens.
Terrible.
I mean,
all of us actually.
Sometimes, this is a shame for everyone who really respect India's constitution and laws and democracy and our religions and cultures and whatnot.
Yeah.
We are such a great country. But as you are showing it here, that each hour 5 children are sexually abused and 3 are raped. How could it be possible? How can we tolerate it? And this is a collective moral responsibility of each Indian. If we are really Deshbhakt or really patriotic, then we have to protect our children first, because sometimes they are so helpless, so helpless.
Yeah.
And I cannot explain their saga, their miseries in words.
No, and also the importance of NGOs, in fighting for this justice, because in the UP case, it was only after this girl told the whole account to an NGO, they went to the police, and then the police had no choice but to actually file the complaint. So this is something that we've seen, and the reason why our campaign is, so much more important
कैलाश
to
जी,
bring
आपसे
attention
सवाल
to this.
मेरा ये था कि 1 साल हो गई है NDTV और जस्टिस फॉर एवरी चाइल्ड, आपका जो फाउंडेशन है उसके साथ हम लोग जुड़े हैं, साल भर से अलग अलग कार्यक्रम कर रहे हैं. मैं आपसे जानना चाहता हूं कि आपके दिमाग में क्या था, क्या कॉन्सेप्ट था, क्यों आपको ये ज़रूरत महसूस हुई कि इस तरीके की कैंपेन की जाए, और आप क्या हासिल कर चुके हैं?
पहली बात तो ये कि हम उन बच्चों और उन परिवारों की मदद करना चाहते थे जो दर दर की ठोकरें खा रहे हैं अपने बच्चों के लिए, जिनका रेप हुआ है, जिनके साथ यौन शोषण हुआ है. और जैसा हमने इन मामलों में देखा कि ना तो पुलिस आसानी से रिपोर्ट लिखती है, और पुलिस थानों के अंदर जो कुछ होता है वो ललितपुर की घटना है. हमने ये भी देखा कि किस तरह किसी मदद के अभाव में जलपाईगुड़ी में जो एक्यूज़ था उसको आसानी से बेल मिल गई, और इसके बाद वो धमकाता रहा बच्चे को और उसके परिवार वालों को मुकदमा वापस लेने के लिए, FIR वापस लेने के लिए. ये बहुत आम बात है हज़ारों केसों में. इसलिए ज़रूरी था कि हम कानूनी सहायता उनको वक्त पर पहुंचाएं. दूसरा ये था कि ये बच्चे जो इस तरह की घटनाओं के शिकार होते हैं वो मानसिक रूप से इतना ज़्यादा उद्वेलित हो जाते हैं, ट्रॉमेटाइज्ड हो जाते हैं कि तुरंत ही उनको किसी न किसी प्रकार की मनोवैज्ञानिक और मानसिक स्वास्थ्य की सहायता पहुंचाना है. तीसरी चीज़ ये है कि भले ही सरकारी व्यवस्थाएं हैं, लेकिन बगैर प्रयास किए, वो प्रयास चाहे NGO से हो, चाहे कोई अच्छे अधिकारी मिल जाएं, चाहे कोई और व्यक्ति हों, उस प्रयास के बगैर ना कंपनसेशन आसानी से मिलता है, ना वो रिहेबिलिटेशन का जो फ़ायदा उनको मिलना चाहिए बाद में आर्थिक पुनर्वास का वो मिल पाता है. तो ये कुल मिला के इतनी मुसीबतें हैं, तो हमको लगा कि बहुत ज़रूरी है कि एक व्यापक कैंपेन चला जाए. और मैं NDTV का, आप सबका बहुत शुक्रगुजार हूँ कि हम लोग मिलकर एक बहुत बड़ा अभियान खड़ा करने में सफल हुए हैं, जहां हम लोग इस मुद्दे को एक आम नागरिक का मुद्दा बना पाए हैं. शायद इससे पहले दुनिया के इतिहास में डॉक्टर राय ऐसा कहीं नहीं हुआ कि चाइल्ड सेक्सुअल अब्यूज़ तो सारे देशों में किसी न किसी रूप में हो रहा है, लेकिन कहीं कोई किसी TV चैनल ने, कहीं किसी सामाजिक संगठन ने ये प्रयास नहीं किया कि इतना बड़ा एक राष्ट्रव्यापी अभियान इसके खिलाफ खड़ा किया जाए, जो हमने भारत में खड़ा किया है मिलकर.
So thanks to you actually, thank you. And Gargi,
in fact, it's been a learning experience, I think, for all of us, being in reporting for so many years and having seen so many of such cases. Even so, during the course of this campaign, the kind of stories we've seen, and also the kind of help that has come, and the rehabilitation of the child that you were talking about, the counseling in one place, you've taken the child and moved the whole family to another city. That was the Delhi case, and and provided a school admission to the child. So all this, it's not just the crime and justice there. There's so much more that needs to be done. So Satyarthi ji, do you feel this campaign has managed to get a lot of conversation around this entire issue? As you said, nobody's ever done a campaign like this around this particular issue. What do you feel has been, so far the success of this campaign?
Apart from the social awareness which has been created immensely, we have come out with very, very, I would say, success stories, individual success stories as well as the data.
Yes.
Like in 1 year, 8,261 interventions have been made in POCSO cases through our efforts, when the campaign was launched. 8,261, and that was a great success. Over 1,000 legal interventions, direct interventions in the courts are being made by our lawyers. We have appointed 61 lawyers in 15 states and more than 130 districts. So the whole idea was that we are going to work with 50 districts and 5,000 cases. But within a year, it has gone up to 135 districts and these more than 8,000 cases.
I also want to add, as you're speaking, it struck me that, as Gargi was saying, you do a lot of rehabilitation because there's stigma, there's trauma. We at NDTV would like to help in that rehabilitation. Any child that wants to, who's say 18, wants to be an intern here, wants to work here, we'd be happy to participate in that.
Thank you so much. Definitely, because we are proud to say that many of the survivors of trafficking and sexual abuse and slavery are emerging as their own leaders and liberators.
Yes.
Apart from this direct intervention with POXO cases and child sexual abuse issue, my organization, my foundation has been able to rescue over 10,000 children from trafficking. And many of these children could have been ended up in slavery or sexual slavery, and sexual abuse was a common thing with the girls, especially when they are working as domestic help and so on. So this was possible. And out of these 10,000 cases, over 10,000 cases of direct rescues, almost half of them were possible through the survivors' leadership. We have created a network of survivors and what they call the survivors on bike. So they go on bicycles and they collect evidences, they collect information and intelligence, and on the basis of that, such rescue operations were possible.
Fantastic.
लेकिन ये मुश्किल काम भी होगा कैलाश जी, क्योंकि अगर आप कुछ ऐसे लोगों के खिलाफ खड़े हो रहे हैं जो कि ये कुकृत्य करते हैं और उसके बाद फिर जाहिर सी बात है कि शासन प्रशासन में उनका कुछ रसूख भी होगा, ऐसे लोग जान पर भी नुकसान करने की कोशिश कर सकते हैं, जैसे कि हमने देखा है जलपाईगुड़ी वाले मामले में। मैं आपसे जानना चाहता हूं कि रिहैबिलिटेशन तो तब होगा जब कोई बच्चा आप तक पहुंच पाए या कुछ ऐसे प्रयास से जुड़ पाए। उन बच्चों का क्या जो कि इस प्रयास में शामिल ही नहीं हो पाए हैं, तो ये आपके मन में ये बात आती है कि न जाने कितने ऐसे मामले होंगे जो अभी हमें मालूम ही नहीं है हो रहे हैं।
Especially during COVID, this last 2 years, it's increased.
COVID.
तो हमारी कोशिश तो ये होती है कि उस हर बच्चे तक पहुंचा जाए जिसके साथ ये हुआ है। तो कुछ तो मीडिया के माध्यम से पता लगता है, कुछ अखबारों में छपता है, लेकिन हमने खुद 100 से अधिक सामाजिक संगठनों का, NGOs का नेटवर्क तैयार किया जो गांव-गांव में काम कर रहे हैं, और कई हजार वॉलंटियर्स भी इस बीच में 1 साल के अंदर नियुक्त किए, जो वॉलंटियर्स एक पार्टली ट्रेंड सोशल वर्कर भी बने, हम लोगों ने उनको ट्रेनिंग दी है। तो उन लोगों ने 3400 ऐसे घरों में जाके बातचीत की है और कुछ काउंसलिंग की है, कुछ समझाने की कोशिश की है और मानसिक रूप से उस परिवार को तैयार किया है कि वो किसी के दबाव में ना आए, किसी के डर से ना आए, किसी के लालच में ना आए और उस लड़ाई को लड़ें। तो वो लगातार उनके संपर्क में हैं, करीब 3,500 परिवारों के। तो ये कोशिश हमारी होती है कि डायरेक्ट वो हमारे पास नहीं आए थे 3,500 परिवार, लेकिन हम ही उनके पास पहुंचे जब हमको पता लगा कि इस तरह का हो रहा है उनके
आपको
साथ।
क्या लगता है और क्या प्रयास किया जा सकता है बच्चों तक पहुंचने के लिए? जैसे कि अब आपके मन में ये होगा, ये सवाल बड़ा लाजमी है कि कैसे वो बच्चे आप तक पहुंचे या आप उन तक पहुंचे। एक माध्यम तो मीडिया हो गया
जी,
लेकिन आज के इस सोशल मीडिया के इस जमाने में या एक टेक्नोलॉजी के इस जमाने में आपको लगता है कि इस सब चीज का फायदा उठाया जा सकता है ताकि बच्चे तुरंत संपर्क साध सके?
बिल्कुल, हम लोग दूसरा
एडल्ट्स नहीं है, बच्चे
जी जी जी। तो सोशल मीडिया का भी हम सहारा ले रहे हैं और हमारे जो कार्यकर्ता या वॉलंटियर्स बन रहे हैं उनको सोशल मीडिया की ट्रेनिंग भी दे रहे हैं हम बाकायदे। लेकिन दूसरी तरफ हमने एक और काम पूरे 1 साल के अंदर किया कि करीब 1600 सरकारी अधिकारियों को, जिसमें पुलिस के लोग हैं, जिसमें और दूसरे महकमों के लोग हैं, उनको भी सेंसिटाइज किया और तैयार किया। न केवल पॉक्सो की थोड़ी बहुत ट्रेनिंग दी, बल्कि इस बात के लिए भी कि अगर उनके पास कहीं से सूचना मिलती है तो हम उन बच्चों की मदद करने तैयार हैं, ग्राउंड में जाके उनके घरों में जाके मदद करने तैयार हैं। तो बहुत सारी सूचना हमें उन लोगों से भी मिल रही है। कोर्ट के साथ भी हम लोग काम कर रहे हैं, क्योंकि हमने शुरू से ही ये सोचा था कि हम जो इंस्टीट्यूशंस हैं सरकार के, राज्य सरकार के, केंद्र सरकारों के, उनके साथ मिलकर काम करें, उन्हें स्ट्रेंथन करें, उनको और एम्पावर करें, मिलके करें, और वो हो रहा है।
मतलब आप उनको प्रतिद्वंदी की तरह नहीं देखते?
नहीं जी, ये तो कैसे हो सकता है? ये तो
There was this case recently in which a rape accused was let out on bail and people put up posters welcoming him back, and the judge then took cognizance of that and he said he cancelled the bail, and the rape accused was back in jail because he's like, how does this make the family of the poor girl?
Can you imagine putting up posters?
Yeah, welcoming him back, Bhaiya is back, or some such poster was put up.
Ghastly.
And I'm glad to hear that the judge took, took notice and then took action.
It's very important that our institutions do respond to all your efforts. And one thing, as you said, we have a great country, great people. Whenever we go abroad, our people are doing so well. And we have that talent here and the ability. But institutions need to be behind every single girl in this country. And it really matters that people should know that the world is watching India. There's a global care about India and how it's doing. And you're taking this whole campaign global as well, right?
Of course, because this is not just an isolated or localized problem in India, it's everywhere.
Yeah.
This child rape and use of children for pornographic purposes, producing pornographic material, online child sexual abuse, these are the things which go beyond the boundaries.
Yeah.
These crimes could not be solved in one country. If something is happening in India, it does not mean that it is not gone
You just
beyond
come
the
back
borders.
from Washington and you're discussing global
So in addition to this, my purpose was there, of course, to mobilize some political support and other support for an international law, against online child sexual abuse.
Right.
Because there are some laws dealing with cyber crimes, but when it comes to uploading the material, producing, uploading, etc., then there is no check on the data service providers. So data service providers can put anything. These dark nets and these websites are putting the things, but it passes through the data. But data service providers are not held accountable. And that is something which is needed globally and also in India, of course.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
That's something to work on going forward. Let's just take you through, what the campaign has been working on during this last year when we've been fighting for justice for every child, from money raised from many of our corporates and corporate partners, as well as donated by viewers. Now in 15 states, take a look at this map. In 15 states, the campaign has been involved in 8,291 individual cases. So that is how the network is spread, trying to help children, rescue children. This involves appointing 90 support persons, and I'd like Mr. Satyarthi ji in a bit to, tell us more about why these support people are so important. Compensation of 1,44 lakhs has been awarded to 76 survivors, and this is also because of the effort put in by the foundation, and, it doesn't just come easily, unfortunately. While it may be there on paper, let's face it, that compensation doesn't come easily unless you really pursue it, and usually many of these families are not in that position. 126 accused were denied bail through intervention in court. Again, this is something we were just discussing about how important it is that, courts, there has to be this intervention and how people get out on bail and then actually threaten the poor child and the family who has been raped. And so as you can see, there are many aspects that need to be focused on in this entire fight. On the ground, there's so much work that needs to be done. So once again, we're telling you, please do donate to the cause. If you want to learn more about it, just log on to the NDTV website. A link will take you through where you can make the donation, where you can read up about it and see the work that's being done on the ground.
बिल्कुल, और हमारे हिंदी भाषी दर्शकों के लिए भी हम ये बता दें कि आप भी इस मुहिम से जुड़ सकते हैं, अपना योगदान जरूर दीजिए, और NDTV की वेबसाइट पर जाकर के आपको लिंक मिल जाएगा। ये QR कोड आप स्क्रीन पर देख रहे हैं, इसको आप स्कैन करके आप भी अपना योगदान दे सकते हैं ताकि बचपन बचाया जा सके।
Absolutely. And as we spoke about the supporters, I'd like you to explain, why the foundation has appointed all these supporters. They are people who actually help the families and, guide them through the entire process. So for our viewers, if you could just explain why that's so important.
It's very important because in most cases, when these families are poor, illiterate, helpless, and nobody is going to listen to their saga and even not register the complaints. It is very necessary that somebody goes and stands, says and stands that I am with you, we are with you, we wanted to help you and support you. That kind of confidence and trust has to be built, because they lose the trust in the society, they lose the trust in the institutions and police and society as whole.
Right.
Take the case.
Everything is everything is like, right there, POXO is there, but it doesn't really work unless you push it.
So take the example of Lalitpur case. When this happened inside Thana, and this police station officer, Thanedar, has been arrested, everybody said that काम पूरा हो गया, हमने तो arrest कर लिया. लेकिन what about all those people, 10, 20, 30 policemen who were there inside the police station, who were present?
Who were aware.
Yeah, not aware, they were the part of it. Under the POXO, they must be held accountable because it is happening there. उनके साथ क्या हुआ? They were not arrested, nothing has happened. What about those paralegal workers? They are supposed to be posted in each of the police station across the country. Whether they were appointed or not, if they were there, why are they not be held accountable? Similarly, there must be a police officer dedicated for the protection of child. So child protection officer, where was he or she? So if we are not going to take action against the entire Thana immediately, then what kind of message we are going to send to those poor people? And that's why we need these supporting persons everywhere, and other volunteers, I said volunteers.
And to be made an example of, so any other police station where something like this happens, they know that each and every person will be held accountable if they don't report it.
Exactly. That is something which I demanded with the Chief Minister.
तो अगर आप चाहते हैं कि लोक का तंत्र में विश्वास हो, इस लोकतंत्र में, तो उस वजह से तंत्र का अकाउंटेबल होना बहुत जरूरी है. मेरे ख्याल से यही
मैसेज है. ये तो कैसे होगा अगर हम अपने बच्चों को नहीं बचा पाते और सामान्य लोगों में ये बात फैलती है, तो सचमुच हम संविधान को नहीं बचा पा रहे हैं, हम लोकतंत्र को नहीं बचा पा रहे हैं.
पर कैलाश जी, एक मुहिम जो बचपन बचाओ आंदोलन की आपके फाउंडेशन की रही, वो उसकी कहानी अब हम अपने दर्शकों को बताते हैं. अभी थोड़ी देर पहले गार्गी ने कुछ आंकड़े दिखाए कि कैलाश सत्यार्थी चिल्ड्रंस फाउंडेशन और बचपन बचाओ आंदोलन ने क्या क्या किया है, कितना मुआवजा दिलवाया है. लेकिन इसका एक जीता जागता उदाहरण ये है कि आप सिस्टम को अकाउंटेबल बना भी दें, उसके बाद भी मुआवजे के तौर पर इतना कम पैसा मिलता है कि आप उससे कुछ कर ही नहीं सकते. तो कागज पे, जैसे गार्गी अभी थोड़ी देर पहले बोल रही थी, कि कागज पे तो आपको लगेगा कि पूरे सिस्टम ने एकदम फौरी तौर पे कार्रवाई कर दी, लेकिन कार्रवाई करके दिया क्या? एक ऐसी ही कहानी है मुन्ना की, जिसमें उसको मुआवजे में आप समझ सकते हैं 50,000 रुपए मिले. ये बचपन बचाओ आंदोलन और KSCF की मुहिम थी, जिसकी वजह से आज मुन्ना को 6 लाख रुपए का मुआवजा मिला.
In a historic judgment for children who are victims of sexual abuse, on May 13, 2021, the Delhi High Court increased the interim compensation granted to a young boy Munna by a lower court 12 times, from rupees 50,000 to rupees 6 lakhs. At the age of 6, Munna was molested by his own uncle, who forced him to perform oral sex. It was only after his aunt noticed a change in his behavior and installed a CCTV camera that the horror came to light. On being confronted by the family, the uncle threatened Munna and his family members of dire consequences if they brought the matter up. But Munna's mother refused to be cowed down. She approached Bachpan Bachao Andolan, a part of the Satyarthi movement, who helped her file the FIR and seek justice. The Sessions Court Saket had initially awarded Munna an interim compensation of 50,000 rupees. With Bachpan Bachao Andolan's intervention, the Delhi High Court revised it to 6 lakh rupees. Today, she is grateful for the enhanced compensation that will help her child.
मुन्ना के जो पैसा आया उसे मुन्ना की भविष्य के लिए मैं मुन्ना की लिखा पढ़ा करके ऊपर मुन्ना के आगे बढ़ाऊंगी इसको पैसा से। मुन्ना के लिए खर्चा वर्चा सब मुन्ना के ऊपर ही चलेगा पैसा।
This judgment is historic and has set a precedent and benchmark for awarding compensation in protection of children from sexual abuse cases, particularly male victims of sexual abuse. The court directed immediate transfer of 1 lakh rupees to Munna and 5 lakh rupees in the next 2 days.
Interim compensation is very important for rehabilitation of the child. The child may have mental healing needs, where you need to appoint a counselor because the trauma of child sexual abuse is very different, and it's a lifelong trauma. You have physical medical need, where are times when also children have to be relocated. So all those happen in first 6 months or to 1 year. So the interim compensation is very important, and a good amount of interim compensation will help them in timely rehabilitation.
While nothing will compensate Munna for the abuse he faced from a trusted family member, the compensation is an important factor in ensuring his better future.
कैलाश जी, 2 भाग में प्रश्न मैं आपसे पूछना चाहता हूं। सबसे पहली बात तो जब हम यौन शोषण की बात करते हैं तो अक्सर इस बातचीत में इस बात पर ज्यादा जोर दिया जाता है कि जो लड़कियां हैं वो यौन शोषण का शिकार हैं और उनके लिए काम होना चाहिए। नेशनल कमीशन फॉर विमेन हो गई। लेकिन जब हम बच्चों की बात करते हैं तो उन बच्चों में कभी कभार बातचीत में हम ये चीज भूल जाते हैं कि यौन शोषण का शिकार लड़के भी होते हैं और उनकी बात उस तरीके से नहीं होती जैसे शायद जब किसी बच्ची के साथ अगर यौन शोषण हो तो उसके लिए सोसाइटी जैसे सेंसिटाइज हो। ये एक ऐसा मामला था, यौन शोषण हुआ और उसके बाद सिस्टम ने अपनी जान में अपने हिसाब से उन्होंने मुआवजा दे भी दिया, लेकिन वो काफी नहीं था। तो आपको लगता है ये एक ऐसा एरिया है जिसमें बहुत ज्यादा काम करने की जरूरत है?
देखिए, ये केस बड़ा महत्वपूर्ण था क्योंकि पहली बार ऐसा हुआ कि इतना अधिक मुआवजा लड़के के केस में मिला है जी। लड़के के केस में जैसा आपने कहा ऐसा होता नहीं था,
पर आप मानते हैं ये है?
हाँ, ये है। एक प्रिंसिपल सेट हो गया कि भाई लड़के के साथ भी होता है और लड़के के को भी कंपनसेशन रिहेबिलिटेशन की सुविधाएं मिलनी चाहिए। लेकिन असलियत ये है कि बहुत बड़ी संख्या में लड़कों के साथ भी यौन उत्पीड़न होता है, उनके रेप होते हैं जैसे लड़कियों के साथ होते हैं। लेकिन सामान्य तौर पर लड़के कहते नहीं है। लड़कियां कई बार अपनी माँ से कह देती हैं, कई बार लड़कियों का विजिबल हो जाता है, उनके इतनी शॉक्ड और इतनी ट्रामाटाइज हो जाती हैं वो कि माँ समझ लेती है या परिवार में कोई समझ लेता है। लेकिन लड़कों के मामले में आसानी से छुपाया जाता है, बहुत दिनों तक, सालों तक छुपाया जाता है। लेकिन उसका असर भी उतना ही गहरा होता है लड़कों के ऊपर जैसा लड़कियों के ऊपर होता है। तो जो एक शर्म की परत है कि भाई लड़के नहीं बोलेंगे, नहीं किसी को समझा पाएंगे, बता पाएंगे। मैं एक घटना बताता हूँ कि कुछ साल पहले मुंबई में एक घटना घटी जिसमें एक लड़के ने आत्महत्या कर ली। लेकिन माँ बाप जो बहुत बड़े अधिकारी थे उनको विश्वास नहीं था कि ये आत्महत्या करेगा, क्योंकि उनका मानना था कि वो सबसे बढ़िया मकान में, अच्छे मकान में रहते हैं, अच्छे से अच्छा खाना, पिज़्ज़ा, बर्गर, ये वो सब कुछ खिलाते हैं, चाइनीज़ खिलाते हैं, विदेश यात्रा भी करा के लाए, ब्रांडेड कपड़े पहनाते हैं, हवाई जहाज में घुमाते हैं। वो आत्महत्या कर ही नहीं सकता, वो तो खुश था लड़का। लेकिन पुलिस ने जांच पड़ताल में ये पाया, बहुत बाद जब वो अपने कमरे में मरा पड़ा मिला, 13-14 साल का लड़का, तो पता लगा कि पिता के ही एक दोस्त के द्वारा उसका लगातार यौन उत्पीड़न, सेक्सुअल अब्यूज किया जा रहा था और लड़के ने शर्म के मारे किसी को बताया नहीं और ऐसे ही चलता रहा और आखिरकार उसने एक दिन आत्महत्या कर ली। तो इतनी शॉकिंग थी खबर। उसका मतलब इसके का मायना ये हुआ कि हमें ऐसा वातावरण बनाना चाहिए कि लड़के भी खुलकर बोल सकें।
बहुत बड़ी बात।
हमें लड़के और लड़कियों के साथ घर में एक बाल मित्र, एक चाइल्ड फ्रेंडली एनवायरनमेंट बनाना चाहिए where the girls and boys can frankly speak to someone in the family
and understand what the child is. I mean, I can't believe this child didn't exhibit some sort of change in behavior. Perhaps unfortunately the parents didn't pick up on it. In Munna's story, it's the aunt. In Munna's story, it was the aunt who realized there's something wrong with her nephew, and she put the camera and then caught the
I want to ask you, It's just wonderful that the compensation has gone up from 50,000 to 6 lakhs. Wonderful. But on top of that, you also do a lot of work with caring and rehabilitation of the child and the family, partly the stigma, partly the emotional trauma. Give us an example of when you've been to a house after all this. Give us some example, anonymously of course, of how the family has taken this or not taken it, how they've been traumatized by it, and what did you do? You must have found it very difficult to take.
Once in Delhi, it's about 3 years ago, a girl, 14, 15-year-old girl was raped by her teacher. She used to go to tuition and she was raped one day. And she didn't tell it to a few days, but later on her mother came to know that she has been raped, not only once, but a couple of times. And the whole family was trying to hide it because they were lower middle class family and they were all, both of them were educated. But somehow the girl stopped going to school. She was so traumatized, she stopped going outside the home. And then finally, a case was registered. And then the family decided to run away, wanted to leave Delhi because there was pressure from some of the relatives and other people that better to withdraw the case. But also there was some force from the accused people and their families and others that this big social stigma has been put on the family, so better to leave. So one day I came to know that the mother of that girl wanted to commit suicide. And girl was also developing suicidal tendencies. So my wife Sumedha and I invited them to our ashram, and somehow father came with the girl, this girl. She was not talking about anything. She was not smiling, not showing any kind of emotion. So it took us several hours. We had food together on my table. I was talking about other things and so on. And then I asked her that forget about what has happened, but tell what you wanted to become before this incident. What was your dream to become? She said, I wanted to become teacher. So I said that nothing has happened. You can become the teacher. You can go to school or other school if you are so frightened with this school. It took some time, but later on, I told her that just write that I wanted to become teacher. 10 times, 20 times on a piece of paper. She wrote. And then I said, stand up, go in the bathroom and stand in front of the mirror. And loudly tell, I wanted to become teacher. I wanted to become teacher. She did it. And when she was saying this, she started crying. So my wife opened the door and called her. First time she cried after this. And then we hugged her and we said, you are our daughter. Forget what has happened. And then we called her father. Her father was also traumatized and never wanted to tell the story to anyone. But that girl told the story. And then after telling her story, her father said that I wanted to take her to school somewhere else. But the girl immediately said, no, I wanted to go to school, in my school. And I wanted to become a teacher. And she started crying and hugged her father. And the father called up the mother. And after some time, after a month or so, one day I received a call from that beautiful daughter. And she told, Uncle, I wanted to become teacher. So they need love and care. They need some sort of emotional protection. They need respect and dignity, more importantly. So if the family and relatives and everybody is busy in stigmatizing the family and the girl, then they think of committing suicide. So why we have to strengthen such a campaign is that everybody should feel that these girls are not the matter of being hated or stigmatized. They are all our daughters.
Correct. बिल्कुल, बिल्कुल. और इसी मुहिम को आगे बढ़ाने के लिए, जैसे कि हम लगातार कह रहे हैं, आप भी इससे जुड़ सकते हैं. अपना योगदान जरूर दें. स्क्रीन पर अब से कुछ ही देर में वो एक QR कोड आएगा और लिंक आएगा जिसके माध्यम से आप भी इस मुहिम से जुड़ सकते हैं और कोशिश कर सकते हैं और इस पूरे प्रयास का हिस्सा बन सकते हैं. कि कोई भी बच्चा अछूता ना रह जाए, बच्चे को उसका बचपन बिल्कुल वैसे ही नसीब हो जैसा होना चाहिए। एक छोटे से ब्रेक के लिए रुकते हैं, कार्यक्रम जारी रहेगा।
निकल पड़े हैं, निकल पड़े हैं, निकल पड़े हैं, हम निकल पड़े। निकल पड़े हैं, निकल पड़े हैं, निकल पड़े हैं, हम निकल पड़े।
I told 40 years ago and I told 20 years ago and I am saying now that I am going to see the end of child slavery in my lifetime. I am not going to die before that. 1981 में हमने पहला मामला हाई कोर्ट में हेबियस कॉर्पस की तरह किया। 34 बच्चे, महिलाएं, पुरुष सब छूट के आए। So now that was the beginning. That was something like glimpse of God. जितनी भी सफलताएं, उपलब्धियां हमने हासिल की हैं, वो सब कॉमा की तरह हैं। फुल स्टॉप तो तब आएगा जब दुनिया का हर बच्चा पूरी तरीके से अपने बचपन को जी सकेगा, उछल कूद सकेगा, स्कूलों में होगा। और हम जानते थे कि ये हजारों साल पुरानी, सैकड़ों साल पुरानी बीमारी है, मानसिक बीमारी है, सामाजिक बीमारी है, ये जो गुलामी की परंपरा है। लेकिन 40 साल में जो कुछ दुनिया में हुआ है बच्चों को लेकर, वो शायद 4000 साल में नहीं हुआ। हम जानते हैं कि आज़ादी कोई प्लेट में रख के नहीं परोसता, इसके लिए संघर्ष करना होता है। और हमारी लड़ाई भी आज़ादी की लड़ाई है, न्याय की लड़ाई है। कोई आपको न्याय तो ऐसे दे देगा नहीं कि लड्डू की तरह पकड़ा दिया, तो न्याय के लिए लड़ना है आपको। So that is the whole idea behind the justice for every child. And I have full faith in the young people. My only hope is the youth of our world. This is the time when we have to feel that they are our children. We can do it. We will do it. I shared this burden, believing that I'm not alone. My people, my country is with me.
Welcome back. Well, those were just some glimpses of Nobel laureate Kailash Satyarthi ji's fight, his crusade for children, something that we're very grateful and humble to be a part of. Now, a lot of what this campaign has achieved over the years has been thanks to the generosity of corporate donors. It's their support and many of you who've donated that, allows the people on the ground. As you can see, there's a network of people who are working on the ground to rescue children, follow up the case in court, be supporters for the family, and also be involved in the rehabilitation. So it's thanks to donors that the campaign has managed to collect over 15 crore and counting. So do check out the link there on your screen. You can just log in there and show your support in whichever little way, however much you may want to donate. It's all going across for this wonderful campaign. And here's a message of support from one of our somebody who's donated for the campaign, Sanjeev Bajaj, Chairman and Managing Director, Bajaj FinServe.
This campaign is a very important campaign, the Justice for Every Child, one to ensure that legal and other support to children victims of sexual abuse and families happens quickly and happens fairly. As you mentioned, this is something that the Bajaj Group, and led by my father and our Chairman Emeritus, Shri Rahul Bajaj, we've been closely involved with Kailashji's work through our companies since 2015. We know that increasing the awareness through the program that this campaign aims to deliver, just the fast-track completion of court cases, the development of child-friendly police stations, and other such legal institutions will lead to prevention of crime against children in the future. Also, what's important is that with justice that is being delivered to every victim, it will also prevent crime for many other hundreds. Hence, we believe that this is a very significant initiative, and we've been very happy to support the Justice for Every Child campaign.
और एक और जिन्होंने योगदान दिया है, इस मुहिम से जुड़े हैं, उनका नाम है एस अलवालिया। आप फाउंडर हैं डोमिनिव्स ग्रुप के। लंदन से उन्होंने ये संदेश भेजा है, आइए सुनते हैं।
As an Indian, I feel a deep commitment to help solve the problems that we face as a country. Today, I hope you will join me. It's been encouraging to see such strong support for this year's Justice for Every Child campaign, and this telethon brings much needed awareness to a crucial cause. I remember the first time I met Kailash, his passion, courage and conviction was really infectious. His work and that of his charity have made a difference to millions of children all over the country. The results speak for themselves. Over the last year alone, they have protected over 100,000 children from exploitation. But sadly, there is still so much more we can do. Millions of children suffer in silence every year. And we need to make sure that these children are not forgotten. We need to stand up and make our voices and actions heard. And we need to do everything we can to ensure every single victim of child abuse gets full support they need. Together, we can make a difference. Our youth are the future of India, and the prosperity of our country depends on us, nurturing the next generation. I'm doing my bit to support the Justice for Every Child campaign, which will provide legal, mental health to the child victims of abuse. Tonight, I hope you will do the same. The need has never been so great. Thanks to everyone who has donated and supporting this campaign. Together we can build a brighter future for India.
All right, so that was one of the people who's supporting the campaign. You've got so many, we have so many corporate donors. We have many of our viewers also donating. And as he just said that, the need has never been greater, especially after these last 2 years of the COVID lockdown, etc., that we've seen. Child trafficking, also the dangers of online. And this is something that we've been talking about through the campaign. So if you could just, for our viewers, talk about, how this has become an even more urgent issue. It was always very urgent, but even more so after these 2 years.
Well, children have become the worst victims of this pandemic because many of them have lost their parents or one parent. Many of them are being trafficked because their parents have been pushed into chronic poverty. Not only in India but globally.
Absolutely.
This is a very serious problem which
Yes.
the children are facing. And the number of trafficked children, number of child laborers, number of child sexual abuse victims, this is all increasing. And that's why we need urgent support for them. So that is not only the legal support, but in many cases they need physical support, they need financial support, they need rehabilitation support, relief support. So a lot of measures are needed to protect their children so that they could be protected from further consequences of slavery and prostitution and things like that.
One thing that just worries me is that this is the cases we hear about. There must be maybe 10 times the amount of children that go through some kind of sexual abuse that just don't tell anybody. How do we reach out to them and say, it's fine, talk about it, and we will make sure that the perpetrator is punished and you will have a proper life? But it's just a silence, that suppression can also cause tremendous damage.
Yeah, that's true, Dr. Roy. And that is the reason we organized a long march some years ago from Kanyakumari to Kashmir to Delhi, just to sensitize the masses, but more importantly, children, primarily the children in schools, as well as the children in the villages.
Yeah.
And what have been achieved that in many places, the young people came out and started speaking. So what we have been saying that chuppi todo. So silence is violence in this case, and that will perpetuate further violence. So
very good point.
Young people should come out and tell this. And we have been trying to educate and sensitize the parents and communities that, and teachers especially. So we engaged thousands, hundreds of thousands of teachers across the country and asked them to take a pledge. And several million people took the pledge to reach out to children and ask them. And so we wanted to create an environment where the child can speak freely, at least with someone, teacher or mother or father or someone.
I think it's mentally, if you suppress, that's what leads to suicide. And
of course.
Without anybody noticing, but you don't, something has happened to them, but they haven't talked about it.
Yeah, absolutely.
So if you open up, it helps them mentally as well.
Yeah. Anxieties, loneliness, depression, lifelong depression, that trauma or this suppression is converted into so many things. And the whole life is gone into trouble.
बिल्कुल एक संदेश अब और इन्फोसिस के जो संस्थापक हैं NR नारायण मूर्ति, उन्होंने भी इस कैंपेन से वो जुड़े हैं, एक संदेश उन्होंने इस कैंपेन के लिए दिया है, आइए वो सुनते हैं.
Child sexual abuse and rape is a national crisis for India. According to the National Crime Records Bureau report for 2019, 3 children are raped and 5 children are sexually assaulted every hour in India. This is a shame. Justice for Every Child is a national campaign which ensures that the victims of child sexual abuse and rape get timely justice and mental health support to enable them to heal and to continue their lives with dignity and freedom. This is an initiative of Kailash Satyarthi Children's Foundation. The campaign seeks to intervene in 5,000 cases of child sexual abuse and rape in 100 fast-track special courts in 100 districts in the country, with the highest backlogs of cases of child abuse, sexual harassment, and exploitation. Over the last 1 year alone, the Kailash Satyarthi Children's Foundation has rescued over 10,000 children from exploitative child labor and trafficking. As a part of the campaign, 5,255 cases of child sexual abuse were identified. My friends, I believe that every Indian citizen is an important stakeholder of the Justice for Every Child campaign. I urge every Indian to do his or her part and help in the creation of an accountable and sustainable child protection ecosystem. Come friends, let's join our hands and support Kailash Satyarthi's call for ensuring justice for every child and help every child to be just a happy child.
What a lovely message there from Mr. Murthy, a very passionate supporter of this campaign. We have another message of support from Sudhir Tangri, Country General Manager and VP at Keystone Technologies India.
Kailash Satyarthi ji's campaign, especially the Justice for Every Child, is a fantastic and a powerful tool to empower children, especially, the one who are underprivileged or who have been facing abuse. And we at Keysight are proud to work closely with Kailash Satyarthi Foundation for the last 2 years. And our focus has been specifically on educating the girl child. We have been supporting children who have lost either one or both of their parents due to pandemic. And through this program, we are ensuring that these children continue with their education and do not face any kind of exploitation due to the vulnerable position. So that's one thing that we are doing with Kailash Satyarthi Foundation. The other thing that we are doing is we are also working with 2 Banjara communities. And again, we are trying to create a safety net around the vulnerable children and link them back to the mainstream education.
All right, so many of the supporters of this campaign, but let's now speak to some of our supporters of the campaign in Bengaluru. Let's go across to Shrija, who's joined by some well-known faces from there. Over to you, Shrija.
Well, hello and welcome to Bengaluru. Of course, we are talking about justice for every child. And joining us here on the show, especially let me introduce our guests here today joining us, Miss Brinda Adige, who is a women and child activist, and Mr. Harish Bijur, who is a brand guru. Now, if you're really talking about Karnataka here, over the past few years, what we have seen and witnessed here is in terms of the data that we have secured from the Women and Child Development Department. Of course, there has been an exponential surge, especially with regard to child abuse. Now, this child abuse data that we are talking about is especially to do with during the COVID, the pandemic time. Now, if I could take the same question across to our guests who are joining us here. Thank you, Ms. Brinda Adige, joining us on NDTV. Firstly, you have been involved in, n number of works in terms of, whether it is justice for the child or not. And the place that we are, of course, sitting and, reporting live from is also Town Hall, one of the most iconic locations that we've witnessed. Massive demonstrations, whether it is for, fighting for child or women rights or climatic change for that matter, political demonstrations. And yes, we are sitting over here to talk about the justice for every child. Over to you in terms of what really must change on ground and why is it so important to support this cause?
First and foremost, education. What is the awareness that we have given to children and families and institutions about child abuse and the need to break the silence around it? Because a society like ours, which is very patriarchal, does not want to talk about this issue, just like how it is with women. So education and creating awareness is important, and this must come from all levels, from politicians, bureaucrats, schools, institutions, and yes, our families. Because our families believe that we must not speak about child abuse and child sexual abuse. With that, of course, we need all the other structural changes to also happen. We want schools to be equipped. We want institutions to be equipped. We want the justice systems to be equipped. Right. Now, all of that is lacking to some extent today. And like you mentioned, the pandemic actually showed us that this is not just a silent pandemic, but it is also something where people will not even come out and talk about it, will not even make a call. We have child helpline 1098. They will not even make a call over there because they don't know how the systems function.
Yes.
And even today, they do not understand what the child goes through when this victim survivor suffers any form of abuse, especially sexual abuse. And that is why the awareness, how it literally sears through the soul of that child.
Right.
And it remains with this child, with this person, throughout his or her life. And that must be made understood, because only then they will understand that it is important that the child is given different kinds of support. It's not just counseling. It's a lot of support from the family, from the community, from the institutions that he or she is going to go through education for the next 15, 20 years, and of course, our system.
So I would like to take that question to Mr. Harish Bijur, of course, from a different setup, a corporate setup. Now, what is your view or a perspective that you would like to give in terms of how exactly, especially the corporate world, can come together in terms of providing a very safe, a conducive environment when you're talking about a child-friendly environment? What can the corporate world be doing about it?
See, firstly, I think, I admire this campaign, which is called Justice for Every Child. And I think that's exactly what's needed. We are sitting today at the iconic town hall, and the town belongs to everybody. Of course, we are no longer a town. We are a big, big city. But then it belongs to everyone, man, woman, child. More so the child. I'm very concerned about children fundamentally because it is the most innocent audience in the entire, triage of man, woman, and child. And it so happens that the pandemic has pushed us into silence because, all of a sudden people aren't talking about some things. Tuberculosis, for instance, is growing silently, fundamentally because it got suppressed. And the same thing goes with child rights, child abuse. So I think we need to be very careful and say that as we throw our masks away, it's extremely critical to come out and say that, the child needs to be told what to do in the wrong circumstances. Corporate-wise, I do believe a corporate caters essentially to the mothers and the fathers who hold the wallets. Right. But believe it or not, I think these mothers and fathers who hold the wallets also have very precious little kids in their own homes. So it's extremely important for corporates to resonate with the fact that, hey, listen, through my CSR campaigns, I'm going to be looking at the child very, very dominantly. Corporates must never advertise to children. Corporates must never advertise their products and services to children. But corporates must take care of children from the back end because these very children are going to be the adults of tomorrow. So corporates, my appeal is put money behind children. Right. Take care of the children. Be patient with the children because these very children will grow up and become your consumers one fine day.
Right. Well, thank you so much, Mr. Harish Bijur, for that. One of you all can, of course, ask a question to Mr. Kailash Satyarthi what, in terms of, the fight or the campaign for child, the justice for a child. You all can ask a question.
I would ask one question to Mr. Satyarthi is, as far as children are concerned today, there's a big worry in me which says that, children are becoming much more silent than ever before. Because in Bengaluru itself, we see that happening. I mean, physical health of children is affected. We are told the waistline of children, Taylor data from Bengaluru says, has gone up by 1.5 inches, which is physical health gone. What about mental health? Because that is worse off. So what is your take on the current state of mental health of the child post-pandemic, sir?
Well,
I would like to ask Mr. Kailash Satyarthi, along with the children and the systems that you might want to change, I also want to find out what are you doing with communities, which must actually be the first line of defense to protect children. So when we talk of the government and we talk of schools, we also want to talk about communities. And what is it that you're doing to make communities become stronger to protect children?
So here we have two questions.
Absolutely. Due to long closure of schools and the situation of pandemic, children are again worst sufferers of this situation in terms of their mental health, isolation, loneliness, anxieties, and so on. And that requires a lot of support from the teachers in schools as well as from the parents. Once they are going back to school, they should not be just treated as they were being treated before because they require more friendly environment in schools. Their syllabus and other things could not be imposed on them immediately, so one has to go slowly, especially teachers and headmasters. So a lot of efforts have to be made in that direction. So we are working with number of health institutions, hospitals, mental hospitals and doctors, as well as with the schools to sensitize parents as well as teachers. So that is very much needed everywhere, that we have to build more child-friendly environment with our children due to this pandemic situation. And teachers can play very important role apart from the communities and parents organizations, RWAs, these residential welfare committees and associations, social institutions. I would also like to call upon religious and faith institutions and leaders that they should speak out about children and their trauma and their situation they are facing, so that even if sexual abuse and other things are happening, they should not feel shy about it and they should share with someone. So faith institutions and leaders can definitely be very helpful in educating and sensitizing masses about it and encouraging them that they should talk to their children freely instead of feeling a kind of stigma or fear or shy in it. So that is there. As far as the second question is concerned, actually this is also related with this one, that we have to work with all possible institutions. There are government institutions, and many of these CWAs or child welfare or child right related agencies could play an important role in that. And it's also their responsibility not to ignore this aspect which the children are facing now due to pandemic.
And I think creating awareness through this campaign is also one aspect of this fight against abuse of children.
That is the whole idea, that people must know and speak out.
चलिए अब रुक करते हैं सीधा कोलकाता, जहां पर हमारे सहयोगी आलोक पांडे भी हमारे साथ हैं, कुछ जाने पहचाने कलकत्ता के चेहरों से। देखिए क्या जबरदस्त लोकेशन पर बैठे हुए हैं आलोक पांडे।
प्लीज इंट्रोड्यूस दिस इन बंगाली।
डॉक्टर, आई डू नॉट नो बंगाली, व्हाई डोंट यू गिव इट अ शॉट?
ओके, इट्स ओवर टू आलोक।
आलोक,
আমি বুঝি বাঙালি, আমি হাফ বাঙালি, but anyway I think we have a great location as you pointed out. You can see the Havda Bridge behind us, but I think the topic at hand is something that is very, very serious, something that requires a lot of intervention and attention. And I have two very distinguished people here with me. Ananya Chakravarti is the chairperson of the West Bengal Commission for Protection of Child Rights, and Cyrus Shah Halim is a politician and a social worker, and somebody who recently fought an election in Kolkata, and like I was saying to her, she created quite a stir by her campaign, and she's also a young politician. And so I want to start by asking her first, ma'am, when it comes to political intervention in an issue as serious as child sexual abuse or child trafficking, do you think our politicians are serious enough when it comes to the discourse around these issues, or do you think there needs to be more sensitivity and more acknowledgement of the issue as a serious one?
Yeah, thank you so much for having me over. Yes, you're right. See, as far as political will goes, people do not fast track, or they don't like to really escalate matters. So they keep things lying down. If you look at child rapes, okay, so people, somehow they blame it on the victim. For example, even women CMs for that matter, we've had incidents where women have blamed the victim. They say, "Eta to Shahjano ghatna," or probably she was out partying or she was clubbing. So even in the child's case, generally the victim gets so tormented, and these cases are brushed under the carpet. Plus the political will, because they feel that political elections are around the corner, and they should rather deal with issues that would affect their campaign rather than solving issues at hand, rather than resolving issues which pertains to child violence, girl issues of violence, assault.
Yeah. I'd like to ask Ananya Chakravarti, ma'am, you are dealing with such a sensitive issue in a state like West Bengal. First of all, I want to start by asking you, during your tenure, have you seen such instances of crime maybe go down a little, more sensitivity amongst the people on the ground? For instance, I was just talking to you, and we were discussing the fact that I've just come off Uttar Pradesh, where I report, where there was this depressing story about a 13-year-old girl who was first allegedly raped in a place, and then when she went to a police station to complain, she was allegedly raped again by the SHO or the police officer. And one was aghast to, actually report on something like this. So from your experience, what do you make about the on-ground response to a thing like this, and also whether those who are on the first line of actually tackling stuff like this, whether they are sensitive enough or sensitized enough?
Yeah, thank you. Yes, whenever a case like this happens, there are helplines. Like there is a helpline 1098, the child line. Plus, we also have our own helpline, the WhatsApp number 9836300300. They can report to us. They can tell us, and we get plenty of complaints of that. But I would say that during my tenure, the number of cases of POXO has gone up, but that is not a bad thing. POXO is something which is grossly underreported, like domestic violence. Child sexual abuse cases usually happen within the family or from somebody who's very close to the family, and families always try to hush it up. If we look at our own childhood, I can say that from my friends and family, I've seen that or heard that most of them had some experience or the other during their childhood, but they could never come up to speaking about it. Now, children are speaking about it, families are going to the police, which is a very good sign, because unless people talk about it, unless the police take action, and unless the perpetrators are punished, these things will not come down. So this is a very good thing, I would say, and the police are more or less sensitive to this.
Yeah, and just a follow-up question to that, ma'am. What about the conviction rate when it comes to a child sexual offence case? I mean, I was reading somewhere, including in the literature for our campaign, that it's not really something to be very proud of. It's not really something that is very good, the conviction rate. Why is that? As a person who works on the ground, why is that the case?
Yes, I would like to say that there are some courts in Bengal, I can speak about Bengal, which are very good. We are very proactive, and they have even got the conviction within 15 days. There are cases. But not all courts are like that. For example, in Bengal, the Sialda court is the best. The POXO court in Sialda is the best, but not all the cases. So what we have done is, from our commission, we have asked for a status report from all the courts and all the police stations in West Bengal on the status of POXO cases. How many cases have been convicted, how many are pending conviction, and how many accused have been given bail while the conviction is pending. Right. Because the moment you give bail to a accused, that poses a problem for the victim, because usually the accused is somebody very close to the victim.
Yeah. I'd also like to just flag that Kailash Satyarthi is also with us in the Delhi studio, and if either of you have a question for him, something that you'd like him to address, you can please go ahead and ask a question, both of you or either of you.
Good evening, Mr. Satyarthi. Firstly, I need to congratulate you for this wonderful initiative that you have taken. As a mother of two young girls, this issue is very close to my heart and so pertinent in today's days and time. So, we dream of a day when every child gets their basic rights, because we know that a child's right is human rights. So right to education, right to food, right to health, and all the basic rights that a child deserves. I hope through this initiative we can give a resounding message to everyone concerned that a child needs to be taken care of sensitively and with empathy. And in case a child has been subject to any kinds of violence, we need to see that the stigma is not there. We need able counseling along with mainstreaming of the child within the education stream as well as in the personal capacity. So want you, sir, if you can further enlighten us that how far we are going to go with this initiative and what are the tasks at hand. Thank you.
So first of all, I would like to congratulate you for having such a dream, because dream has its own power, dream has its own light, and if we walk with that dream, I am sure that we are going to achieve this dream in our lifetime. I can assure you that this is going to happen. We are going to ensure and provide safe childhood for every child in our lifetime. We are not going to stop. And this campaign is a boost in our activities which we have been carrying out for last 4 decades or more. And now, together with the support of sensitive and compassionate young leaders like you, we can fulfill our dream very soon. But that requires a lot of social mobilization and social effort, which we'll carry out. It requires a social movement in the country to put an end to this menace. But we have to generate much more political will for it, and we will do it.
Absolutely, and through this campaign as well. And as you said, we need more sensitive and socially aware leaders out there for whom this is such an important issue as well. Thanks so much, Alok, for joining us, and do stay on. You'll have more guests with you. We'll come back to you. But for the moment, let's go across now to Mumbai, where we're joined by Saurabh Gupta, who has guests with him. Saurabh, over to you.
Well, thank you, Gargi. In fact, joining me here is, of course, Dr. Anjali Chhabria, psychiatrist and director, Mind Temple Institute of Behavioral Sciences. Also, Gunika Sadanand, actor, activist and advocate. And, of course, Niranjan Hiranandani, co-founder and managing director of the Hiranandani Group, will also be joining us. But, ma'am, in Mumbai, I mean, this is the city of dreams. And, so many children here end up on the streets, young and people who come here, and they're trafficked. And Mumbai is seen as one of the destinations for trafficking also. And you've dealt with children who've gone through this experience. Can you just briefly tell us about how have these children coped?
So the problem is that they're children and they do not know how to cope. And that is something that we all need to understand. Childhood is a time where we need to learn to trust. We want to be educated. We want to feel safe. We do not want our rights to be violated. So definitely, if a child's personal boundaries are affected, they are emotionally scarred for life. They require a lot of emotional help. They need loads of counseling, and sometimes they also start doing these crimes themselves. So each child needs to be protected and needs to be assessed emotionally, and they need to be cared for till the time they are out of this emotional mess.
Right. Ma'am, if I can ask you, as a reporter, we've covered so many of these POCSO cases, and usually they are in-camera hearings, but it takes so much time even when they are fast-tracked. And the reality is that by the time justice actually arrives, the impact it's had on those growing up years, on that child, is very, very telling, and
Yes.
it's there to see in the child.
So, Saurabh, I'd like to say that fast track is actually fast track. It's a farce because it really doesn't happen, whether it's for justice for women or for children, they are supposed to be fast tracks, and it doesn't really work because we need a lot of overhauling of the judicial system and the investigative system, which the police comes in. Then we need a lot of sensitization in the families. The children must be sensitized, the families must be sensitized towards children who are being sexually abused and who cannot share it, because a lot of times parents don't accept, or families don't accept, that this is happening in their own family.
Absolutely, ma'am. Mr. Hiranandani is also joining us now. Sir, as someone who knows Mumbai so well and knows the conditions that exist in Mumbai and knows the kind of, influx of so many underprivileged, less privileged people into the city. And we've seen, in a city like this, how, children suffer. And even in cases of sexual violence, from the time it reaches, the law enforcement to justice system, it's a lot of time. So your thoughts on this issue and on the campaign, that we're taking up to make sure that there's intervention in terms of getting justice for every child.
I'm so pleased to be here today. My congratulations to Dr. Satyarthi for the wonderful work that he's doing in this direction, and NDTV for supporting it. In Mumbai, besides being in the industry and real estate, we run 14 colleges and 6 schools, covering about 40,000 students. I want to apologize. I don't remember a single program conducted by me personally which talks about child abuse in a direct way. We do it in terms of supporting children through psychologists and others, But I don't think we have really got down to educating these children as to what to do under the circumstances. I think corporate industry, educational institutions needs to take Dr. Satyarthi's ideas and thoughts and put it into action in terms of active education that we really need to do. I personally am committing myself and our institution that we will start this kind of programs in the current academic year in order to make it to see that we really reach each and every of these 60,000 students should have some idea as to what they need to do under the circumstances. I would look forward to Dr. Satyarthi and Justice for Every Child organization to support us with any sort of education material or otherwise, which would help us in order to disseminate this information. I personally commit 60,000 children will be educated as soon as we can possibly get all the data and information. Number two, which you mentioned, I think is very, very, very important. I think we need to bring about more awareness. And I think what you are doing today through NDTV is extremely important, because otherwise this subject somehow seems to be kept on the side. We don't want to bring it up. Whether it's child abuse or women abuse, I think we try to keep it under the table. And as has been stated, I think even justice system is not active enough in order to produce the results. But I think education, disseminating of information, and whatever we can possibly do through educational institutions and industry, I think we should all commit ourselves. I personally commit myself to this program also. And Dr. Satyarthi, wonderful work that you are doing. I look forward to have some direction from your background institution or otherwise as to how we can get more data and information which we can actually use through. I have 2,500 teachers and educationists across this board, and we would all like to learn from you or the institution as to how we can actually do it. Because it's one thing to say that I want to do it, and it's another to have adequate knowledge about how one should actually go about it. My commitment to you, sir, and to NDTV's program, and I'm sure I will be able to get a large number of other people in industry. Dr. Roy, fantastic that NDTV has taken this particular activity. I am personally supporting it, and whatever else we can possibly do, I commit myself and the institutions towards it. Thank you very much for calling me today. I'm delighted to be here on this cause.
I think, Mr. Hiranandani, that is the most wonderful commitment, the most wonderful message, and I think a lot of other industrialists will learn from you, and to have 60,000 students who you can help, educate on this matter and make them aware. Isn't that wonderful, Mr. Hiranandani?
Wonderful, wonderful. Thank you, Mr. Hiranandani. We would provide all possible support. We work with many institutions in India, educational institutions, and we, in some cases, we signed up MOUs, and our people develop some sort of material. So there is a lot of ready-made material available about it, and my senior colleagues would be in touch with your people as soon as possible. And I promise to join one of such events with your 2,500 teachers or 60,000 children. That could be online, that could be partly physical and virtual in Mumbai. And I would love to be with all of you. And that is really a great, great gesture. And you have set up an example, and others can definitely learn from you, and we will work with you and all.
So we would like to have you both live as well as personally to come to our institutions. And we would love to see that the interaction that you do in Mumbai, and be our guest in Mumbai for this purpose. And we will look forward to that in the near future as early as possible. Thank you so much for agreeing to come and volunteering to come to our institutions. I'm sure it will be a significant day when you come to be with us. We are honored. We will feel good.
Thank you.
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद हीरानंदानी जी हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए। सौरभ गुप्ता के पास वापस चलते हैं। सौरभ, एक महत्वपूर्ण सवाल जो हमेशा रह जाता है जस्टिस फॉर एवरी चाइल्ड के माध्यम से हम लोगों को सेंसिटाइज करने की बात करते हैं, बच्चों तक ये बात पहुंचाने की बात करते हैं, इंस्टीट्यूशंस की बात करते हैं, लेकिन जो लोग हैं, राह चलते लोग हैं, उनका क्या? हर किसी इंसान की तरफ से जो सेंसिटाइजेशन होना चाहिए, जो संवेदनशीलता चाहिए, उसका क्या?
बिल्कुल संकेत, और ये सवाल मैं अंजलि जी के पास ले चलूंगा। सर, मैडम आप ये बता सकते हैं हमें कि आम आदमी जो है, आप बहुत सारे बच्चों के साथ डील करते हैं, तो वो क्या कर पाए?
देखिए, आम आदमी का इसमें इन्वॉल्व होना बहुत ज़रूरी है, क्योंकि अगर हम देखते हैं कि सोशल मीडिया के थ्रू हम आम आदमी के पास पहुंच सकते हैं, और हमारे पास ऐसे बहुत से पावरफुल लोग हैं जो मैसेजेस दे सकते हैं कि अगर आम आदमी देखता है पहले सेक्सुअल अब्यूज़ होता क्या है, ओके, और अगर आम आदमी देखता है तो वो क्या कर सकता है। कोई ऐसा एक नंबर है जिसे हम फ़ोन कर सकते हैं और कह सकते हैं कि ये हो रहा है, और अगर हम वो नंबर को फ़ोन करते हैं तो हमें क्या हेल्प मिलती है। तो आई थिंक ये एक ऐसा प्रोग्राम है जो हमें पूरे इंडिया में one single number where people can reach out to.
And ma'am, I think you had a question for Satyarthi ji also.
Yes, I just wanted to tell Mr. Satyarthi ji कि the entire mental health community is with you. अगर आप चाहेंगे हम आपको हेल्प करेंगे, कि क्योंकि हर बच्चे को काउंसलिंग की ज़रूरत है। जो बच्चा अपने अब्यूज़ के बारे में बात करता है वो एक्चुअली एक बच्चा है। अगर 100 बच्चों को अब्यूज़ होता है तो वो एक ही बच्चा बाहर आके बात करता है। तो हमें उसको भी हेल्प करना है, उसकी फैमिली को भी हेल्प करना है, क्योंकि ये बच्चों के ऊपर इतना अत्याचार होता है, उनके ग्रोथ के ऊपर बहुत अफेक्ट होता है। सो ऑन बिहाफ ऑफ ऑल द मेंटल हेल्थ प्रोफेशनल्स इन द कंट्री, आई एम टेलिंग यू दैट वी आर विथ यू सर। You tell us when you want us to get involved and we will.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
हमको तो हर वक्त ज़रूरत पड़ती है मेंटल हेल्थ प्रोवाइड करने के लिए बच्चों को, यहाँ तक कि उनकी माँओं को, पिताओं को, भाइयों को, पूरे परिवार को। आज थोड़ी देर पहले मैं एक पिता से बात कर रहा था, एक झारखंड की छोटी जगह पर, वो बोकारो में आजकल काम कर रहे हैं, लेकिन उनकी बेटी गांव में रहती है जिसके साथ सेक्सुअल अब्यूज़ हुआ था और कई साल तक उसको न्याय नहीं मिला। लेकिन हम लोगों ने उस मामले को इसी कैंपेन के तहत लिया और अभी जनवरी में जो रेपिस्ट था उसको सेंटेंस हुआ। वो कन्विक्शन के बाद 7 साल के लिए जेल गया। उस बेटी को 3 लाख रुपए दिला पाए हम लोग कोशिश करके। तो एक कुछ स्टेप आगे बढ़े। लेकिन उस पिता ने थोड़ी देर पहले ही यहाँ आने से पहले मैंने जब पूछा क्या हाल है बेटी का, तो उसने कहा कि अभी तक वो ट्रॉमा से उबर नहीं पाई है। स्कूल जाती है, पढ़ाई लिखाई में उसका मन नहीं लगता, छोड़ देती है। तो थोड़ा बहुत हम लोगों ने काउंसलिंग कराई किसी से, लेकिन बहुत ज़रूरत हर मामले में होती है। वो पिता ने कहा कि सब कुछ ठीक है लेकिन मेरी बेटी आधी पागल सी होती जा रही है, तो उसको तो बहुत ज़्यादा मेंटल हेल्थ की सपोर्ट है। ऐसे हज़ारों बच्चे हैं और मैं आपसे गुजारिश करूंगा जो आपने कहा हम लोग मिलकर काम करेंगे। सो वी हैव ए फुल डिपार्टमेंट वर्किंग विद द मेंटल हेल्थ एस्पेक्ट इन आवर ऑफिस एंड दे विल डेफिनेटली कम्युनिकेट एंड सीक योर गाइडेंस एंड सपोर्ट as soon as possible. Thank you so much, Anjali ji.
All right, thank you so much, Alok, and your guests so generous, Dr. Chhabria there, as well as Mr. Hiranandani, generous offers from both. And let's now also our viewers very, very generous. The donations have gone up to 16 crore. It's crossed 16 crore, in fact. So thank you so much. And as you can see during this telethon, we've been trying to bring to you how important these issues are and how much work goes into it, because it's not just the police complaint or justice, but also all the counseling and the rehabilitation that takes place after that.
You said earlier, I think one should reiterate that point, that even if you can give 100 rupees or 200 or even 50 rupees, whatever it
every
is,
bit counts. Yes,
it's your hummingbird in the forest, which we shall come to.
Yes, we'll talk about the hummingbird in the forest, but let's now go back to Alok, who has some very interesting, he has more interesting guests joining him, and hopefully he can get Usha Uthup to sing. But yes, over to you, Alok.
Well, thank you so much. So I have two distinguished guests joining us again. This time it is Usha Uthup, the famous singer, and Rituparna Sen Gupta. the producer and actor. I'm going to start with Rituparna first because I want to ask you, ma'am, when it comes to regional language cinema or Hindi language cinema, are films that can be a very strong medium for disseminating a social message? Are our films tackling these issues in any manner? Are films being made on issues like this, whether it is Bengali cinema or any other cinema across this country? You are somebody who's worked across the country, so just to get your thoughts on what you think about how films and our industry are tackling a sensitive topic like this, and is there a case that we've moved beyond caricatures, so to say? And I'm sure it has happened, but your thoughts on this issue?
Thank you so much for welcoming me on your show. I think it's a very relevant and important topic in today's day and world to be discussed, because I mean, we all are suffering and this brunt of it. To answer many aspects of your question, I can start off with, yes, I think cinema is a mirror of the society, and we are trying to delve into topics which are very sensitive and thought-provoking for people right now. And we are not going into the commercial aspect. We are going much into the details of the story and the real image of it. The kind of cinema I am doing, yes, we are getting into the skin of the things, and we are trying to portray as much, because in our society and in our industry and all these regulations and a lot of censor parts are there which needs to be focused on us also. So, but still, I think cinema is getting matured by the day, and we are trying to make a point through our cinema. And for me, it's very important that whenever I read a script, I always see that these kinds of issues, when it comes to me, I always try to support and be a part of that kind of cinema, which actually will give a new fodder to the audience to think and kindle thoughts about these kinds of issues. Because I have some personal experience about these things, because one of my friends' sister's child got abused in Bangalore, and the case was in the court, and I know the family, what they went through and what kind of trauma till date they are going through. So I believe that it is not a very easy thing to handle. I was just listening to your mental health authority right now, that it is not about the child, but also the family needs to be counseled, and you have to get get hold of the complete mental health of the family, because it is not the person or the child who gets affected, but I think the whole plethora of things gets affected with the child. I think these kinds of stuff needs to be discussed more. I think not enough is happening. I think we need to really push these things more, and we have to make a statement out of it, because I think the legal system is still not that strong right now to punish these kinds of abusers who needs a sort of harsh treatment which has not been given to them. There are trials and errors are going on every moment, but already the suffered person who is suffering, who has already got the whole the accident, the kind of accident which happens with the person, they know what kind of stuff they go through the whole time. So I believe a lot of things needs to get noticed here. And if you ask me, cinema is through cinema we are trying to look into things which are very detailed, but still we need some real push there to, this kind of subject. Sometimes the directors and producers, they also feel little they also feel little threatened that whether their subject would be well received or not, because sometimes audience, they feel that they don't need to discuss these things at home, and might be they don't want to discuss stuff among their own folks. This will be really disturbing for them. Yes. Because child abuse happens, child abuse starts sometimes in the family itself. So it's a very
yes, you're very right. You are. Yeah, you've made some very, very pertinent points, ma'am. I also want to go across to Usha ji, who of course is an industry veteran, and Usha ji, you've seen the industry for so many decades, and you must have observed how sensitive issues like these have been treated in the last some time. Do you see a change there? And also, I think you are somebody who likes to express yourself through your songs. So is there anything that you could sing for us on this theme? I think we'll be really grateful.
Yes, first of all, let me say namaskar, namaskaram, sat sri akal, salam alaikum to Satyarthi sir, as also to Dr. Prannoy Roy. Thank you so much for having me on this show. I've been meaning to talk about this all the time, and we talk about it during our shows, and I have been associated through the entertainment business and, of course, doing what I think I do best, communicate through music. And it's been going on for so many years, but truly, I don't think, when I keep saying we must work from within to the periphery and not the other way around, because unless we start looking into our own lives and our own families, it will never be able to, be solved. And I think people like Satyarthi sir and Dr. Prannoy Roy, who are doing such a marvelous job by bringing all this into the open. I mean, jahan per itna jhichak hota hai to talk about this. Everybody, or every second person for sure, has a story to tell. And I think it's all up to us to see that we open it up and try to, and of course, education is the most important thing. And as Satyarthi sir has promised, 60,000, that was Dr. Hiranandani, of course, who said that. But I'm saying it's really wonderful if we could educate. But it's such a humongous problem. But for every solution that you give, there are people who are looking at the problems. And I think we ought to really, really look forward to a road that will take us through this terrible dark tunnel and where we can see the light. I know it's so easy to say it, but really when we say, at least in the entertainment field, and I'm sure I talk for a lot from my fraternity, wherever it has been possible, I've worked for children. And I've been working for 53 years. Of course, nothing came out so open, except I think one of the first NDTV shows that I ever did in my life when it started was for children, for the betterment of children. And I remember singing a song called Heal the World, which meant such a lot to me. And really, I think besides the fact that we need to open it up, how do we open it up? I mean, we have to get justice for the children. And the only way we can get justice for children is to encourage them to talk about it and start from within your family and go ahead. That's the only way. I don't see any light if we don't do this. And Satyarthi sir is showing us the light. Let us all get together and do something about this. क्योंकि जैसे मैं हमेशा कहती हूँ, ये मत कहो खुदा से मेरी मुश्किलें बड़ी हैं. ये मुश्किलों से कह दो मेरा खुदा बड़ा है. And really, when we have people like you all to lead the way for us. I mean, as Ritudi said, there is Rituparna. She said there is a lot of hesitation to talk about this in the open. So besides the awareness and all the statistics that all of you give, because you all know so much about it, about statistics, what we can do is 100% to start by saying that, yes, we are there with you solidly. And I've been there for 53 years working for the cause of children. Whichever NGO is there, whichever school, whichever campus, wherever, I have always been the first person to talk through music. And I think we've got lots and lots of people who would love to join in. What we really need
and
is
if we could just hear
stop.
you sing, ma'am, you were talking about the earlier song that you'd sung. If we could just hear a few lines, I think it would be a great.
Not just a
end
few
to the
lines, I'm
Kolkata
dying to sing
broadcast.
for all of you because the words of this song is so beautiful and so meaningful for this. And really, for justice for children, I think the only way is to really open up. Start from within and work to the periphery instead of working the other way around. Because if you look into your own families, you will find a lot of problems which need to be sorted out right there, right now. Let's start. Thank you, Dr. Prannoy Roy, for giving me this opportunity of meeting with Satyarthi sir like this. Really wonderful. And we've been through this for so many years. So here's a little song I'd like for you to listen to. It's beautiful. It was given to me by the Brahma Kumaris and it's gone quite viral. But it means a lot to me. ये मत कहो खुदा से मेरी मुश्किलें बड़ी हैं, ये मत कहो खुदा से मेरी मुश्किलें बड़ी हैं, ये मुश्किलों से कह दो मेरा खुदा बड़ा है। आती है आंधियाँ तो कर उनका खैर मकदम, आती है आंधियाँ तो कर उनका खैर मकदम, तूफान से ही तो लड़ने खुदा ने तुझे गढ़ा है। ये मत कहो खुदा से मेरी मुश्किलें बड़ी हैं, ये मुश्किलों से कह दो मेरा खुदा बड़ा है, मेरा खुदा बड़ा है, मेरा खुदा बड़ा है. Yes, and at the moment, I think our Khuda has sent the message through to Satyarthi sir and also to Prannoy Roy. Thank you, Dr. Prannoy Roy, for having me on this NDTV show. Whenever you want me there, you know I'm there to sing a song for you and to get people to get together and see to it that we really work from within our own families and then without.
Lovely. बहुत ही बढ़िया संदेश उषा उत्थुप जी, आपका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। जिस तरीके से आपने गा करके इस बात को सब लोगों के सामने लाए। आलोक, आपका भी बहुत शुक्रिया और हमारे साथ आपके साथ जो साथी जुड़े थे उनका भी बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। एक बार फिर से आप सब में से जो भी इस मुहिम से जुड़ना चाहते हैं, ये QR कोड स्कैन करें और NDTV की वेबसाइट पर जाएं और वहां जाकर के अपना योगदान ज़रूर दें ताकि आप इस कैंपेन का एक ज़रूरी अंग बन सकें। और आइए अब आपको एक संदेश सुनाते हैं। जितेंद्र दोषी जी का को-फाउंडर हैं और चीफ इन्वेस्टमेंट ऑफिसर हैं इनाम EMC के।
Children are the future of our nation. The work being done by the Kailash Satyarthi Foundation is extraordinary. This is the need of the hour for our nation, and supporting this movement allows children the freedom to blossom and become future assets of our nation. Child sexual abuse, if not addressed properly, destroys the child by leaving behind a massive scar in the minds of the child victim. Sexual abuse is a national crisis that Kailash ji has been able to identify and address vigorously. We at INAM AMC are proud to be associated with the Kailash Satyarthi Foundation. The Justice for Every Child campaign is a great initiative to help those who can't fight for themselves to get the right justice. We have joined hands with the Kailash Satyarthi Foundation to work towards preventing children from being exploited by supporting the Bal Mitra Gram and Bal Mitra Mandal programs that ensure that all children of the intervention area are in school and protected from all kinds of exploitation, be it child marriage, child labor, child trafficking, or sexual exploitation. Creating a safety net for the children by involving not just their families, but also their teachers, community members, law enforcers, and public representatives can help children protect the children in the long term. I urge everyone to do their bit and join this campaign, which is a very, very solid campaign in this country, and it's the need of the hour to save the children of our nation.
निकल पड़े हैं, निकल पड़े हैं, निकल पड़े हैं, हम निकल पड़े। निकल पड़े हैं, निकल पड़े हैं, निकल पड़े हैं, हम निकल पड़े।
Welcome back to our special telethon for the Justice for Every Child campaign, where we've been talking about issues concerning children and the kind of trauma they face, the kind of dangers, and what we can do to make it a safer environment for them. Do donate for the cause. The link is there on your screens, and we're proud to say that donations have crossed 16.27 crore. And thank you to everyone who has donated for this cause. We'll now bring you a story from Chennai, which exemplifies the type of physical and mental trauma that sexual abuse can bring on a victim, and the story of a young girl who was sexually abused and finally died by suicide. And I think this was such a heartrending case because she left a note in which she said a girl is only safe in her mother's womb or when she's dead.
are safe only in their mother's womb and grave. These were the last words Geeta wrote down on a piece of paper. Physically assaulted and sexually abused, she chose to take her own life, leaving behind a suicide note pleading for justice. Shattered beyond belief, Geeta's family is determined to bring the guilty to the book. A student of class 11th, Geeta did not name anyone specific in her suicide note. Police say her letter suggests abuse by 3 people: a teacher's son, a relative, and an old student of the school she was in.
டீச்சரோட பையன் தான் டீச்சரோட பையன் அவருக்கு லாக்கி இல்ல அப்படி சொல்லிட்டு ஸ்கூல் இஸ் நாட் சேஃப் அப்படி சொல்லிட்டு லாஸ்ட்ல மென்ஷன் பண்ணிருந்தாங்க. மேல அவ மோஸ்ட்லி யார்கிட்டயும் பேசவே மாட்டா. அவ நல்லா படிப்பா, கிளாஸ் ஃபர்ஸ்ட் அவ நல்லா படிப்பா, பட் ஆனா அவ மோஸ்ட்லி பேச மாட்டா.
Chennai police have arrested her former schoolmate under provisions of the Protection of Children from Sexual Offences or POCSO Act. Geeta had allegedly met him on Instagram. Police claim they were in a relationship for 8 months, but things went awry when he started assaulting her sexually. The harassment only compounded, pushing her to a point of no return.
Children have been negatively groomed online to create self-generated content, which is going to equate like CSAM. So like sending selfies or nude selfies. This was in one of the very, very scary things which was happening with our children, especially on these social media platforms like Instagram or Telegrams, which they commonly use while they are playing games.
With cases of child sexual abuse and rape coming to light from across the country, Geeta's poignant note is yet another grim reminder of how vulnerable our children are to sexual abuse and exploitation.
Well, we're now to talk more about the Kailash Satyarthi Children's Foundation work on POCSO, as well as what we just saw here, the kind of issues that children face where they're not able to talk about it and the trauma that drives them eventually, in this particular case at least, to suicide. We're now joined by Kamna Chibbar, Head Mental Health Department of Mental Health and Behavioral Sciences, Fortis Healthcare, and Rashna Tyagi, Advocate with the Supreme Court. We'll also be going across to Vasvi Bharatram, Joint Vice Chairperson of the Sri Ram Schools. Thank you so much for joining us. And Dr. Chibbar, first to you, if you could, talk about the work that you've been doing and also this particular case in Chennai. So heartrending to imagine this child had nowhere to turn to, and she finally, took her own life. And and we don't want to see such tragedies happening again.
I'm sorry, I've lost the audio. I just heard the first part of the question, which was the work that we've been doing. So I can start with that, but
sure, go ahead.
Hear the rest of it. So I think it's very important for us to start talking about the mental health and well-being of children, especially those who go through any sort of abuse, sexual abuse, physical abuse, the kind of violence that they can experience. And some of the things that we have been actively looking at working on, one is, of course, making adults around children far more aware of the kind of signs that they can look out for when a child may be going through a difficult situation. A lot of times what happens is that children do not necessarily have the most effective vocabulary to be able to talk about their experiences, and these signs can get missed by adults around them. And so it's very critical, and that is one of the areas that we've been focusing on by working with not just parents but also with schools, with teachers, with trainers, with different organizations, NGOs, helping any individual who is working with children to start identifying what could be the indicators where they can identify that the child may be having some sort of a concern within their life. And that's one of the first biggest steps. The other aspect is to, and this is something that we've been also focusing on, which is to start imparting basic skills to individuals, adults who are working with children, to start developing the ability to give basic counseling as well, because as we are all very well aware, there is a dearth of experts in our country as well, and that can often create a situation where we're not being able to provide them with adequate help at the right point in time. So the interventions can get delayed, which can result in the development of a full-fledged mental health related illness, or it can also lead to, as you saw in this case as well, a death by suicide. And a lot of times children are not necessarily aware of where is it that they can reach out to for help. So some of the things that we do is creating more resources and making children aware of what are the kind of platforms that they can connect with. And for that purpose, it's very important for us to start making sure that, if you are looking at, say, a social media platform, then information about where can you seek help, how do you redress a problem, needs to be very clearly mentioned. What are the helplines? And those are some of the pieces that we very actively work on to ensure that children can be taken care of, that they are aware of resources, people who are working with them can also contribute towards ensuring that they're not missing out on any signs when they are within the communities around them.
बिल्कुल, रचना त्यागी जी के पास मैं आना चाहता हूं, जो कि लीगल कंसल्टेंट हैं कैलाश सत्यार्थी चिल्ड्रन फाउंडेशन के लिए। रचना जी, आपका क्या अनुभव रहा है? ये जो पॉक्सो से जुड़े हुए मामले होते हैं, इसमें जो विलंब होती है, जो देरी होती है, क्या दिक्कतें आती हैं कि इतना बड़ा कानून आया, इतने संघर्ष के बाद आया और उसके बाद भी फास्ट ट्रैक कोर्ट में भी देरी हो रही है?
जी थैंक यू आपके सवाल के लिए। देखिए, हमारे पॉक्सो एक्ट आया क्योंकि बच्चों के लिए ऐसा कोई प्रावधान नहीं था जो कि इस तरह के शोषण, बच्चों के इस तरह के शोषण को एड्रेस करे। एंड स्पेसिफिकली the role of family and community and institutions is very important here. We need to understand कि हमारे यहाँ दिक्कत क्या होती है। सबसे पहले सोसाइटल परसेप्शन ऐसा होता है कि काफी सारे ऐसे क्राइम्स रिपोर्ट नहीं होते हैं, either because of shame or because of the fact कि बच्चे की शादी कैसे होगी. That is one reason. Second, there lies a low faith in the legal institutions. That is because of the way the legal institutions respond, and also the time taken by the legal institutions to respond. A testimony of this is the fact that as per our records, 2019 का कन्विक्शन रेट, मैं सिर्फ पॉक्सो के कन्विक्शन रेट की बात कर रही हूँ, 2019 का कन्विक्शन रेट 35% था, जबकि 2020 में कन्विक्शन रेट 40% हो गया। वहीं पर परसेंटेज ऑफ पॉक्सो डिस्पोजल केसेस 2019 में 11% थे और ये 2020 में मात्र 5% रह गए, डेफिनेटली बिकॉज ऑफ कोविड। लेकिन इफ वी कंपेयर दिस स्टैटिस्टिक्स टू द फैक्ट दैट अभी भी पिछले दो सालों से एनसीआरबी का डेटा बता रहा है कि हर साल पॉक्सो के रिपोर्टेड केसेस 47,000 to 50,000 है। So given the fact that this conviction rate, this disposal rate, as opposed to the new cases that are coming up, POXO new cases that are coming up, it's a testimony of the fact कि हमारी जो अभी FTSCs हैं, जो ऑपरेशनल हैं, उनको भी पूरे ओवरहॉल की जरूरत है। अब दिक्कतें क्या आती हैं? टू योर पॉइंट, दिक्कतें आती हैं कि फास्ट ट्रैक स्पेशल कोर्ट की स्कीम लागू हुई। इस स्कीम का अंदाजा हमारे फाइनेंस कमीशन, 14th फाइनेंस कमीशन को पता था वे बैक इन 2015। The 14th फाइनेंस कमीशन report of 2015 said that there is a need to establish fast track courts, especially to address such heinous crimes against women and children. Going forward, now in 2019, the Supreme Court took cognizance, suo motu cognizance of these POXO cases spread all over India and the time taken to address these cases. ये suo motu cognizance लिया गया 2019 में, और 2019 में कोर्ट ने एक डिटेल्ड एनालिसिस करके ऑल ओवर द कंट्री हर एक डिस्ट्रिक्ट की मैपिंग करके 1023 फास्ट ट्रैक कोर्ट्स को बनाने का ऑर्डर दिया गया। Now today, while we talk, आज भी सिर्फ 712 फास्ट ट्रैक कोर्ट्स ऑपरेशनल हैं, सिर्फ 712। And there are some states जहां पर फास्ट ट्रैक कोर्ट अभी भी एक डिस्ट्रिक्ट में, उस स्टेट के एक डिस्ट्रिक्ट में भी कोई फास्ट ट्रैक कोर्ट आज भी नहीं बनी है। There are some states. ओवरहॉल की जरूरत है। किस तरह जरूरत है? मैं चाहती हूँ, ऑर्गेनाइजेशन चाहती है, और इनफैक्ट नॉट जस्ट चाहना, जरूरत हमारे नेशन की, कंट्री की, विक्टिम्स की और उनकी फैमिली की है कि जितनी ये फास्ट ट्रैक कोर्ट्स बन गई हैं, देयर इज अ नीड फॉर एन इमीडिएट ट्रैकिंग मैकेनिज्म ऑफ ऑल दीज फास्ट ट्रैक कोर्ट्स। We need to know if the victim's family would not know, then who else needs to know as to what's the status of the cases. The law says that trial should ideally be completed in 1 year, whereas it takes 5 to 6 years just to complete the investigation. That's a complete travesty of justice. That's point number one. Point number two, we can think about incentivizing the law enforcement agencies like public prosecutors, the judges, the police, who are performing very well. बहुत सारा emphasis अभी हमें डालना है हमारे FSLs पर, forensic laboratories पर. The Supreme Court specifically mentioned in its order that every district needs to have an FSL. क्या वो implement हुआ? As of today, no, it is not yet implemented. That needs to undergo an overhaul, a complete overhaul. Another point, where any case is over and beyond 3 years in trial, then immediate monitoring by High Court needs to get implemented in those cases. हमारे जो institutions हैं, courts हैं, हमारे public prosecutors हैं, पुलिस है, इन सब के ऊपर एक accountability का flavor implement होना चाहिए. All these institutions, we have the institutions available, the courts are there, we have Nirbhaya funds, they've been earmarked, the funds have been earmarked specially to operationalize the fast track courts. लेकिन क्या वो हुआ? वो नहीं हुआ. क्यों? क्योंकि अभी तक कोई मॉनिटरिंग नहीं हो रही है, कहीं से स्ट्रेंथनिंग नहीं आ रही है. क्या अभी हम ये देखना चाहें कि जितनी फास्ट ट्रैक कोर्ट्स बन गई हैं, उन्होंने कितने केस डिस्पोज किए हैं, कितने कन्विक्शन किए हैं, कितनी बेल एप्लीकेशंस रिजेक्ट करी हैं? We do not have that data.
Right. So
that is the overhaul that I am talking about.
ये बहुत जरूरी aspect.
No, absolutely. I think it's like, again, something that we've been saying in this campaign, that POCSO on paper, it's wonderful. There's so many aspects it looks at. It talks about the child and rehabilitation, etc., etc. But then to hear the cold facts from you just now, and just to show, which exemplifies just how much it's stuck and how much justice is not, reaching the children for which POCSO is meant, and the case is dragging on and on despite there being fast-track courts, and in some places not even having fast-track courts. Dr. Chibber, you've been working with the campaign as well, and while we spoke about children speaking out about the trauma of rape or sexual abuse, there's also, there's so much that goes on even after the crime is reported. The family needs counseling, the child needs counseling to ensure that the child can, move on in life, grow up and this heinous crime can have as little an impact on the child growing up, isn't it?
Absolutely, there is no doubt about it. And when we work with children and adolescents who have been abused, I think the work is not just about helping them get past what was the situation that happened. And for a lot of these children, it's not a singular instance where they have been abused or molested or sexually assaulted. It is usually a continuous process that they have been experiencing, which takes away from their basic sense of security and trust. For any individual to function effectively in their life, they require the ability to be able to trust people around them, to trust systems around them. And what this does is, and especially if this is happening within the spaces of close relationships, you are eroding that entire ability to be able to form that trust, which is at the crux of any relationship. So we end up having to work, one, with children very extensively in helping them start rebuilding that ability to be able to place their faith and belief that there will be people who can protect them, who will not hurt them, who will not harm them, and that they will be able to rebuild life and move forward in a way in which they can be productive and also achieve their own potential. So that is one piece of the work that needs to be done. And the second element with children also tends to be evaluating and assessing whether there is any mental health related illness also which is at play, because we know for a fact that individuals who go through abuse are very much susceptible to developing illnesses like post-traumatic stress disorder, depression, anxiety. These conditions can very much be there, and they need to also be looked at from a clinical standpoint. The second aspect is that you need to start working also with the families to help them develop the sensitivity to understand what is happening with the child. If the child is being irritable, is getting angry, is snappy, does not want to be closely held a lot of times, families do not understand what is this going on. And you have to psychoeducate them to develop the ability to understand why would certain reactions be happening on the part of the child. Secondly, also helping them build processes and systems within their dynamic within the household, which would allow them to support the child in the best way. A lot of times people tend to adhere to what they believe would work best, and they do not necessarily try to develop the understanding or the empathy to know what would the child require. And so they will keep doing things which they think would work, but not necessarily hear and respond to what the child is really asking for.
मैं यहाँ पर ये बड़ी जरूरी कुछ बातें हैं। कैलाश जी, मैं आपके पास आना चाहता हूँ। देखिए, दोनों त्यागी जी ने भी जो बात की, रचना जी ने और कामना छिब्बर जी, एक लीगल एस्पेक्ट के बारे में बात हो रही है। एक कानून आया है, लेकिन उस कानून के डिलीवरी मैकेनिज्म पर सवाल उठ रहे हैं। इसको कैसे मजबूत किया जाए? आपके क्या एक्सपीरियंस रहे?
इसके 2-3 तरीके हैं। पहला तो ये कि कोई भी कानून एक आखिरी परिणाम नहीं है। कानून एक रास्ता है न्याय तक पहुंचाने का, और यूँ भी कह सकते हैं कि एक हथियार है, एक औजार है जिसके लिए हाथ चाहिए, दिमाग चाहिए, दिल चाहिए, जिसका ठीक ठीक इस्तेमाल हो। सही बात। तो उसको चलाने वाले हाथ चाहिए। तो हमारे लिए ज़रूरी है कि आम लोगों में ये चेतना जगे कि कानूनी अधिकार उनका है, उन्हें न्याय मिल सकता है, जिसकी कमी है बहुत ज़्यादा, ख़ासकर विक्टिम्स में, सर्वाइवर्स में, उनके पेरेंट्स में। तो ज़रूरी है कि हम ऐसे वकील तैयार करें। इसीलिए हम लोग प्रो बोनो भी तैयार कर रहे हैं, और 61 वकील 61 तो हम लोगों ने हायर किए हैं इस बीच में, इस कैंपेन के जरिए। अच्छा। तो वो भी ज़रूरी है कि वो कानून को वहाँ तक पहुँचाएं, ताकि वो जुडिशियल और लीगल इंस्टीट्यूशंस का फ़ायदा उठा सकें। लेकिन सामाजिक चेतना जितनी ज़रूरी है कि न्याय के लिए एक तड़फ पैदा हो, और दूसरा ये कि विक्टिम्स का और विटनेसेस का प्रोटेक्शन बहुत ज़रूरी है, कि वो वहाँ तक जाके और कह सकें और लड़ाई आखिरी तक ले जा सकें, आखिरी अंजाम तक। बिल्कुल, ये जरा मुश्किल काम है।
I liked what Rachna Tyagi said, that after 3 years, if the case is dragging on, there should be some kind of mechanism.
By the High Court.
Right. Well, thank you so much, Dr. Chibber and Rachna, for joining us on the telethon. We also are now joined by Vasvi Bharatram, Joint Vice Chairperson of the Sri Ram Schools. Thank you so much for joining us. The Justice for Every Child campaign has been underway now for a year, and I'd like to talk to you. It was launched, and it also provides legal and mental health support to children who've been sexually abused. So looking back, what is your view of the work done by the campaign?
Firstly, I'd like to congratulate Kailash ji again on this fantastic campaign. It's been 1 year, and I think they have done some fantastic, impactful work on the ground. I was very happy to be part of this campaign and to support it in whichever way I could. And the area that I chose for them to work in was Madhya Pradesh, and because we were keen to support the people in that area. And I've got a report, and I'm so happy to see the kind of things that they have done. They have supported like more than 900 families, 900 children who have been abused. They're trying to get them legal support, emotional support. They have also helped to bring children back to schools, children who had dropped out for various reasons, families that have been struggling. They have, got them attached to government social security schemes so that they have some means of income. They have also conducted raids where they have helped bring out children from situations that they have been put into and have not been able to help themselves. So it's wonderful to see the kind of work that they are doing. And I really hope that this continues across India, and more and more children and families are helped by this initiative.
Well, thank you, Ms. Bharatram, for the support you've been giving this campaign. And, it's especially important as schools are referred to as second homes for children. And, there's a teacher or Didi who can often spot if there's something wrong with a child. And for this, to equip them for this, it's very important to sensitize them and create awareness among the staff. And as one of the leading educationists of the country, what is it that you advocate when it comes to dealing with mental health issues in children who may otherwise think twice before opening up about any sort of issues they're facing?
So, it's absolutely right that, children spend their time either at home or in the school. The first point of help and care are parents and families and caregivers at home. And the second one is the teachers and their, friends in school. And they are the people actually who are the first ones to pick up if there is any difference in behavior of a child. So if a child goes from a happy-go-lucky child to somebody who becomes quiet, who doesn't want to interact with their friends, who wants to sleep more than usual, whose grades are slipping, whose normal behavior is changed in a particular way, they are the first ones whose antennas actually should be up to be able to pick up signs of trouble. And then, it's only a caring, nurturing, and believing environment where a child will actually open up and speak if they are having some trouble. So that is the kind of child-friendly, nurturing, loving spaces that we need to create in our schools and in our homes. And also when a child comes to us, encourage them to speak and believe them in whatever they are saying. I think those would be the most important things that we can do to actually help children to open up. Also, children need to believe that it's okay to be not okay. So it's fine. There is no stigma attached and it's fine to talk about it. So only if the adults normalize it, will children also normalize it.
वासवी भरतराम जी, आपका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए। इस कार्यक्रम को हम जारी रख रहे हैं और आइए आपको कुछ डेटा बता दें, कुछ फैक्ट्स बता दें। हर 8 मिनट में एक बच्चा गायब हो जाता है भारत में। 2020 में ही 47% जो बच्चे थे वो विक्टिम्स हुए थे ट्रैफिकिंग के। ये आधे विक्टिम्स हैं। जो बच्चे जिनको ट्रैफिक किया गया, जिनका यौन शोषण हुआ, उनको बाल मजदूरी में ढकेला गया। आप ये सोचिए कि किसी और की जंग इन बच्चों से लड़ाई गई। उनको कुछ कुछ बोल करके, झांसा दे करके, कभी ये बोला जाता है कि आपको अच्छी शिक्षा मिलेगी, पैसा मिलेगा, ये सब करके उनको झांसे में लाया जाता है और उसके बाद उनका यौन शोषण, उनका उत्पीड़न। और आप सोचिए मानसिक स्थिति क्या होगी इन बच्चों की जब इनकी उम्र 5 साल, 6 साल वो इन सब चीजों से गुजर रहे हैं। कैलाश सत्यार्थी चिल्ड्रन फाउंडेशन एक ऐसा नेटवर्क तैयार कर रहा है जिससे पता चले इन बच्चों के बारे में, और जो रेस्क्यू हो गए हैं उनका एक नेटवर्क बने ताकि वो एक तरीके की इंटेलिजेंस प्रोवाइड कर सकें, पता कर सकें और औरों को सचेत कर सकें, बता सकें कि किस तरीके से ल्योर किया जाता है, किस तरीके से फंसाया जाता है जाल में। अपने अनुभव से ये प्रयास करें कि शायद किसी और बच्चे के साथ बिल्कुल ऐसा ही ना हो।
Right, and in those visuals we could see children being rescued in the trains. We're now going to focus on another aspect of the Kailash Satyarthi Children Foundation work. They have a survivor-led intelligence network, and this is spread across several high-risk districts. Now, these are survivors who themselves have been victims, but now they are helping the campaign, and they're the foot soldiers in a sense. They're the eyes and ears on the ground, and they alert authorities if they feel that something is amiss, if a child is being kidnapped, and in fact, they've been involved in rescuing more than 9,000 trafficked children. Can you imagine? Yeah. Thanks to this intelligence
Satyarthi,
network.
It was a brilliant idea. Has it turned out to be really indispensable for you?
Well, Dr. Roy, you can actually speak to some of the people who've been involved in this.
I just want to hear his actual experience first and then we'll move on. They would also like to hear it.
So, during the last 1 year, these survivors and their network has been able to rescue more than 5,000 children in 1.5 years, 9,000, more than 9,000 children.
Wow.
Because I always believed that the survivors' voice is the most compelling voice, most honest voice.
Yes.
Most loudest.
Yeah.
That this is the loudest voice. If they go to the people, people believe them, they trust them. And that is the thing which the parents and the villagers don't share easily with government officials and white-collar social workers and so on. But when the survivors go and talk to them, they tell the whole story. Wow. Even the sexual abuse story, trafficking story, and then this intelligence is gathered and then properly analyzed by our social scientists and others, legal department people, and then we go for rescue operations. But I am so proud that many of the children whom we freed 10 years ago, 15 years ago, they are the leaders and liberators.
Wow.
Right from the beginning, Dr. Rai, I had a dream that it should not be me or my senior colleagues remain the liberators and leaders and champions for whole of their life. We have to create new champions, and these champions and leaders should emerge from the survivors themselves. And we are so happy to tell that they are the liberators now, not me or not my people.
And I imagine being eyes and ears of this intelligence network, they probably know the signs. As you said, that sometimes people don't open up, but they've been through it. They know the signs of a child who's being trafficked or is facing some sort of abuse. We're now joined by two of them, Arvind Sharma and Nirmal. They are part of the survival-led intelligence network. Thank you so much for joining us. और अरविंद शर्मा, पहले आपसे बात करना चाहते हैं. आप अपने बारे में हमको बताइए, आप कैसे इस मुहिम में जुड़े?
नमस्ते मैम, मेरा नाम अरविंद है और मैं इस मूवमेंट से जुड़ना और मेरी जो जुड़ाव रहा है वो मैं बताना चाहूँगा. मैं आज से तकरीबन 14-15 साल पहले एक होटल में बाल मजदूर था. मुझे बचपन बचाओ आंदोलन के कार्यकर्ता द्वारा मुक्त कराया गया. उसके बाद मैंने अपनी शिक्षा बाल आश्रम में रहकर पूरी की, जो कि आदरणीय भाई साहब श्री कैलाश सत्यार्थी जी, जिनको देश और दुनिया आज पूरा नोबेल शांति विजेता के नाम से जानते हैं, लेकिन हम उनको प्यार से भाई साहब जी बोलते हैं, क्योंकि जब मैं 8 साल का था तब से ही रह के मैं बाल आश्रम में रहकर, जो कि भले ही वो दूसरा घर है, पुनर्वास केंद्र है, वहां पर रहकर हमने शिक्षा किया, लेकिन मैं सोचता हूँ कि वो मेरा पहला घर है, क्योंकि आदरणीय भाई साहब हमें पिता जैसा मिला और आदरणीय सुमेधा कैलाश जो माता जी हैं, माता जैसा प्यार मिला, और वहाँ का शिक्षा जो कि मुझे आज एक नेक रास्ता जो बनने के लिए, और मेरा जो बचपन था, मेरा जो अधिकार था, वो मुझे मिला बाल आश्रम में रहकर. और मेरा एक होटल का जिंदगी और एक बाल आश्रम में रहने के बाद का जिंदगी मुझे आज, जहां मैं संगठन से जो मेरी जुड़ाव हुई है, ये कहीं ना कहीं मुझे लगता है कि आज का अरविंद और पिछला जो होटल वाला अरविंद था उसमें बहुत फर्क है. मैं आज 14 साल के बाद, 15 साल के बाद ये महसूस मैं मतलब ये नहीं सोच पा रहा हूँ कि मैं आज यहाँ हूँ और अपने बारे में बता पा रहा हूँ कि मेरी जिंदगी क्या है. बिकॉज भाई साहब, आप और ये जो मुझे जिंदगी मिली, रियली मैं बहुत थैंकफुल हूँ इसके लिए कि मुझे ये जिंदगी मिली, क्योंकि मेरा बचपन और आपका जो संकल्प है कि बच्चे का बचपन में ही सुनिश्चित करे, वो मुझे मिला.
अरविंद, आपको कैलाश जी सुन सकते हैं, वो आपकी सारी बात यहाँ पर सुन सकते हैं. कैलाश जी,
और शायद अरविंद कह नहीं पा रहे हैं, लेकिन कैलाश जी, you were telling us about his story. If you could share that with us.
जी, अरविंद उन बच्चों में से या उन नेताओं में से, उन मुक्तिदाताओं में से एक है जिसे 8 साल की उम्र में हम लोगों ने मुक्त कराया था, हमारे बाल आश्रम में रहा, और आज अरविंद के नेतृत्व में सैकड़ों बच्चे आई रिपीट आज़ाद हुए हैं, और खुद डायरेक्ट एक्शन करके भी अरविंद और उसके साथियों ने छोड़ा है, और इंटेलिजेंस नेटवर्क जो हमारा सर्वाइवर्स इंटेलिजेंस नेटवर्क है उसको लीड करते हुए भी कई हजार बच्चों की सूचनाएं हम लोगों ने इकट्ठी की हैं इनके माध्यम से. तो मुझे सबसे ज़्यादा खुशी, अरविंद, तुम जैसे लोग जब नेतृत्व ले रहे हैं तो निश्चित तौर पर हम हमारी ज़िंदगी में देखेंगे कि भारत का हर बच्चा आज़ादी से मुस्करा रहा हो, कोई उसको तकलीफ ना हो. फैंटास्टिक. बिल्कुल बिल्कुल.
मुझे बहुत अच्छा लगा भाई साहब. पहली बार मैं एक बात बताना चाहूँगा, मैं पहली बार भाई साहब जी से लाइव बात कर पा रहा हूँ, और वो भी टीवी पे. ये सौभाग्य मेरे लिए पहली बार हुआ जिंदगी में. लेकिन भाई साहब, एक बात मैं बताना चाहूँगा, जब भी मैं कैंपेन को लीड करता हूँ और हमारे साथ कई सैकड़ों साथी हैं जो सर्वाइवर्स हैं, वो बहुत ही विकट और कठिन जगह हैं, जो डिस्ट्रिक्ट्स हैं, जो जिले हैं, गांव हैं, वहाँ पे हम ये नेटवर्क्स चला रहे हैं, क्योंकि अधिकतर वहीं से बच्चे ट्रैफिकिंग होते हैं बाहर अन्य जहाँ शहरों में. तो उनको जो ले जाने का जो यातना जो हम लोगों ने देखा है, जो हमारे कॉन्सेप्ट में जला कि हमें कैसे बोला जाता है और समझाया जाता है, फिर हमें होटल में या ढाबों में या बाहर जहां हमें ले जाना है वहां पे बात भेज दिया जाता है, वो हमें पता नहीं होता. तो वो हमने जो समझा, जब हम इसी कॉन्सेप्ट के साथ जब हम ग्राउंड पे इम्प्लीमेंट करते हैं, तो कई सारे चीजें होती है कि जो बहुत ही पुअर बैकग्राउंड से बिलोंग करते हैं फैमिली मेंबर, वो समझने को तैयार नहीं होते हैं. लेकिन जब हम इस कॉन्सेप्ट के साथ गुजरते कि आज आप नहीं समझ रहे हैं, लेकिन कल के आपके बच्चे जब फंस जाते हैं, जब मजबूरी में होता है, तो क्या होता है ना कि जब किसी एक इंसान का हाथ कटता है तो मलहम पट्टी उसी को जरूरत होती है। जब हम कहते हैं कि ये बात आप समझिए, जब आपका बच्चा फंसेगा तब आप बोलेंगे कि मेरे बच्चे को बचाओ, लेकिन हम चाहते हैं उस बच्चे को फंसने से पहले, शोषण का शिकार होने से पहले ही आप क्यों नहीं बचा रहे हैं?
बिल्कुल।
तो ये जो कॉन्सेप्ट है हमारा, जब हम जाते हैं ग्राउंड पे तो रियली अगर जब फैमिली इस चीज को समझ के हमारा इस मूवमेंट से जुड़ता है, इस अभियान के साथ, इस कारवां के साथ जुड़ता है, तब हमें लगता है कि सच में मैंने जो आज ये
बहुत कठिन काम,
मुझे बहुत अच्छा लगा,
बहुत ही कठिन काम अरविंद, और जिस तरीके से आप बता रहे हैं, आप कल्पना करना मुश्किल होगा कि किस किस्म की परिस्थिति में आप वहां पर काम कर रहे होंगे। निर्मल भी हमारे साथ जुड़े हैं। निर्मल, मैं एक सवाल आपसे पूछना चाहता था। ये जो इंटेलिजेंस नेटवर्क है, ये जब आप जाते हैं, सूचना आप लेकर के आते हैं और उसके बाद फिर एक्शन करते हैं, ये एक ऐसी कार्रवाई होगी जो या तो पुलिस के साथ या पुलिस के बिना दोनों करनी पड़ती होगी, क्योंकि जब इस तरीके का रैकेट चलता है या नेक्सस चलता है तो उसमें कई बार ऐसा देखा गया है कि प्रशासन भी उसमें लिप्त होता है, स्थानीय स्तर पर पुलिस भी उसमें लिप्त होती है। आपका क्या अनुभव रहा है?
मैं निर्मल कुमार, आप लोगों को नमस्ते। मैं थोड़ा सा मैं अपने बारे में परिचय दे दूं।
जी,
मेरा नाम निर्मल कुमार और मैं पहले बंधुआ मजदूर के रूप में काम करता था अपने गांव में ही, और कैलाश बचपन बचाओ आंदोलन के कार्यकर्ता श्री गुरन महतो जी हमें रेस्क्यू किए, और रेस्क्यू करने के बाद 2001 में मैं बाल आश्रम गया और बाल आश्रम में रह करके शिक्षण प्रशिक्षण प्राप्त किए, BA ग्रेजुएशन। और भाई साहब जी, भाभी जी, जिनको हम लोग माता और पिता के समान मानते हैं और कहते भी है, तो ग्रेजुएशन करके जब मैं घर लौटा तो यहाँ पे देखा बहुत सारे बच्चे हैं कि जो छोटे छोटे जो खेतों में या किसी दलाल या ट्रैफिकर के मार्फत माँ बाप पैसे की लोभ लालच में 2000-3000 रुपये के लोभ लालच में अपने बच्चों को दूसरे ठेकेदार या दलाल के साथ पंजाब दिल्ली कमाने के लिए भेज देते हैं। तो बिहार में जैसे कि अभी चलाया जा रहा है साइकिल मुक्ति कर्मा जन जागरूकता अभियान बिहार के 10 जिलों में, जिसमें कि मैं मधेपुरा से काम करता हूं, और मैं मधेपुरा से काम करता हूं तो मैं एक बार घूमते फिरते शाम के समय था, गेहूं के खेत में घूमते फिरते मैं गया और वहां पे 3 बच्चों को देखा कि बच्चे जो है वो गेहूं का जो है लंबा लंबा शीश बीन बीन कर बोझ बना बना के रख रहा था। तो मैंने पूछा कि तुम ये काम कर क्यों रहे हो? तो उन्होंने कहा कि मेरी माँ मर गई है, मेरे पिताजी मर गए हैं, हम खाएंगे क्या? तो उसी समय मेरे दिमाग में आया कि ये जो है जिला पदाधिकारी को कॉल करना चाहिए। मैं जस्ट जिला पदाधिकारी को कॉल करके जानकारी दिया कि सर हमारे गांव में मुरहो पंचायत 10 नंबर वार्ड में 3 बच्चे हैं जो कि गेहूं खेत में मैंने पाया, और उनसे पूछा भी कि तुम गेहूं का अनाज क्यों चुनते हो? तो उन्होंने बताया कि मेरे माँ बाप एक्सपायर हो गए हैं। तो मैंने डायरेक्ट सवाल किया जिला पदाधिकारी से कि आप कर क्या सकते हैं? तो उन्होंने जवाब दिया और मुझसे पहले पूछा कि तुम करते क्या हो? तो मैंने बताया कि मैं कैलाश सत्यार्थी चिल्ड्रन फाउंडेशन के तहत मैं उनको जानकारी दिया, और अपनी आदरणीय भाई साहब जी के बारे में मैंने उनको बताया कि श्री कैलाश सत्यार्थी जी को आप लोग जानते होंगे, जिसे 2014 में नोबेल पीस प्राइज मिला है, जो कि 18 वर्ष से कम उम्र के बच्चे पे किसी प्रकार का शोषण होता है तो उनके बारे में हम लोग कानून कार्रवाई या सरकार को सूचित करते हैं। तो उन्होंने तुरंत दूसरे दिन CDPO चयन अधिकारी को भेजा गया, तो 7 बच्चे को जो है परवरिश योजना से 2000 रुपये महीने की पर महीना उनको जोड़ा गया। तो अभी भी 7 बच्चे का पैसा आ रहा है। और दूसरी बात, जैसे कि हम लोग फील्ड में जाते हैं, विजिट करने के लिए जाते हैं, बच्चे के माँ बाप से पूछते हैं कि आपका बच्चा कहाँ गया है काम करने के लिए, किसके साथ गया है, और आप लोग काम करने के लिए क्यों भेजते हैं? तो पहला सवाल कि बच्चे के माँ बाप यही जवाब देते हैं कि हम गरीब हैं। तो हम लोग उनसे सवाल करते हैं कि आप गरीब हैं, लेकिन अगर आप अपने बच्चे को पढ़ाइएगा, लिखाइएगा, स्कूल भेजिएगा तो आपका गरीबी तभी दूर हो सकता है। हालांकि ना कि आप अपने बच्चों को किसी ठेकेदार या दलाल के साथ काम करने के लिए भेजिएगा, तभी आपका गरीबी, कभी भी आपका गरीबी दूर नहीं हो सकता है।
बिल्कुल।
तो ऐसे 4-5 घटना हमारे पास आया। एक नीतीश कुमार नाम का लड़का जिसका उम्र 8 वर्ष था, और हमारे कालू कुमार जो काम हम लोग अभी बिहार में मुक्ति कर्मा में कर रहे हैं, वही मुक्ति कर्मा में काम करता था कालू कुमार, जो कि अभी शहीद हो गए हैं। उनका जो है बहन का देवर, वो भी 3 साल से गुम था। तो हम लोग घूमते फिरते गए, उनके गांव पड़ता है वृंदावन, और उनसे पूछे कि आपका देवर कितने दिन से गुम है, तो उन्होंने कहा कि 3 साल से गुम है। मैंने पूछा कौन ले गया, कहा कि ठेकेदार ले गया है। तो कैलाश सत्यार्थी चिल्ड्रन फाउंडेशन के नाम से हम लोग एप्लीकेशन लिए, और मैं डायरेक्ट ठेकेदार से भी बात किया कि आप दिलखुश कुमार नाम का जो बच्चे को ले गए हैं
निर्मल और अरविंद जिस तरीके का अपना तजुर्बा बता रहे हैं, अनुभव बता रहे हैं, ये सोच के बड़ा विचित्र लगता है कि आज के इस भारत में ऐसी चीजें हो रही हैं। और क्योंकि शहरों से ये बहुत दूर हैं, इस वजह से हम लोगों को दिखाई नहीं देता और हमको लगता है कि सब कुछ ठीक है। लेकिन हैट्स ऑफ अरविंद और निर्मल जैसे ये जो इंटेलिजेंस नेटवर्क है कि आप लगातार गांव-गांव में जा करके इस तरीके से अपने अनुभव का प्रयोग करके इतना कुछ बदलाव लाने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं।
This is what you were talking about,
आप इसी चीज की बात कर रहे हैं।
जी, एग्जैक्टली। तो ये
अमेजिंग
मुश्किल काम है, लेकिन हमारे बच्चों की परवरिश और सारा अपब्रिंगिंग हमारा आश्रमों में इसी तरह का है कि दे आर नॉट जस्ट सर्वाइवर्स, दे आर द लीडर्स, दे आर द लिबरेटर्स। वही हैं जो करेंगे। और मुझे बहुत खुशी है, जो मैं बार बार कह रहा हूँ, कि हमारे बच्चे ऐसा कर पा रहे हैं। और ऐसे सैकड़ों बच्चे हैं जी। केवल ये इसी में नहीं है, हमारे इंटेलिजेंस नेटवर्क में, बल्कि लेकिन एक बात यहाँ मैं कहना चाहूँगा कि जब हम बाल मजदूरी या ट्रैफिकिंग फॉर फोर्स लेबर या बॉन्डेड लेबर की बात करते हैं, तो इसका एक बहुत घिनौना और छुपा हुआ एस्पेक्ट बाल यौन शोषण भी है जी। लड़कों का यौन शोषण होता है फैक्ट्रियों में, उनके साथ जो बड़े बच्चे होते हैं, बड़े युवा होते हैं, वो करते हैं, मालिक लोग करते हैं, और ये बच्चे बताते नहीं, लड़के। लड़कियों के मामले में और घिनौनी बात यह है, खासकर घरेलू नौकरानी जहाँ बनाई जाती हैं लड़कियाँ, या और कहीं छोटी मोटी फैक्ट्रियों में काम करती हैं ट्रैफिकिंग के बाद, तो उनका यौन शोषण चलता रहता है। लेकिन सारा मामला लेबर डिपार्टमेंट या दूसरे डिपार्टमेंट डील करते हैं, और आसानी से पता भी नहीं चल पाता कि इसका एक जो छुपा हुआ एस्पेक्ट है वो चाइल्ड सेक्सुअल अब्यूज भी है।
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल बिल्कुल। इस पर और आगे विस्तार से बात करेंगे। एक छोटे से ब्रेक के लिए रुकते हैं। ये कार्यक्रम जारी रहेगा, और एक बार फिर से आपको याद दिला दें, इस मुहिम से जरूर जुड़िए। ये इन्फॉर्मेशन है आपकी स्क्रीन पर, आप ये QR कोड स्कैन कीजिए, NDTV की वेबसाइट पे जाइए और मदद कीजिए कि किस तरीके से ये अभ्यास और प्रयास इतना सक्षम बन सके कि हम बचपन बचा सके। वक्त है एक छोटे से ब्रेक का।
निकल पड़े हैं, निकल पड़े हैं, निकल पड़े हैं, हम निकल पड़े। निकल पड़े हैं, निकल पड़े हैं, निकल पड़े हैं, हम निकल पड़े। निकल पड़े हैं, निकल पड़े हैं, निकल पड़े हैं, हम निकल पड़े।
एक बार फिर से आपका स्वागत है हमारी इस मुहिम जस्टिस फॉर एवरी चाइल्ड। NDTV और कैलाश सत्यार्थी चिल्ड्रंस फाउंडेशन लगातार ये कैंपेन चला रहा है ताकि बचपन बचा रहे। और आइए अब इस मुहिम में सीधे चलते हैं कोडरमा, जहां पर हमारे सहयोगी परिमल कुमार हमारे साथ अब जुड़ गए। परिमल।
निश्चित तौर पे फिलहाल हम कोडरमा में एक डेरवा, एक बाल ग्राम पंचायत है वहाँ पर हैं और बाल मित्र जो ग्राम है वहाँ पर हैं। और ये तमाम जो बच्चे आप देख रहे हैं बाल पंचायत के सदस्य हैं जिन्होंने कभी शायद स्कूल जाना या स्कूल देखा नहीं था, लेकिन एक पहल जो चली है उसके बाद अब ये लोग स्कूल जाने लगे हैं। कई कहानियां हैं यहाँ को लेकर और उनकी जुबानी से समझेंगे तो समझ पाएंगे कि जो सर्वाइवर हैं वो बच्चे के सपने को कैसे साकार करने में जुटे हुए हैं। सबसे पहले हम बात करते हैं गोविंद जी से। गोविंद जी सोशल एक्टिविस्ट हैं, मुक्ति आश्रम में भी रहे हैं और ये खुद बाल मजदूरी भी करते थे और कैलाश सत्यार्थी जी के बारे में जिक्र भी कर रहे थे कि उन्होंने 1996 में आपको रेस्क्यू करवाया और उसके बाद आप इस मुकाम तक पहुँचे हैं जहाँ पे लोगों को आगे बढ़ा रहे हैं। कितनी चुनौती और कितनी उपलब्धि तो बहुत बड़ी है। हमने गांव में देखा कि किस कदर से सारी चीज़ें हो रही। फिर अपनी जुबानी अगर आप बता पाएँ।
देखिए, अगर चुनौती की बात करेंगे तो जिस समय हम लोगों ने यह काम शुरू किया था तो वाकई जो है एक चुनौती था, क्योंकि ये एरिया जगह भी जो है एक नक्सल प्रभावित जगह रहा है। तो जिन गाँव में हमने काम करना शुरू किया, मैं कह सकता हूँ कि पूरा गांव का गांव बच्चे जो है मायका चुनने में काम में लगे हुए थे। स्कूलें बंद थी, टीचर जो है अपना डिप्यूटेशन करा के कुछ शहरी क्षेत्रों में रहते थे। लेकिन जब हमने शुरू किया धीरे धीरे जो है हम लोगों ने उन बच्चों को फोकस किया, ग्रामीणों के साथ जो है हमने एक धीरे धीरे एक नेटवर्क डेवलप किया। फिर बाल पंचायत की जब निर्माण हुई और बच्चों के माध्यम से जो परिवर्तन शुरू हुआ, जो अभी आपके सामने है, अभी आपके सामने कुछ बच्चे खुद भी बताएंगे। लेकिन मैं अगर 2-3 पॉइंट को फोकस करूंगा तो जिस समय हम लोगों ने शुरू किया, हम लोग कुछ वॉलंटरी टीचर रखना चाहते थे, अनौपचारिक स्कूल शुरू करना चाहते थे और हमें एक गांव में 10वीं पास एक वॉलंटियर नहीं मिलता था और आज उन गांव में लड़कियां ग्रेजुएशन कर रही हैं।
यही ग्रेजुएशन की बात पे गोविंद जो कह रहे हैं, काजल है हमारे साथ, गाँव की पहली लड़की हैं जिन्होंने जो ग्रेजुएशन में हैं, लेकिन कभी बाल मजदूरी भी करती थी काजल। लेकिन काजल को लेके इन्होंने कई बाल विवाह को भी रुकवाया है, बच्चों को स्कूल में पहुंचाया है। लेकिन एक साहसिक कहानी भी है। संक्षेप में काजल अगर बता पाएं वो साहसिक कहानी, जब खुद अकेले चली गई वहां पर जहां पे लोग अबरक चुन रहे थे और वहां पे अपनी आवाज़ आपने बुलंद की।
जी, हम तो अपने गांव में बाल मजदूरी और बाल विवाह के लेकर काम कर रहे हैं। लेकिन 1 साल पहले की बात है जब हमारे यहाँ हम लोग को देखकर किसी चाची ने बताया था कि हम लोग जो बाल मजदूरी के काम कर रहे हैं वो एक अबरक एरिया था जहाँ यहाँ से 14 किलोमीटर दूर था। उसमें हम लोग मेरे साथ मेरी फ्रेंड भी गई थी, गाँव के जो बाल पंचायत के हैं वो हम लोग गए थे उनका भ्रमण करने और एक बाल मजदूरी के रूप में गए थे। वहाँ पर देखे कि काफ़ी सारे बच्चे काम कर रहे थे और उन बच्चों को जब वहाँ के लोगों को पता चला कि हम लोग सत्यार्थी फाउंडेशन है तो वहाँ के लोग ने हम लोग पर बहुत सारे घेरा लगाए। लेकिन हम लोग तब तक उनका नाम भी लिख चुके थे, जो भी बच्चे थे उनसे मिले जुले और उन बच्चों को स्कूल में नाम दाखिला कराने के लिए हम लोग, लेकिन वहाँ के लोग थे जो कि गलत वर्ड बोल रहे थे और हम लोग से मोबाइल
लेकिन वो आखिरकार डरे और वो बच्चे जो बाल मजदूरी में जुटे हुए थे उनको फिर
हाँ, लास्ट में हम लोग के आगे उन लोग इतना मजबूर हो गए कि उन्होंने बोलने लगा कि अपने संगठन को मत बताना, हम तुम लोग के सामने हाथ जोड़ते हैं और ये बच्चे को जल्द से हम बाल मजदूरी से छुड़ा के इनको सुरक्षा के। जी, एक
राधा है हमारे साथ। राधा ब्रांड एम्बेसडर हैं, बाल विवाह को लेकर रोकने को लेकर जो मुहिम है उसको लेकर, और खुद भी एक तरीके से सर्वाइवर हैं। इनकी शादी हो रही थी 1 साल पहले
जी।
तो कैसे राधा आप बताइए कि थोड़ा सा अभी तक कितनी लड़कियों को आपने बाल विवाह होने से बचाया है, उस अभियान को मजबूती दी है, बुलंद किया है?
अभी तक हमारे कोडरमा डिस्ट्रिक्ट में 22 ऐसे लड़कियां हैं जिनकी कम उम्र में शादी हो रही थी, जो बाल विवाह से मुक्त करवा करके शिक्षा की ओर जोड़ने की प्रयास किया गया और वो भी जो शादीशुदा की ज़िंदगी थी उससे ऊपर उभर आकर के अभी पढ़ाई की ओर जुड़ी हुई हैं।
सब पढ़ी हुई
जी।
शाकिब है हमारे साथ, इन्होंने भी एक क्रांति। सब लोग अपने आप में रियल हीरो हैं, ज़मीन पे काम करते हैं और उनका काम अगर सुनेंगे तो आपको लगेगा कि ये छोटे बच्चे जो हैं वो जो आने वाला कल है उसकी बुनियाद कैसे मजबूत कर रहे हैं। शाकिब के नाम पे एक बहुत इंटरेस्टिंग चीज़ है कि स्कूल 8वीं तक था, उसको 12वीं तक करवाया। कैसे करवा पाए शाकिब?
जी,
क्या किया था आपने?
सबसे पहले तो मेरा स्कूल 8वीं तक का था और वहाँ पे बच्चे 8वीं क्लास के बाद स्कूल छोड़ देते थे, बच्चे ड्रॉप आउट हो जाते थे। कुछ लड़के थे जो 16 किलोमीटर बाद कोडरमा आके पढ़ाई करते थे, पर सबसे बड़ी समस्या थी कि लड़की पढ़ नहीं पा रही थी। तो एक दिन नीरा यादव का, शिक्षा मंत्री जो हमारी थी, उनका कैंप लगा था हमारे गांव में। वो आई थी भ्रमण के लिए, चुनाव प्रचार करने के लिए। तो उनका सभा चल रहा था और उसमें हम बाल पंचायत के बच्चे पहुंचे और माननीय लोग पंचायत के, और उनको घेर लिए। और हमारा यही कहना हुआ कि आप तो आप स्कूल को 12वीं कर दिया जाए और जितना वोट है सब वोट आपको मिल जाएगा, नहीं तो इस गांव से एक भी वोट आपको नहीं जाएगा।
और वो सबसे दिलचस्प वाकया कि वो स्कूल जो है 12वीं तक का हो गया। दरअसल एक चीज और दर्शकों को अगर संक्षेप में बताएं कि ये जो बाल मित्र का जो कंसेप्ट है वो, जैसा सत्यार्थी जी भी बता रहे थे कि उन सर्वाइवर के दम पे ये चल रहा है अलग अलग गांवों में। 503 गांव हैं कोडरमा और गिरिडीह में जहां पे ये कंसेप्ट जो है बाल पंचायत का वो चल रहा है। और ये वो बच्चे हैं जो खुद कभी बाल मजदूरी कर रहे थे या फिर किसी तरह के शोषण के शिकार थे या बाल विवाह में धकेले जा रहे थे, वो ये चुनाव लड़ते हैं बाल पंचायत का। और इनका कोऑर्डिनेशन सीधे तौर पे जो अहम पंचायत है जिसके मुखिया होते हैं, इनमें भी मुखिया, सचिव, उप मुखिया और सदस्य की बात होती है। 11 लोग होते हैं कुल, और घर घर जाते हैं और 100 से 150 घर होता है जहां इनको पहुंचना होता है और उनके बच्चों को एक तरीके से कोशिश करनी होती है कि स्कूल तक पहुंचाया जाए। और वो ये लोग बता भी रहे थे कि सभी लोग जो अटेंडेंस पहले रजिस्टर में नहीं लगता था अब वो 100% लग रहा है। तो रजिस्टर भी यहाँ पे था, आपके पास रजिस्टर भी है, बस संक्षेप में एक बार दिखाएं। इस तरीके से इन लोगों की मीटिंग होती है। ये मीटिंग में जो भी चीज़ें होती हैं वो दर्ज होती है। और ये मीटिंग कब कब होती है? महीने में एक बार अहम मीटिंग होती है और उसमें सारी चीज़ें लिखी जाती है। तमाम सदस्यों के इस पे सिग्नेचर होते हैं और उसका जो फैसला होता है काजल, वो लिखा जाता है अंत में। तो ये फैसला भी लिखा जाता है, सबके साइन भी होते हैं। तो ये तमाम चीज़ें ये जो बच्चे हैं वो अपने दम पे कर रहे हैं, एक समर्थन इनको मिल रहा है ऊपर से, लेकिन जो हौसले की उड़ान है या सपनों को परवाज देने की कोशिश है वो साकार कर रहे हैं ज़मीन पर ये बच्चे।
ये बहुत ही शानदार है। बाल पंचायत मतलब बच्चे खुद अपनी पंचायत लगाते हैं, खुद फैसले लेते हैं और महीने भर बाद ये तय करते हैं आज हमने ये फैसला लिया।
ट्रैवल अराउंड द विलेज एंड क्रिएट
अवेयरनेस। वोटिंग भी होती है।
अच्छा, वोटिंग भी होती है।
वोटिंग भी होती है। वंडरफुल। बाल
वोटिंग भी होती है। जिसको सबसे ज्यादा वोट मिलता है वो मुखिया, उससे कम वोट उप मुखिया, उससे कम वोट सचिव, और बाकी लोग जो 8 लोग बचते हैं वो सदस्य होते हैं।
शानदार।
Bal Mitra Gram there, and it shows you, you know, what's happening on the ground and what efforts are being made to create awareness among children in the villages so they feel more empowered and, you know, demand their rights. Well, let's now bring you some messages from some distinguished people who've been supporting this campaign, from judges to police officers and activists.
Children are the future of any nation. Therefore, it becomes imperative to create conducive environment and provide them all that is essential for their growth. Towards this end, we not only need to protect their rights, but to also ensure that they are not exploited. I hope that this would generate a kind of awareness not only in the society, but all other stakeholders, other media groups will also come forward. So my salutes to Mr. Kailash Satyarthi for taking this challenge.
देखिए, पहली बात जो मैं महसूस करता हूं कि पुलिस एकेडमी में उन्होंने एक ट्रेनिंग प्रोग्राम और सेंसिटाइजेशन प्रोग्राम रखा था। मुझे खुशी है कि वो उतना अच्छी तरह से किया कि जो पुलिस ऑफिसर्स और जो हमारे फील्ड फंक्शनरीज हैं उनके ऊपर बहुत उसका असर हुआ और उसके बाद बहुत अच्छा एक्शन फील्ड में देखने को मिला। इनकी तरफ से खूब अवेयरनेस ड्राइव्स होकर के और स्कूल्स में, कॉलेजेस में पैदल यात्राएं हुई। मुझे याद है एक यात्रा में सत्यार्थी जी खुद भी पधारे थे, तो उसका बहुत असर हुआ। और अब ये टॉपिक जिसको बहुत सारे लोग जानते नहीं थे, चाइल्ड राइट्स को लेकर के, चाइल्ड सेफ्टी को लेकर के, उसमें बहुत सारे लोग जुड़ने लगे हैं और स्थिति में इम्प्रूवमेंट हो रहा है।
Especially when it comes to the project Panchi, the district administration which started, Kailash Satyarthi Foundation, that was the lead partner, and they gave us suggestions how to go ahead and implement on this, and even to bring on board other civil society organizations who are working in this domain. In Project Panchi, they worked as our lead partner and even assisting in terms of capacity building, in terms of act rules and how to go ahead.
हमारा क्षेत्र है वो है बच्चों के लिए, और जो मेरा अनुभव रहा लगभग बहुत सारी चीज सीखने के लिए भी मिला। और हम लोग बहुत सारे बच्चों के, हजारों की संख्या में बच्चों को ट्रैफिकिंग से, चाइल्ड मैरिज से, अलग अलग सिचुएशन में जो बच्चे शोषित हो रहा है, जैसे सेक्सुअल अब्यूज, तो हम लोग अपने डिस्ट्रिक्ट लेवल, जैसे कि एक डिस्ट्रिक्ट को लेते हैं, जैसे कटिहार डिस्ट्रिक्ट से हम काम कर रहे हैं, तो बहुत सारे बच्चों को जब बचाते हैं या ऐसे एक भी बच्चे को बचा लेते तो उस वक्त महसूस होता है कि चलो कुछ आत्मसंतुष्टि जो बोलता है, तो कैलाश सत्यार्थी चिल्ड्रन फाउंडेशन के साथ जुड़ के आत्मसंतुष्टि वो चीज मिला।
Justice for every child is an absolute need. Children should get the best possible of everything that we can offer them. When it comes to children who go through any form of abuse, it's so important to offer them, provide them for all possible support systems, especially taking care of their mental health. We at the Fortis National Mental Health Program are proud to be associated with this initiative, Justice for Child, by the Kailash Satyarthi Children Foundation, as we help them providing mental support not just to children as well as to the first responders.
Mentioning Kailash about Fortis.
He's very closely associated with the campaign, isn't it, Dr. Parekh? We've had him on our shows that we've been doing in the last year as a part of the campaign.
So we are very thankful to him and his team that they are working pro bono and with
pro bono.
Yeah, with a lot of passion. I mean, so they are so much engaged in training our activists and also in some other activities. So we are able to help. Yeah, so really people like him and institutions like Fortis have been very, very helpful.
बहुत ही बढ़िया.
So many people coming and supporting the campaign, helping in whichever way they can. Well, we just saw a Bal Mitra Gram in Koderma earlier, but now let's go across to Shunakshi, who is at a Bal Mitra Mandal, and this is in a slum in Delhi where they're working with children, and I think the children have a little skit ready for you, Mr. Satyarthi. Let's go over to Shunakshi.
That's brilliant.
Good evening to my colleagues in the studio, Gargi, Sanket, Dr. Roy and Kailash ji. I want to begin by thanking you, your organization and the fantastic cause for which you're working towards. It's because of that today I have been educated by these children, all of 10 to 15 years of age, on a sensitive topic such as child sexual abuse. They have been preparing here very hard for days in this urban slum that I come to you from at the national capital. They have been talking about and they want to present to you. This presentation is about how the immediate members of our immediate surroundings, such as our own families and our neighborhood, how some of them take advantage of the innocence of a child and commit a crime such as child sexual abuse. So I leave it to them with their message today for all of us. Break the silence. Please watch.
रेल हमारी चलती जाए तुझको मुझको जोड़ती जाए, रेल हमारी चलती जाए तुझको मुझको जोड़ती जाए. धप्पा नहीं खो खो, धप्पा नहीं खो खो, धप्पा खो खो, धप्पा खो खो. अरे कोई तो रोको.
अंकल नाम बहुत बड़ा है. ये अंकल नाम दुनिया में हर जगह पाए जाते हैं. ये अंकल हमारे आगे पीछे दाएं बाएं हर जगह, यहाँ तक कि हमारे घरों में भी पाए जाते हैं ये अंकल. हेलो, हाँ, कल की किटी पार्टी कैसी थी? मेरी तो अच्छी थी. हाँ, मेरी बहुत अच्छी थी. हाँ, बस मिलते हैं आधे घंटे में. हाँ. माँ, मैं खेलने जा रही हूँ. ठीक है, जा. जाके देख कौन है. चाचा जी आप? हाँ मैं. मेरे लिए गुड़िया तो लाए हो ना? हाँ मुन्नी लाया हूँ. अरे भाई साहब आप आ गए? हाँ आ गया. आइए बैठिए, नाश्ता पानी कीजिए, मैं आता हूँ. ठीक है. चाचा जी मेरी गुड़िया? चाचा नहीं, अंकल बोल. अंकल. ठीक है अंकल. तेरी गुड़िया लाया हूँ, तेरी जैसी है, तेरे ही लिए है. ये बात किसी को बताइए मत. ठीक है. लाल लाल चुन्नी छोटी सी मुन्नी,
लाल सी मुन्नी लाल लाल चुन्नी, छोटी सी मुन्नी लाल लाल चुन्नी, छोटी सी मुन्नी लाल लाल चुन्नी.
ना जाने क्यों हम बच्चे फंसते कर रह जाते हैं इन अंकलों के चक्कर में। कभी प्यारा मुन्ना, कभी प्यारी मुन्नी, कभी चॉकलेट, कभी गुड़िया, इन तरह तरह के लालचों के चक्कर में हम बच्चे घिर जाते हैं। मुन्ना, अरे ओ मुन्ना। हाँ माँ। कहाँ गया? फिर से खेलने चला गया क्या? अरे नहीं माँ, मैं तो घर ही में था। जा पास की दुकान से एक पैकेट ब्रेड लिया। ठीक है माँ। अंकल, मम्मी ने ब्रेड मंगाया है, ब्रेड दे दो। अच्छा रुक, अभी देता हूँ। ये ले, सुन, आज चॉकलेट नहीं लेगा। पैसे नहीं दिए। मैं दूँ? दो। लेकिन ना किसी को बताइयो मत। ठीक है। चल मेरे साथ। हिंदुस्तान में आज भी 10 बच्चों में से 8 बच्चों के साथ बाल शोषण होता है। आज हम आपके सामने कुछ ऐसी ही कहानियां लेकर आए हैं जो आपके आगे और आपके पीठ पीछे होती है।
सब बैठ गए क्या? अरे बैठेगा तुम्हारे सर पे, खड़े होने की जगह नहीं है यहाँ तो। चलूं क्या?
चलो।
चलता हूँ।
पापा पापा, मेरे पाँव में दर्द कर रहा है, मुझे कहीं पे बैठा दो।
अरे भाई साहब, मेरी गुड़िया को अपने गोद में थोड़ी देर के लिए बैठा लीजिए।
हाँ हाँ, क्यों नहीं। छोटी सी मुन्नी लाल लाल, तू छोटी सी बच्ची है, बिल्कुल परी जैसी है।
मैं छोटी सी बच्ची हूँ, बिल्कुल परी जैसी हूँ। मैं छोटी सी बच्ची हूँ, बिल्कुल परी जैसी हूँ।
छोटू हो, मुन्नी हो या हो मुन्ना, आखिर कब तक फंस के रहेंगे हम इस भंवर में। कितना मुश्किल है किसी पर भरोसा करना। यदि हम बोले, हमारा भरोसा करेगा कौन? क्या हम चुप रहे या चुप रहना ही बेहतर है, ये हम आप पे छोड़ते हैं।
धन्यवाद।
So, Gargi, Sanket, Kailash ji, Dr. Roy, what a moving, what an inspiring play over there by these 15 kids, all of 10 to 15 years of age. I quickly want to invite Nisha, who in fact was part of this kit. Nisha is a member of the Bal Mitra Mandal. Nisha, very nice play, बहुत अच्छा लगा, very strong message. क्यों ना आप अब हमारे दर्शकों को बताइए ये BMM क्या है, बाल मित्र मंडल क्या है, इस प्रोग्राम में क्या सिखाया जाता है बच्चों को?
देखिए, बेसिकली ये बाल मित्र मंडल है बच्चों में ही एक मित्रता, बच्चों के साथ हम काम करते हैं मिलके, और इसमें हमें सिखाया जाता है अपने अधिकारों के ऊपर, हमें जागरूक किया जाता है, हमें स्कूल में हमें चाइल्ड लेबर से दूर रखा जाता है, बाल मजदूरी नहीं करने को जागरूक किया जाता है, और बच्चों को स्कूल में जाना चाहिए ये भी बताया जाता है।
जी, क्या आप किसी ऐसे बच्चे को जानते हैं इस ग्रुप में या आपके फ्रेंड सर्कल में जिनके साथ ऐसा कुछ हुआ था?
हाँ, ऐसा मतलब उन्होंने बताया था, लेकिन उस टाइम पे उन्हें ऐसा लगा नहीं, लेकिन उनको मतलब बाद में वो फील हुआ, तो मैं ऐसे को मैं बुलाना चाहूंगी।
जी नहीं, बिल्कुल. In fact, I'd like to take it to the studios, Kailash ji. If there's a question you all would like to ask Nisha or the group over here who've just performed this skit.
Sure. पूछिए.
क्या आप कैलाश?
Oh yeah, sorry. I thought that one of them is going to ask. Yeah.
मैं कैलाश सर को
कुछ
पूछना तो नहीं चाहती, लेकिन कुछ बताना चाहती हूँ कि ये जो उनका जो सपना था 2025 तक बाल मजदूरी मतलब हटाने का, वो हम अपने बच्चे मतलब पूरा कर रहे हैं. Nisha says कि the message that the dream that Kailash ji has till about 2025 to eradicate, to eliminate the atrocities on children and child sexual abuse. She says that children like her are actually putting those efforts on ground to make sure that dream comes true. And I would just like to say one message, that it's absolutely fantastic to see these children at such a young age talk about sensitive topics such as child sexual abuse, about good touch and bad touch. The fact that they're already talking about this is a huge step in the way forward.
Wonderful. किया कैलाश जी, आप नोटिस कीजिए कि इनके पास माइक्रोफोन नहीं है, तो ये जो आवाज बुलंद है कि ये बिना माइक्रोफोन के अपनी बात आगे पहुंचा सकते हैं.
This is a breakthrough for them to be performing in such a difficult subject, taboo subject. How did you?
Absolutely, because these children do not belong to middle class family, and the normally schooling children. They are all slum dwellers. And speaking out on such sensitive topic, इतना मुश्किल है ये sexual abuse, good touch, bad touch. वो अंकल कह रही है किसी को कि सब तरफ हमारे अंकल घूम रहे हैं. अब उस गांव में
मुन्ना बोल करके
मोहल्ले में सब घूम रहे हैं अगर अंकल, तो सचमुच इस तरह के अंकल रहे हैं वहाँ. और अभी इन बच्चों ने कोशिश करके उन अंकलों का दिल दिमाग बदला है. So that is so difficult. I mean, it was so struggling in the beginning.
From taboo to bloody
social taboo
demonstrating
to,
it, yeah, propagating and educating.
इसीलिए उनकी आवाज इतनी बुलंद आवाज है, बिना माइक्रोफोन के भी वो ताकत के साथ बोल सकते हैं, क्योंकि वो दिल से निकलने वाली आवाज है. इनके बहुतों के साथ ये सब हो रहा था और आज वो इतनी ताकत से बोल रहे हैं.
Wonderful to see that, Sonakshi. Thank you so much for joining us and the young children there with you.
Thank you, Sonakshi.
Thank you all for joining us. Well, those are some child heroes, and now we bring you some other real-life heroes on the telethon. Their alertness and intervention has helped save children from abuse, because remember, we've been talking about that, how people need to speak out, how each one of us can be one. We can be aware and alive to the situation as they were. Well, joining us now on the telethon, we have Sunita, who is a constable and anti-human trafficking unit, Delhi Police. She has traced 73 kidnapped children so far. We have Brahmdat Rajput, an e-rickshaw driver, who in Delhi, he was very alert when he saw a man boarding his rickshaw along with 2 minor girls, and then his alertness also informing authorities helped save them. Nitresh Kumar Sharma, a constable with the Rajasthan police, whose picture recently went viral when he was rescuing a baby from a burning house in Karoli recently. That's right, that picture went absolutely viral. And Durga Ram Muwal, a teacher from Udaipur, who's again, his passion and intervention has helped save more than 40 tribal children from being trafficked for over the last couple of years. Thank you so much everyone for joining us. हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए आपका शुक्रिया. And let's first start with Sunita. Sunita जी, अगर आप हमें बता सकते हैं about this entire effort जो आप child trafficking के बारे में, आपने कैसे children को rescue किया, आपको कैसे पता चल जाता है कि कोई child traffic हो रहे हैं?
गुड इवनिंग एवरीवन. मैं डब्ल्यू कांस्टेबल सुनीता, गांव मानवता जाटान, जिला झुंझुनू, राजस्थान की रहने वाली हूँ. मैंने 10 नवंबर 2014 में दिल्ली पुलिस ज्वाइन किया था. प्रेजेंट में मेरी पोस्टिंग एंटी ह्यूमन ट्रैकिंग यूनिट वेस्ट डिस्ट्रिक्ट में चल रही है. इसमें मेरा स्पेशल काम यही बच्चों को ट्रेस करना है, मिसिंग एंड किडनैपिंग बच्चों को ट्रेस करना है. यहाँ पे मैंने अब तक 90 के आसपास बच्चे ट्रेस किए हैं. सबसे पहले मैं जिपनेट से अपनी वो सूचना लेती हूँ कि कोई बच्चा दिल्ली का कोई मिसिंग तो नहीं हुआ है, किडनैप तो नहीं हुआ है. और जो बाहर के होते हैं, बिहार के होते हैं, एमपी के होते हैं, जो भी अदर स्टेट के होते हैं, उनका हमें होम से पता चलता है. जैसे ही हम होम में विजिट करते हैं तो वहां से हमें पता चलता है कि बच्चा कोई गुम है. वहां जाके हम इंफॉर्मेशन लेते हैं होम से.
जी बिल्कुल. नेत्रेश शर्मा भी अब हमारे साथ जुड़े हैं. नेत्रेश जी, आपकी जो वो तस्वीर थी करौली में, जब आप एक बच्चे को बचा करके निकाल रहे थे जहां आग जनी थी, वो उस तस्वीर ने कई लोगों का दिल तोड़ा भी होगा तो कईयों का दिल जोड़ा भी है, और एक उम्मीद जगाई है कि जब इस तरीके की परिस्थिति होती है, जब हिंसा होती है, आगजनी होती है, तो उस बीच में एक आवाज जिसके ऊपर किसी का ध्यान ही नहीं जाता, वो होते हैं बच्चे. आपने क्या देखा जो आपको ये महसूस हुआ कि उस शोर शराबे में, उस आगजनी में एक बच्चे को बचाया जाए, जिसके बारे में ना कोई देख रहा था, ना बोल रहा था, ना सुन रहा
था? जी, उस समय बच्चे की तरफ किसी का शायद ध्यान नहीं गया. मेरा ध्यान गया तो बच्चे की माँ ने ऐसे कहा, मतलब एक मार्मिक आवाज मुझे सुनाई दी कि कम से कम कोई मेरे बच्चे को तो बचा लो. अब ऐसी परिस्थिति में सामने कोई इंसान खड़ा है, और इंसान भी वो जिसने वर्दी पहन रखी है, तो फिर सर उसमें सोचने समझने की और क्या बात है. फिर तो मतलब हमारा जो नैतिक कर्तव्य है, मानवीय कर्तव्य है, और जो वर्दी के प्रति जो हमारा कर्तव्य है, वो सबसे पहले यही है कि हमें वो बच्चा या बच्ची की जगह कोई और भी हो तो उसे बचाना ही चाहिए. लेकिन यदि बच्चा है जो बोल नहीं सकता, जिसकी माँ आवाज लगा रही है, तो हमारा पहला कर्तव्य यही है कि चाहे हमारे ऊपर कोई आंच आ जाए, लेकिन सामने वाले की जिंदगी कैसे भी करके सुरक्षित करनी है।
जी
बिल्कुल। Nitesh ji, thank you so much for sharing that, and that picture really went viral, and as you said, it was heart-rending, but at the same time gave hope. We're also joined by Sushmita Sen, somebody who's supporting this campaign, who's going to be a part of this entire segment where we're talking to real-life heroes whose intervention has helped save people. Thank you so much, Sushmita Sen, for joining us, and tell us why this cause is so important for you.
Firstly, thank you so much for having me be a part of this. And a very blessed and a happy Mother's Day to everyone. The cause is just children. मुझे कभी-कभी ऐसा लगता है कि हम जब बच्चों को cause बोलते हैं, तो उसमें ही problem है. You know, it's Kailash ji said something beautiful. जब मैं उनका एक वीडियो देख रही थी, and उन्होंने कहा, बच्चों को आज़ादी होनी चाहिए to be children. Children should be free to be children. You know, and that's our job as grown-ups. Not your child or my child, but the safety and security और उनका बचपन उसे safe रखना हमारी जिम्मेदारी है. So I'm very privileged that I get a platform like this to be a part of that voice. And yeah, I will always support children. They're my favorite people.
Well, Sushmita, thanks so much for joining us. This is Prannoy here. I must say that you are a person with a heart, and you get involved in so many issues. And the great thing about you and, say, Amitabh Bachchan, that when you speak, people listen. So it's lovely to have you on the show because you have an impact.
Thank you.
And I know that's not the reason, but what really motivates you to get out of your world and to help others and to help children in particular? I know you're a mother of children, so that is a basic reason, but there's more than that, isn't there?
You know, we've gotten so used to hearing that children are our future and this is the future of our world and of our society, of our community, of our own legacy. But they are the purest creation of life. I've always believed that. And so, उस purity को preserve करना, ताकि हम में जो अच्छाई है, हम में जो ताकत है, हमारी जो innate abilities हैं, उन्हें हम nurture कर सकें. इसलिए मैं हमेशा कहती हूँ कि माँ होना सिर्फ is not just about being a gender. It's about nurturing. It's about giving that. So, हमारे देश में is such a young population. कितने छोटे बच्चे हैं हमारे देश में जिनको वो same opportunity, वो same safety, level of just basic dignity नहीं मिलती है, जो उनका हक है. It's a right. Yeah, there is more to it. It's a thing where you're preserving life.
Right. Do you have anything to say or any question from Kailash, Satyarthi?
Sadar pranam, sir ji. I'm a huge fan. मैं आपके जो कर्म है सर, कमाल है. मैं जब भी कोई वीडियो देखती हूँ आपकी तो रो पड़ती हूँ क्योंकि इतना courage, इतनी हिम्मत एक इंसान में कि वो last I read it was some 87,000 children that you rescued. My hats off, sir, and my respect. I know that हम लोग सब ये कहते हैं कि हमें खुद भी अवेयर होना चाहिए हमारे इर्द गिर्द हमारे समाज में बच्चों के साथ क्या हो रहा है. We should keep our eyes and ears open. But sir, हमारे सरकार को भी बहुत proactive होना पड़ेगा to be able to create a society where children are safe. And if they're not, what happens to them? So through your foundation, through your voice, आप सरकार को क्या सुझाव देते हैं? What is it that you believe will help children that are rescued and shouldn't get there in the first place?
Right.
सरकारों को, चाहे वो स्टेट की सरकार हो, सुष्मिता जी, चाहे देश की सरकार हो, I think they should prioritize children in their policies, in budgetary allocations and implementations of rule of law. उसके लिए अगर वो priority देते हैं to begin with, the politicians across the line, they should speak out for children. कुछ बोलें उनके लिए कि जो बच्चे यौन शोषण के शिकार हैं. मैं तो एक बात और कहता हूँ, not just सरकार को बल्कि सभी पॉलिटिकल पार्टियों को, कि वो उनके नेता हिम्मत करके ये कहें कि अगर हमारे यहाँ पार्टी में कोई भी अब्यूज़र है जिसके ऊपर इस तरह के घिनौने आरोप हैं और जिसके मामले में ये जानकारी है कि कहीं उसने सेक्सुअल अब्यूज़ किया है या किसी बच्चे को चाइल्ड लेबर या बॉन्डेड लेबर बना के रखा है, तो वो हिम्मत करके कहें कि हमारी पार्टी में तुम्हारे लिए कोई जगह नहीं है. दे शुड शो दैट करेज स्ट्रांगली, ऑल पार्टीज आई वुड अपील टू. और मैं आपसे ज़रूर ये कहना चाहूँगा सुष्मिता जी, आपने जो कहा, आई एम वेरी वेरी ग्रेटफुल एंड थैंकफुल टू यू. There are millions and millions of children in our country who are nameless, faceless, voiceless, and millions of them are silenced because of abuses they are facing with. और उसके लिए जो सच्ची आवाज़ें हैं उनकी ज़रूरत है. And I expect that someone like you can be the voice and give voice to those voiceless children. आपको सब जानते हैं, आपकी शक्ल से, आपके नाम से, आपके कामों से, अगर आप उन बच्चों को उनका चेहरा बने, उनकी आवाज़ बने, तो आपका सबसे बड़ा कंट्रीब्यूशन इतिहास के लिए होगा. You are going to leave your footprint in the history being the voice and face of those voiceless and nameless and silenced children.
Absolutely, sir, and that itself is a life well lived for me. और अच्छी बात यह है सर कि actually दुनिया इतनी बड़ी जगह है, हमारे देश इतनी बड़ी जगह है, इतने बच्चे हैं इस देश में कि हम जब सोचते हैं कि हर बच्चे की ज़िंदगी बदल दी जाए, उसे सेम अपॉर्चुनिटी मिले, तो हमें हमेशा लगता है जैसे ये पहाड़ जैसा काम है, नहीं हो पाएगा. दिस इज़ वेयर सर आई बिलीव दैट एक मिसाल बहुत कुछ कर जाती है. When you set one example, then people know, नहीं, this is possible, and that's more than a person can hope for. I am praying, sir. If there's anything I can do, please count me. Every single time.
बहुत खूब.
Thank you so much.
सुष्मिता जी हमारे साथ बने रहिए, क्योंकि 4 लोगों से जिनसे हमने बात की वो अभी हमारे साथ जुड़े हुए हैं, और मैं आपसे गुजारिश करूंगा कि आप उनसे कुछ सवाल पूछें, क्योंकि जो आप बता रही थी अभी थोड़ी देर पहले कि लोग अपनी तरफ से क्या कर सकते हैं, ऐसे ही कुछ एग्जाम्पल्स यहाँ पर उदाहरण हमारे सामने हैं. एक हैं ब्रह्मदत्त राजपूत, दिल्ली में ई रिक्शा ड्राइवर हैं, जिन्होंने अपनी सूझबूझ से चाइल्ड ट्रैफिकिंग रोकने का सक्षम प्रयास किया, और दुर्गाराम मोवाल उदयपुर में एक टीचर हैं. मैं आपसे गुजारिश करूंगा कि अगर आप इनसे कुछ सवाल पूछें.
नमस्ते.
नमस्ते मैम.
इतना हौसला कहाँ से मिलता है आपको? It's amazing. It's really amazing. आपको बहुत सारा प्यार and respect. मैं actually पहले ये पूछना चाहूँगी कि हमारे ब्रह्मदत्त जी आपसे कि आपने जो किया उसके लिए इतना सा ध्यान लगता है, बस है ना, कि हमारे इर्द गिर्द हमारे कम्युनिटी में क्या हो रहा है. आपके उतने से ध्यान देने से 2 बच्चियों की जान बच गई. कैसे पता चला आपको कि ये बच्चे तकलीफ में थे या इनके साथ कुछ गलत हो रहा था, और हमें कैसे ये साइंस दिखने चाहिए जब हम रोजमर्रा की जिंदगी में गुजरते हैं, रस्तों से, ऑटो से, पब्लिक ट्रांसपोर्ट से, हमें कैसे दिखना चाहिए कि इस बच्चे को मदद की जरूरत है या ये बच्चा परेशान है? हाउ डू यू सी दैट ब्रह्मदत्त?
तरफ से आ रहा था, मेरे को एक आदमी ने, बंदे ने रोका, फिर बोला वहाँ चलोगे चिंतामणि? मैंने कहा हाँ चलूँगा. फिर 2 बच्चियों को बैठा दिया मेरे रिक्शे में, फिर अपने आप आगे चल के थोड़ा बैठा, 50 मीटर आगे चल के बैठा था. तो वहाँ पे जाके मैं थोड़ा आगे चला तो 2 बच्चियों ने बोला कि अंकल मेरे को खाना खिला के यहीं छोड़ जाना. मेरे को कुछ शक हुआ, मैंने वहाँ तो पूछा नहीं, उससे आगे गया चिंतामणि पे मैंने उतारा उसको. मैंने पूछा बच्चों से पूछा हमने, बच्चों कहाँ जा रहे हो? बोला तुझे क्या मतलब है? तो यही बोला। फिर मैंने कहा, मतलब क्यों नहीं है, बच्चों को कहाँ लेके जा रहे हो? बच्चों से पूछा मैंने, आप इनको जानते हो? बच्चों ने बोला मैं नहीं जानता, इन्होंने खाना खिलाने की कही है। तो मैंने कहा तो आप इनके साथ कहाँ जा रहे हो, ऐसे कहाँ जाओगे? फिर उसने बोला मेरे से, मेरे ताऊ के बच्चे हैं ये। तो उसने बोला मेरे ताऊ के बच्चे हैं। तो मैंने ताऊ के बच्चे हैं, बच्चों से पूछा हमने, तुम इन्हें जानते हो? बच्चों ने कहा नहीं। उन्हें फिर कहाँ जा रहे हो? उससे मेरी बातचीत होने लगी। तो उससे मेरी बातचीत होने लगी तो वो मेरे पे अकड़ने लगा। तभी वहाँ ट्रैफिक पुलिस वाले खड़े थे, मैंने उनको बुलाया। हमने, सर ऐसी ऐसी बात है, ये पता नहीं इसके बच्चे नहीं है, कहाँ लेके जा रहा है। तो उन्होंने, ट्रैफिक पुलिस वालों ने वहाँ सीमापुरी थाने को कॉल किया। तो वहाँ से 100 नंबर आई तो बच्चों को लेके गई। तो वहाँ से विवेक विहार भेजे गए बच्चे। यही हुआ था।
उफ। तो दोनों बच्चियों को फिर उनके माता पिता के पास वापस लेके गए, आपको पता है?
हाँ जी, वापस लेके गए थे। वो वहाँ पे थाने में आए थे उनके माता पिता, तभी वहाँ से बच्चों को वो लेके गए। पुलिस वालों ने उनके हवाले कर दिया माता पिता के।
आपको कैसा महसूस हुआ उस वक्त?
उस समय मेरे को जो हो रहा है अच्छा हो रहा है, यही महसूस हुआ था मेरे को।
दुर्गा,
वेरी ब्रेव मैन।
जी बिल्कुल बिल्कुल। दुर्गा राम मोवाल उदयपुर के एक टीचर हैं, वो भी हमारे साथ हैं। सुष्मिता जी,
जी नमस्ते। आपका तो नाम ही कमाल है
जी।
दुर्गा राम जी। मैंने पढ़ा आपके बारे में कि आप ने या अपनी जिंदगी का एक मिशन बना लिया है कि आप बच्चों को रेस्क्यू करेंगे और चाइल्ड ट्रैफिकिंग से बचाएंगे, और अपना एक नेटवर्क तक तैयार किया है आपने ऐसा करने के लिए। काबिल तारीफ है। मुझे आपसे ये पूछना था कि जब इन बच्चों को आप रेस्क्यू करते हैं या सरकार की कोई यूनिट मदद करती है टू रेस्क्यू दीज चिल्ड्रन, फिर उसके बाद उन्हें कहाँ रखा जाता है, उन्हें किस तरह की मदद दी जाती है, थोड़ा विस्तार से बताएंगे ताकि हम लोग सब आज थोड़ा सीख सकें।
मैम, मैंने अभी तक 400 से ज्यादा बच्चों का रेस्क्यू किया है मैम। 400 से बच्चा ज्यादा, जिसमें 250 से ज्यादा तो लड़कियां शामिल है, जिनको मैंने बाल तस्करी, बाल मजदूरी और वेश्यावृत्ति से बचाया। इन लड़कियों को मैम मैं इन बच्चों को घर पे छोड़ता हूँ और डेली इनकी मॉनिटरिंग करता हूँ और इनको वापस स्कूल से जोड़ के, और स्कूल में जोड़ने के बाद डेली इनको योगा सिखाता हूँ, ताकि ये बच्चे अपने साथ जो घटनाएं हुई उनसे स्ट्रेस फ्री हो सके, वापस पढ़ाई से जुड़ सके। डेली में सैकड़ों की संख्या में लड़कियों को सेल्फ डिफेंस और योगा ट्रेनिंग देता हूँ, ताकि लड़कियां उन चीज़ों से फ्री हो सके और वापस पढ़ाई से जुड़ सके। इसके लिए मैंने मेरे मोबाइल नंबर को इस पूरे इलाके में हेल्पलाइन नंबर बनाया। मेरा मोबाइल नंबर 24 आवर्स हेल्पलाइन बना हुआ है। कभी भी कोई कॉल आता है तो 20 या 25 मिनट में उस बच्चे तक हेल्प पहुंचाता हूँ, या तो मैं खुद जाता हूँ या जो मैंने टीम बना रखी उस टीम को भेज के उन बच्चों की हेल्प करते हैं। अभी तक जो 400 से प्लस मैंने रेस्क्यू किए हैं, हर रेस्क्यू में हम अलग अलग तरह के मेरे साथ चैलेंज जाते हैं। हर रेस्क्यू में कुछ न कुछ नया मिलता है और हर रेस्क्यू में जान हथेली पे रहती है। अभी जो रिसेंटली रेस्क्यू किया था मैम, वो इतना बड़ा नेटवर्क था कि उन लोगों ने मेरे को खूब मारने की धमकी दी, बोला कि ये इलाका छोड़ दो नहीं तो हम आपको जान से मार देंगे। फिर मैंने कहा भाई इलाका तो छोड़ना नहीं है, काम ऐसे चलेगा और इन बच्चों को मैं ऐसे ही फ्री कराता रहूंगा।
कैसे करते हो आप? ये हिम्मत कहाँ से आती है आप में?
मैम, हिम्मत तो जो यहाँ की ट्राइबल परिस्थितियां हैं या जो भोले भाले बच्चे हैं, जिनमें 10 साल की लड़की को अगर कोई उठा के ले जाए, उसके साथ कैसी कैसी घटनाएं होती है, उसका शारीरिक शोषण किया जाता है मैम। ये घटनाएं जब मैम सोचते हैं ना तो जमीन खिसक जाती है। मतलब कई बार रातों को नींद नहीं आती थी मेरे को ये चीजें सुन के, कि देखो इन बच्चों के साथ कितना अत्याचार हो रहा है, कि इन बच्चों के लिए कौन करने वाला है। उसके बाद मैंने यह मिशन बना लिया है कि जब तक मैं इस इलाके में या इस क्षेत्र में हूँ या जिंदा हूँ, तब तक मैं इन छोटे बच्चों को ट्रैफिकिंग और मजदूरी और वेश्यावृत्ति में जाने से रोकने का मेरा प्रमुख मिशन है, ताकि किसी भी लड़की या लड़के के साथ ऐसी कोई घटना नहीं हो कि वो अपनी जिंदगी को वहीं खत्म कर दे।
कमाल है, रियली कमाल।
बहुत ही बढ़िया, सच इंस्पायरिंग स्टोरीज। और ये जो सेल्फ डिफेंस की बात हुई है सुष्मिता, आपकी तो एक सीरीज है राजस्थान में सेट है, उसमें आप कैरेक्टर प्ले करती हैं आर्या। मेरे ख्याल से ये मजबूती आपके कैरेक्टर में भी है और शायद ये लड़कियां भी आपको और बल देंगी इन द नेक्स्ट फ्रेंचाइज होपफुली। बहुत
ये कैरेक्टर प्ले करना, वो भी राजस्थान से, हमारे 2 गेस्ट वहीं से हैं, is a privilege, but these are real life heroes।
बिल्कुल,
इन्होंने actually lives टच किए हैं, प्रिजर्व किए हैं। आप सबको बहुत सारा प्यार और इज्जत, more power to you। और आपको देखकर ना खुद भी मन करता है। This is the thing about an example, you know, you're setting the right one। मिसाल जो कायम कर रहे हैं, कमाल है।
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल। सुष्मिता सेन, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। और हमारे सारे पैनलिस्ट जो हमारे साथ जुड़े, आप सबका भी बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
थैंक यू वेरी मच। थैंक यू।
आइए आगे बढ़ते हैं। कैलाश सत्यार्थी चिल्ड्रंस फाउंडेशन सिर्फ यौन शोषण, उत्पीड़न, इन सब चीज़ों में जो हो रहा है, ज़मीन पर जो दिख रहा है, उसके लिए ही कार्रवाई नहीं कर रहे। एक नई चुनौती उभर कर सामने आई, और ख़ास तौर से कोरोना के दौरान। और वो क्यों हुआ? क्योंकि ऑनलाइन बहुत सारी चीज़ें शिफ्ट हो गई, स्कूल्स ऑनलाइन शिफ्ट हो गए, बच्चों का ऑनलाइन इंटरफेस बहुत ज़्यादा बढ़ गया, कंप्यूटर पर उनका काम करना बढ़ गया। इसी के साथ साथ जो शोषण करते हैं वो भी ऑनलाइन आ गए। उनसे बच्चों को कैसे बताया जाए और बचाया जाए, ये बहुत बड़ी बात है। आइए जानते हैं।
About a month ago, a 25-year-old from Panvel was arrested on charges of uploading and selling clips of child pornography. This happened in early April as a result of a complaint filed by the Kailash Satyarthi Children's Foundation. Posing as customers, the police were able to zero in on the accused, but they feel he is part of a larger online racket.
There are 2 significant aspects of this case. Number 1, for the first time we have found Indian-made child pornography. One of the few cases, very rarest of the rare cases, so we see it as a major breakthrough. Number 2, we have got more than 1 terabyte of such data, which is one of the biggest seizures in recent times.
Helping the government of Maharashtra in tackling online child sexual exploitation is the Kailash Satyarthi Children's Foundation, or KSCF. The foundation has provided human resource, software and training support in setting up a tactical response against child cyber exploitation or TRACE program. The foundation is also providing the Internet Crime Against Children Child Online Protection System to the Maharashtra Police Cyber Cell, and offering technical support in monitoring different platforms like the dark web, Telegram and Discord for child sexual abuse material. It isn't just Maharashtra Police. KSCF is also providing technical support and resources to Kerala Police's CCSC, or Countering Child Sexual Exploitation Unit. The CCSC, functioning under the Kerala Police Cyberdome, is carrying out sustained digital analysis of virtual trends to crack down on online sex offenders and pedophiles. An India Child Protection Fund report with research from October 2019 on child sexual abuse material in India shows that on average the monthly demand for child pornography was around 5 million, and this was only the public web. The user base for such content in India was more than 90% male, but the demand for such content was seen across age groups. Even more worryingly, the demand for specific violent themes and content grew by 200%. There is an urgent need to protect children from the threats lurking online, and this requires a whole ecosystem to come together to spend more time with children, encourage healthy online behavior, and put in the appropriate tech tools.
मनोज इब्राहिम अब हमारे साथ जुड़ रहे हैं. He's the nodal officer of Kerala Police Cyberdrome. Thank you very much, Mr. Manoj. We believe that the Kailash Satyarthi Children's Foundation has aided you in your development of a specialized tool called Grapnel that helps deal with online sexual abuse material. Can you tell us a little more about it?
Grapnel is basically a tool that we developed with the assistance of ICPF through a hackathon. Basically where we called all those people who work in this hackathon to develop this tool, because darknet is one area that we found that a lot of CSAM material, that is child sexual exploitative material, was being sold there, bought there and transmitted. So the tools that were available with the police were not enough to really break into the darknet because of the encryptions that were there and the inbuilt system that were there. So darknet is, this Grapnel is basically a tool for crawling into those systems where it indexes whatever keyword searches that we give in that. Say for example, in Kerala, we are looking for Kerala children videos. So the Grapnel will go and really search the entire dark web and bring back everything which is connected to that keyword. So it is then working on that and looking into the aspects of who is sharing it, who is transmitting those images also. So the Grapnel has, it's basically a crawler with all these artificial intelligence inbuilt into the system, which helps the investigator to really crack these crimes against children in the dark web.
Really important and excellent work. God bless you. But how difficult did the pandemic make your work? More difficult? I mean, the statistics say that cybercrime went up by more than 400% in 2020.
Yes, the pandemic, as has happened globally, it has led to many people, all activities going online, the children going online, the pedophiles also going online, the cyber criminal shifting from the physical world, the crime shifting from the physical world to the digital world. So we found a huge heightened activity, and that is when we came in. We actually strengthened our CCSE cell, which looks into these problems. We had a lot of drives, extra drives coming in during the COVID period also, in spite of the pandemic and all those problems of social transmission. We did not stop this activity because protecting children is a priority, and we were highly successful in doing that. Basically, what we have done with the CCSE cell is basically it's not police alone. It's basically a collaborative effort. The Bachpan Bachao Andolan, the ICPF, etc. A lot of international agencies like the ICMEC, NICMEC, a lot of NGOs are working with us, because the police cannot do everything alone in this area of cyber crimes or crimes against children, where we require the association of a lot of stakeholders. So they have come in, they have helped us with the development of the tools, they have helped us with counseling children, identification of children, victim ID, given us the digital resources to bring out the latest tools, because you can't go to the counter and buy tools like this because it's tailor-made for the police department. So you require association, you require partnerships from these organizations, and they really have helped us, equipped us to build the tools, the resources, the capacity building to ensure that these crimes can be detected. So it's a collaborative effort of all the stakeholders.
All right, thank you so much, Mr. Abraham, for joining us on the program. And let's focus further on these tech obstacles or challenges that people face and the online exploitation of children. And to talk more about this and how to handle it, we're now joined by Sundar Krishnan, Director, KSCF, and also Madhukar Pandey, Additional Director General, Maharashtra Police. Thank you so much for joining us. And Mr. Pandey, I'd like to start with you because, you know, this internet crime and the dangers that children face has opened up a whole new facet of challenges for the police to face. So what have you been doing? How have you been training the Maharashtra Police? What steps have been taken at police stations to, you know, better equip you to meet these challenges?
So, you know, we had done what is called, we called it Operation Blackface. So this was an operation that was launched in 2020 and carried on in 2021. And it was to our surprise that we found out that, you know, we have those tools, forensic tools, which my colleague from Kerala mentioned, and some additional tools. We found out that in a period of around 18 to 19 months, the initial the warning signs, we call that tip line reports. 11,400 tip line reports were generated in that period, and around 200 cases were registered ultimately, and the same number of arrests. We have found, to our surprise, that in our country also, this issue of child exploitation, child pornography is a serious issue. And if you read or research on that, there is a perception that these things matter mostly in some other countries. For example, there is a piece of paper which says that this happens mostly more than any other country. It happens in Germany. But we have had some warning signs. And coming back to Mr. Prannoy Roy's question, which how was the pandemic affecting all this? There was definitely a rise in cyber crimes of all hues, and particularly this one also. During the lockdown, people were simply not going anywhere else, and everybody was. So it has affected, it seems, apparently, the way people have been interacting, not only without or outside, but also maybe within the family. There have been some cases which we have found out in which the exploitation has been done by some relative or somebody who is not a stranger. As far as what we have been doing, I have also already mentioned about the Operation Blackface. Yes. We have also been following with a lot of forensic tools. Like we called it Operation Blackface. In Kerala, it was called P-Hunt, the hunt for the pedophiles and things like that. We actually hunt in a way. That will be the right word, because you have to understand that child pornography and this particular subject is one where the victim does not report the crime. Victim sometimes does not even understand the crime. Right. We have to actually go and look for things. So what we do, so what we do is that we actually go for, darknet monitoring. We do crawling in the darknet. We do social media monitoring. We do keyword searches. We also do simple, normal, old-fashioned intelligence. And combining all these factors, we look for signals, and sometimes we simply nab them. So sometimes we are successful, and mostly we are successful. Correct. For example, recently we had a case. We did that, and that was with the help of the Kailash Satyarthi Foundation also. We had this case in Panvel where we found a person using a social media platform. He was trying to sell, child pornographic material. So we nabbed him. And we are seeing that cases like that are coming very frequently. As far as the awareness and training that is concerned, only 3 days back, there was a training in Kerala where we had gone, my entire team had gone, I myself had gone. And the topic of the training was the same thing, online child sexual exploitation. This was done
the biggest, Madhukarji, I'm going to come back to you, Mr. Pandey. Yes. The biggest problem, Dr. Roy, over here is to, for the parents to know whether something like this is happening. How will the child, just like Mr. Pandey said, the child does not even know that he is a victim. And because this is online, the parent also does not know. This is a big challenge.
Right. One of the great things about the internet is anonymity.
Yeah.
It democratizes the voice of everybody.
Correct.
But it has a downside to it.
Yeah.
That people know they can't get caught.
Yes.
So there is a suggestion and a movement that in the rarest of rare cases, we should break the veil of anonymity, but only by courts, not by politicians, because then it will be misused.
Absolutely.
But in the rarest, if everybody knows, in the rarest of rare cases, I can be identified, it will be a huge deterrent and a disincentive to actually, not only this, but spread rumors and cause riots, etc., because they know they are anonymous. Correct. So the beauty of the anonymity also has this one in a billion downside as well.
Right.
Don't you agree?
Yeah, absolutely. I think that is one way, but also some effort or additional effort should be made by the parents and teachers to educate their children when they are using any kind of online activity, then they should be made aware. There should be some orientation and some guidance about it. So at least they can
out for this.
watch
Be
out
careful
for
of
watch
that.
out for.
Exactly.
Right, Sundar Krishnan, perhaps you could, tell us more about that. Many of our viewers right now are parents, educationists. So what do people need to watch out for? How can adults better monitor what the child is doing?
We looked at the child's sexual abuse material issue from a completely different standpoint. We want to provide a comprehensive suite of solutions when we look at this entire issue. We divide this into, let's say, awareness and deterrence. Then the second piece is detection and reporting. And third thing is response and support. When we look at the prevention and deterrence part, we would like to provide, let's say, solutions, technological solutions in the form of digital literacy, age detection tools, and making sure that automated filters are there from a technology standpoint from big techs. Similarly, when we are looking at, let's say, creating awareness at community level, at parents level, which you are asking. So naturally, we have to disseminate information related to various kinds of trends that are emerging, whether it could be in the form of sextortion, grooming, which has become now quite a kind of a trend. Now, video streaming content and then self-generated content. Youngsters are now feeling that it is quite okay to share their nude pictures online with their peers and others. So we are seeing these kind of trends in India as well. So we have to handhold them. We have to provide them the necessary kind of trainings, awareness, and not necessarily that knowledge will translate into action. We have to see what kind of, let's say, things would be actioned by the youth. So it's not just people know and then they continue to, let's say, share their passwords or something when they are doing this. So we have to constantly monitor that. So that is another piece which we have to look at. Right. So some of these things are very important. Now, when we look at this kind of thing, we are also seeing that there is unprecedented explosion of CSAM in the internet. So we need to also educate them about the terminologies which are being used. It's not just child pornography. So we cannot trivialize, we cannot, let's say, normalize, we cannot legitimize this by calling it as just child pornography. So we need to give them the proper education, proper kind of terminologies, because from a child perspective, the kind of trauma, the kind of victimization or re-victimization. Right. So all these kind of things need to be told. Unless we empathize this, we are very clear about the kind of.
एक चीज में जी ये बहुत जरूरी बात है कैलाश जी, मैं आपसे ये पूछना चाहता हूँ, क्यों ना स्कूलों के साथ एक मुहिम कैलाश सत्यार्थी चिल्ड्रंस फाउंडेशन शुरू करे, जिसमें जो एक्सपर्ट्स हैं वो बच्चों को ये बताएं, क्योंकि माँ बाप भी इसमें अज्ञानी हैं, किसी को नहीं मालूम है कि इंटरनेट पे क्या हो रहा है।
Everyone needs to be educated.
हर कोई अगर स्कूल में, क्योंकि स्कूल पिछले 2 साल तक लैपटॉप पर थे, तो स्कूल में ही अब जब दोबारा खुल रहे हैं, अगर कुछ एक्सपर्ट जाके बच्चों को बताएं कि बेटा ऐसे देखना, अगर कोई ऐसे करे तो ये नहीं, इससे ज्यादा अच्छी सेंसिटाइजेशन और क्या होगी।
ये संकेत जी बहुत अच्छा सुझाव है। अभी तक हम लोग टीचर्स के स्कूल्स के साथ जो काम करते हैं उसमें गुड टच, बैड टच, बेसिक एजुकेशन जो है सेक्सुअल अब्यूज़ के खिलाफ, लेकिन ये एक नया चैलेंज जो अब उभर रहा है पोस्ट पैंडेमिक टाइम में या पैंडेमिक में, तो वो आपका सुझाव बहुत अच्छा है और हम ज़रूर इसको कैसे इम्प्लीमेंट करेंगे इस पर हम आज से ही बात शुरू कर देते हैं।
चलिए, बहुत सारे ऐसे माँ बाप होंगे खुद बतौर एक
आपके माध्यम से उन माँ बाप से कहना चाहता हूँ कि हम शिक्षकों के साथ मिलकर राष्ट्रीय स्तर पर ये काम शुरू करेंगे।
बहुत ही बढ़िया।
All right, thank you so much, Mr. Pandey and Sundar Krishnan, for really, taking us through the dangers that face the children online. And as Sanket was saying, parents, children both need to be educated. We'll slip into a short break and return with more on the telethon. Stay tuned.
निकल पड़े हैं, निकल पड़े हैं, निकल पड़े हैं, हम निकल पड़े।
नमस्कार। और सबसे पहली बात तो बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया आप सबका कि आप इस अभियान से, इस मुहिम से जुड़े। एक बार फिर से आपको याद दिला दें कि आप भी इसका हिस्सा बन सकते हैं और कंट्रीब्यूट कर सकते हैं। आपका योगदान बड़ा अहम होगा बच्चों को उनका बचपन देने के लिए। ये जो आप बगल में देख रहे हैं ये डिटेल्स हैं ndtv.com/justice for every child। अभी एक QR कोड भी आएगा, आप इसको स्कैन करके योगदान दे सकते हैं और इस मुहिम का हिस्सा बन सकते हैं। मैं स्वागत करना जी।
Kailash ji has a story because people may say I can only give a very little. How the beautiful story of the hummingbird.
Well, everybody can definitely make her or his contribution in this novel campaign in whatever manner they can do, as doctor, as psychologist, as teachers, police personnel, philanthropists, and so on. And when I was invited to deliver my Nobel acceptance speech, both these Mangas brothers were sitting along with Khan Sahab there, and you remember that I lost my papers, speaking points. It never happened in their 100 years of history. So every laureate had papers ready to speak, and I lost my papers. So suddenly a story came to my mind which I read in my childhood. There was a heavy fire broken out in jungle. All animals and birds were rushing for a safer place, leaving the jungle behind, including King Lion. And Lion noticed that there was a tiny hummingbird flying straight towards the flames. And he shouted, "What are you doing? Committing suicide?" She said, "No, sir. I am going to extinguish this fire because I was born and grew up here. I cannot leave." And then he asked, "How come?" And the bird answered, "Sir, look at my beak.
It has water in it. Oh.
I am carrying a drop of water.
Oh, wow.
I am doing my bit." The rest is the history.
So that's what everyone can give
their bit.
10 rupees. It's next.
So everyone has a hummingbird inside.
Wow.
Everyone. And time to time that hummingbird calls to do something, to do your bit for the nation, for the humanity, for the children.
So,
and this is the time.
Absolutely.
And
so be that hummingbird.
You're going to be very impressed with my Hindi now.
Okay.
I'm Bengali, but I speak in Hindi.
Yeah. Please.
छोटी छोटी जल की बूंदें सागर को भर देती है.
Wow.
Not bad.
Brilliant. Not bad.
बहुत अच्छा है, बहुत अच्छा है.
Similar thing.
Not bad. She's saying not brilliant also.
All right, we have a guest.
Let's quickly introduce our guest. मैं स्वागत करना चाहता हूँ शुतपा सान्याल, former Director General of Police उत्तर प्रदेश, संगीता बेनीवाल चेयरपर्सन हैं राजस्थान स्टेट कमीशन फॉर प्रोटेक्शन ऑफ चाइल्ड राइट्स, और रविकांत कंट्री हेड हैं एक्सेस टू जस्टिस। मैं आप सबका स्वागत करना चाहता हूं। सबसे पहले शुतपा जी आपसे शुरू करना चाहता हूं। सेंसिटाइज करना, लोगों तक ये बात पहुंचाना कि बच्चे भी जरूरी हैं। अक्सर क्या होता है, मेरे ख्याल से पुलिसिंग में भी आपने देखा होगा कि और वो भी उत्तर प्रदेश जैसे राज्य में और चीजों से लोगों को फुर्सत नहीं मिलती, वो बच्चों के बारे में क्या सोचेंगे। तो आपको क्या लगता है कि ये कितना बड़ा एस्पेक्ट है और इसमें आगे तकनीक का इस्तेमाल कैसे किया जा सकता है?
फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल थैंक यू फॉर हैविंग मी। ये जो आपने बात बताई, इट्स अ वेरी वेरी डीप क्वेश्चन। अगर हम जनसंख्या देखें तो बच्चों की जनसंख्या 38 to 40% है इस कंट्री का, ठीक है। एंड देयर इज अ होल बॉक्स ऑफ डेटा जिसमें कहता है कि हर प्रति घंटे 11 चिल्ड्रन गो मिसिंग, और उसमें से 50% भी शायद ही मिल पाते होंगे, ठीक है। 3 चिल्ड्रन आर रेप्ड, 5 आर सेक्सुअली अब्यूज्ड। अब अगर हम कन्विक्शन रेट इतना लो है, तो अगर हम 38 to 40% को लेके चले, एंड माइंड यू हम लोग बोल रहे हैं वी आर द वर्ल्ड्स यंगेस्ट नेशन, हमें डेमोग्राफिक डिविडेंड यही बच्चे देंगे, तो वेयर डू वी स्टैंड? इसलिए ये प्रश्न आपका जो है ये बहुत ही अत्यंत ही महत्वपूर्ण है, बिकॉज देन इट सेट्स द कॉन्टेक्स्ट कि भाई दिस इज अ काइंड ऑफ अ नेशनल इमरजेंसी, इट इज अ पैंडेमिक, वी आर सिटिंग ऑन अ वॉल्केनो जो अगर जो इरप्ट किया तो probably it will go much beyond जो मी टू मूवमेंट हम लोगों ने देखा। तो अगर इन सारी चीजों को हम लें साथ में तो हमारे सामने क्या पिक्चर इमर्ज करता है कि फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल वी नीड टू कम आउट ऑफ द स्टेट ऑफ डिनायल। अगर हम ये सोचते हैं जी हमारा कल्चर तो दुनिया में सबसे बेहतर है, इस तरह की चीजें होती नहीं है, तो हम ये भी बताते चले कि डेटा ऑल्सो शोज दैट most of the child sexual abuse cases happen from persons जो कि people of trust हैं बच्चे के।
श्रुतपा जी, अगर आप मुझे इजाजत दें, मैं एक छोटा सा इसमें एक सवाल और ऐड करना चाहता हूँ। अभी आपने ये सुना होगा ललितपुर का जो प्रकरण हुआ, जिसमें एक यौन शोषित एक लड़की ने शिकायत की, पुलिस के पास गई और अब पुलिस के ऊपर आरोप है कि उन्होंने भी यौन शोषण किया पुलिस स्टेशन के अंदर। मेरा सवाल आपसे ये है कि हु विल पुलिस द पुलिस? पुलिस की ट्रेनिंग कौन करेगा और उनको अकाउंटेबल कौन रखे? अभी कैलाश जी थोड़ी देर पहले बता रहे थे, आपने एक पुलिस वाले को आप उसके खिलाफ कार्रवाई लेंगे, लेकिन कानून ये भी कहता है कि वहां जितने थे सबके खिलाफ कार्रवाई।
यस, कानून तो रोज बदल रहा है, दीज आर सोशली प्रोग्रेसिव एंड victim centric or rather survivor centric laws that are coming. तो अगर जो what we read in the media reports, तो फिर तो of course everybody needs to be punished, whether and especially if it is a person who जो कि एक civil servant है, जो public servant है, या ऐसे position में है जो position of trust है, जहां बच्चा trust करता है, ठीक है, अगर उस जगह से नुकसान होता है तो फिर तो कानून और भी स्ट्रिंजेंट है। जो पॉक्सो एक्ट है वो ऐसे केसेस को और भी स्ट्रिंजेंट तरीके से पनिश करने की बात करता है। तो ये आपका कहना बिल्कुल ठीक है। एंड जहां तक आप ट्रेनिंग की बात करते हैं, यस, आई हैड द ट्रेनिंग डिवीजन ऑफ द पुलिस कंपोनेंट ऑफ पूरा जो एक्सेस टू जस्टिस का जो जस्टिस फॉर एवरी चाइल्ड की जो हम बात कर रहे हैं आज, जो मिशन है हमारे फाउंडेशन का, तो ट्रेनिंग हम पुलिस को देते हैं। नाउ ट्रेनिंग एंड लॉ केवल लेटर ऑफ द लॉ नहीं होता है, दैट इज नॉट द सोल ऑफ द लॉ, वी ऑल्सो हैव टू टॉक ऑफ द स्पिरिट ऑफ द लॉ, बिकॉज आप देखेंगे कि समाज की रिक्वायरमेंट्स के हिसाब से कानून बदलता है। एंड यू हैव सीन सो मेनी चेंजेस, आइटरेशंस ऑफ क्रिमिनल लॉ अमेंडमेंट एक्ट देखा, पॉक्सो एक्ट देखा, तो इसलिए। एंड सेकेंड इज द सोल ऑफ द लॉ।
All right. In fact, I'd like to raise this point to Sangeeta Beniwal. There's lots on paper that is there in terms of protecting children. Police stations are supposed to have Bal Mitra Thanas as well, but it's so difficult to translate that on the ground. If you could tell us a bit about that, what efforts have you been making to bring about this change on the ground? The policemen need to be sensitized, people need to be sensitized.
सबसे पहले तो बहुत-बहुत धन्यवाद NDTV और कैलाश सत्यार्थी जी का कि आज पूरे दिन भर की चर्चा हमने बच्चों के लिए की। और अभी बिल्कुल ये सही बात थी कि हम बच्चों को सबसे कम महत्व देते हैं, जबकि बच्चे हमारे भविष्य के निर्माता हैं। जहाँ तक बाल मित्र पुलिस थाने की बात है, जहाँ तक ग्राम पंचायत की बात है, तो बिल्कुल हमें जो बच्चा है, जो परिवार है, जहाँ पर कई बार पॉक्सो के मैटर, दुष्कर्म की घटनाएं होती है गांव ढाणी तक, जहां तक मैं स्वयं भी पहुंचती हूं, तो परिवार वाले अक्सर पुलिस में आने से घबराते हैं, डरते हैं और ये सोचते हैं कि अगर हम पुलिस तक जाएंगे तो समाज में क्या बात होएगी, बच्ची की शादी नहीं होगी। और साथ ही साथ पुलिस की जो हम बात करें, जो एक्ट के तहत, किशोर न्याय अधिनियम के तहत ये है कि पुलिस को किसी भी नाबालिग बच्चे से यूनिफॉर्म में नहीं मिलना चाहिए, परंतु हम ये देखते हैं कि ना तो बाल मित्र थाना है और जो पुलिस जो है उन बच्चियों से जो मुलाकात बातचीत करते हैं, बयान लेते हैं, वो भी प्रॉपर यूनिफॉर्म में ली जाती है। तो इसको लेकर भी हमें और अधिक करना पड़ेगा अवेयरनेस, और बच्चों को उनके क्या राइट्स हैं उसके बारे में बताना होगा। कई बार हम देखते हैं कि जो 18 इयर्स से नीचे बॉय होता है वो भी कम एजुकेशन की वजह से और नॉलेज नहीं होने की वजह से, पॉक्सो एक्ट क्या है ये नहीं पता होने की वजह से कई दुष्कर्म की घटनाएं हमारे सामने निकल कर आती हैं।
मैं ये सवाल रविकांत जी से पूछना चाहता हूं, ये बड़ी महत्वपूर्ण बात आपने बोली बेनीवाल जी। रविकांत जी, आप कंट्री हेड हैं एक्सेस टू जस्टिस के। ये जो संस्था है इसके नाम में ही है एक्सेस टू जस्टिस। ये कैसे हो, ये सुनिश्चित कैसे किया जाए कि बच्चों को एक्सेस टू जस्टिस मिले?
जी देखिए, ये कैलाश सत्यार्थी चिल्ड्रन फाउंडेशन की इनिशिएटिव है विच इज रीचिंग आउट टू सिविल सोसाइटी ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस अक्रॉस द कंट्री, और इसमें अभी हम लोगों ने 18 ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस के साथ मिलकर के 37 डिस्ट्रिक्ट्स, एंड इट इज गोइंग टू बी अपस्केल्ड मोर इन मोर ज्योग्राफीज। और हम लोग कोशिश कर रहे हैं कि हर डिस्ट्रिक्ट में जो हिस्टोरिक लीडरशिप है और पाथ ब्रेकिंग जो जर्नी है कैलाश जी की, उससे इंस्पायर हो करके हम लोग कोशिश कर रहे हैं कि हम लोग डिस्ट्रिक्ट लेवल में भी सिविल सोसाइटी ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस को स्ट्रेंथन करेंगे, और वहाँ पर हम लोग एक पूरी इकोसिस्टम और एक कन्वर्जेंस इनिशिएटिव लाएंगे। डिफरेंट डिपार्टमेंट्स के बीच में एक कन्वर्जेंस लाना, सारे एजेंसीज को रिस्पॉन्सिव बनाना, उनको एक सीरियसनेस लाना, जिला लेवल पे एक पूरी तरह से समन्वय बना करके एंड टू एंड जस्टिस टू चिल्ड्रन। और हर बच्चे के साथ में, जिस बच्चे के साथ में हो ये ऐसे केसेस होंगे, हमारी टीम एक्सेस टू जस्टिस की टीम विद द इंटायर सिविल सोसाइटी नेटवर्क विच इज स्प्रेडिंग वेरी फास्ट, उनके साथ मिल करके, एनजीओज के साथ मिल करके एक्सेस टू जस्टिस प्रोजेक्ट विल बी इंश्योरिंग कन्वर्जेंस, स्टेक होल्डर रिस्पॉन्सिवनेस, लॉ इन्फोर्समेंट की रेडीनेस, और सबको मदद करते हुए हम लोग जिला में एक सामंजस्य बना करके हम लोग इस बच्चे को इंश्योर करेंगे कि उसको प्रोटेक्शन, उसको केयर, उसको लीगल एड, उसको कंपेंसेशन, उसको सपोर्ट पर्सन, ये सारी चीजें मिल सके। तो जो मैसेज है सत्यार्थी जी का, उसको डिस्ट्रिक्ट लेवल पे हम लोग इम्प्लीमेंट करके और इस पे एक लाएंगे, और साथ में हम लोग स्टेट लेवल पे भी एडवोकेसी करके लॉ इन्फोर्समेंट एजेंसीज, चाइल्ड प्रोटेक्शन एजेंसी, सबकी एक कन्वर्जेंस करके एक बड़ी मुहिम तैयार करेंगे। और ये हमारी जवाब होगी, जो इतनी बड़ी ये जो क्राइम हो रहा है, इसमें एक बड़ी जवाब है कि हम लोग एजेंसीज को और सिविल सोसाइटी को मिल करके हम लोग एक रिस्पॉन्स लाएंगे।
जी बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद रविकांत जी और बाकी हमारे सब मेहमानों का हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए। मैं इस वक्त स्वागत करना चाहता हूं अस्मिता सत्यार्थी जी का। आप ट्रस्टी हैं बाल आश्रम ट्रस्ट की। अस्मिता जी, आपका बहुत बहुत स्वागत इस कार्यक्रम में। सबसे पहले तो आप हमारे दर्शकों को ये बताएं कि बाल आश्रम ट्रस्ट है क्या?
जी जरूर। तो Bal Ashram originated actually in Viratnagar, Rajasthan. This was formed by my parents in the 90s क्योंकि उन्हें realize हुआ कि there is a need for a model rehabilitation center for children who have been rescued from the worst forms of child abuse and child slavery. अब इन बच्चों को एक घर की जरूरत थी जहां उन्हें प्यार मिले, प्रोटेक्शन मिले, where they are not just able to overcome the trauma and abuse, but they also understand their rights and their freedom. So they continue to fight for the rights of children like themselves, जो अभी भी who are still suffering in silence. And then the Bal Ashram later was formulated as a trust, and there are two important community-based programs, the Bal Mitra Gram and the Banjara Education Center, which originated through the community work in Rajasthan. And here also the most important focus is the democratic participation of those who are the most vulnerable and the most backward and who have traditionally been silenced.
जी बिल्कुल, बहुत 90s में शुरू किया हुआ कैलाश जी आपका एक इनिशिएटिव, उसको अस्मिता जी अब आगे ले जा रही हैं। आप इसके लिए क्या भविष्य देखते हैं बाल आश्रम ट्रस्ट के साथ?
Now wonderful that she's involved so closely with the campaign.
लेकिन ये अस्मिता जब 10 साल की थी तो she was invited to speak in US congressional hearing for the first time on this issue of child slavery, child labor, child abuse in the world. So she brought this issue there. क्योंकि कुछ एक CNN वगैरह ने इनके ऊपर एक बनाई थी documentary. And then also by the Canadian Labour Conference. So they gave $10,000 as a gift to her. But she didn't know what to do with that. So she said that my parents are struggling with some resources and they wanted to set up a bigger ashram rehabilitation center, so I can set up with that. Wow. So they said $10,000 won't work. So she said, I don't know how much money is needed for that. तो उन्होंने न केवल पूरे आश्रम को शुरू में बनाने का खर्चा बल्कि 5 साल तक उसको चलाने का खर्चा भी दिया उनके ग्रुप ने. And because of her, so she is now, I mean, she is not working full time, she is working somewhere else, but she is
all right,
well,
a natural trustee of this ashram.
बहुत ही बढ़िया. और ये बाल आश्रम ट्रस्ट जिसकी ट्रस्टी हैं स्मिता, वहाँ से, वहाँ के जयपुर इकाई से, जयपुर चैप्टर से हमारे सहयोगी शरद शर्मा अब हमारे साथ जुड़ गए. जी शरद.
मैं जयपुर के पास विराटनगर में हूँ. विराटनगर के बारे में कहा जाता है कि मान्यताओं के मुताबिक महाभारत काल में पांडवों को जो 1 साल का अज्ञातवास काटना था तो उन्होंने वो यहीं पर काटा था. इसी राज्य ने उनकी मदद की थी. अब यहीं पर जो बाल आश्रम ट्रस्ट है वो ज़रूरतमंद बच्चों की मदद कर रहा है. मेरे साथ किंसु कुमार हैं जो अपने आप में एक केस स्टडी हैं जो बताते हैं कि कैसे अगर बच्चों की मदद की जाए तो बच्चे कहाँ पहुँच सकते हैं. ये 8 साल की उम्र में यहाँ पर इस संपर्क में आए बाल आश्रम ट्रस्ट के, और इनके पिताजी गाड़ी चलाया करते थे. 8 साल की उम्र तक ये कभी स्कूल नहीं गए थे और ये गाड़ी साफ करने का काम करते थे. लेकिन आज क्योंकि इनको मदद मिली, इनको हौसला मिला, तो आज ये इंजीनियर बन चुके हैं. पहले तो आपको बहुत बहुत बधाई. आप अपना संघर्ष बताइए. आप
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद. सभी को नमस्कार. मेरा नाम किंसु कुमार है और मैं बाल आश्रम आने से पहले गाड़ी साफ़ करने का काम करता था 8 साल की उम्र में, और उसके बाद फिर बाल आश्रम ट्रस्ट के एक्टिविस्ट के माध्यम से मैं बाल आश्रम में आया. और यहाँ आने से पहले मैं कभी स्कूल नहीं गया था, पढ़ाई भी नहीं की थी. आश्रम में आने के बाद मैंने पहली बार पढ़ना लिखना सीखा और स्कूल गया मैं. और यहाँ पे रहते हुए मैं आगे स्कूल ख़त्म किया, उसके बाद फिर मैं कॉलेज गया, इंजीनियरिंग की और उसके बाद फिर काम किया. इस दौरान जब मैं बाल आश्रम में रहा तो बाल अधिकारों के बारे में, बाल मजदूरी के बारे में, इन सब चीज़ों के बारे में जानना सीखा. और ये एक ऐसी जगह है जहाँ पे जो मेरे जैसे दूसरे बच्चे जो कहीं बाल मजदूरी करते हैं, ट्रैफिकिंग का शिकार होते हैं, बाल दास्ता का शिकार होते हैं, उन बच्चों को यहाँ पे लाके पढ़ाया लिखाया जाता है. उनके लिए एक दूसरा घर है और एक ऐसी जगह है जहाँ पे वो अपने सपनों को जो वो बनना चाहते हैं वो कर सकते हैं. तो मेरे जैसे सैकड़ों बच्चे यहाँ से रह के पिछले 20 सालों में अपनी सपनों को पूरा किए हैं आज समाज के अंदर जाके, और दूसरे बच्चों के लिए भी एक बदलाव ला रहे हैं और साथ साथ में पूरे समाज के लिए एक उदाहरण पेश कर रहे हैं.
मैं जानना चाह रहा हूँ कि 3+ की उम्र में, यानी 3 साल से ऊपर की उम्र में बच्चे अब स्कूल में एडमिशन हो जाता है. आप 8 साल की उम्र तक स्कूल क्यों नहीं गए थे? मतलब पेरेंट्स ने ध्यान नहीं दिया था या सक्षम नहीं थे पेरेंट्स आपके?
आर्थिक रूप से एक कारण था जो जिस वजह से मैं काम करता था. और जैसा कि मैं उस समय 8 साल का था, 2003 की बात है ये, और उस समय बाल अधिकार, ये जो शिक्षा का अधिकार कानून है ये भी उस समय लागू नहीं था. और अपने आप में मैं बहुत एक ऐसी जगह से आता हूँ जहाँ पे वो आज भी शिक्षा का उतना माहौल नहीं है. तो मेरे जैसे बहुत सारे बच्चे वहाँ पे काम करते और कर रहे थे. तो उसका एक प्रमुख कारण है कि मैं इस चीज़ में था. पर यहाँ आने के बाद मेरी ज़िंदगी बदली और मेरे जैसे दूसरे बच्चों की बदल रही है. और यहाँ रहने के दौरान मुझे पूरी दुनिया में, भारत में ही नहीं, भारत से बाहर भी, अमेरिका में, यूरोपियन यूनियन में जाके बोलने का मौका मिला, बच्चों के ऊपर अपनी बात रखने का मौका मिला.
ये विदेश भी हो आए हैं. मैं सुबह से इस आश्रम में हूँ और बहुत से बच्चों से मिला. हर बच्चे की अपनी कहानी है. हर बच्चे के साथ, किसी बच्चे से आप बात करेंगे वो अपनी ट्रेजेडी बताएगा कि किस तरह से उसके साथ ट्रेजेडी हुई है. और फिर आप सोचते हैं कि अगर इस बच्चे के साथ ये ट्रेजेडी हो गई है तो फिर ये बच्चा जो है आगे इसका जीवन कैसे चलेगा. तो आपको ये सोच के दुख होता है. लेकिन जब आप ये सोचते हैं तो आपको ये भी सोचकर अच्छा लगता है कि अगर यहाँ ये समस्या है तो ये भी है कि कुछ लोग कोशिश कर रहे हैं, कैलाश सत्यार्थी जी जैसे, कि जो कोशिश कर रहे हैं कि बच्चों को उनका जीवन मिल पाए, सही बचपन उनको मिल पाए. अपनी बात खत्म करने से पहले बच्चों ने कुछ अपना यहाँ सॉन्ग तैयार किया है. बच्चों के पास सीधा चलता हूँ ताकि जो अपनी भावनाएं हैं वो अपने इस सॉन्ग के बहाने से व्यक्त कर पाएं. शुरू कीजिए जी.
रुकने को तैयार नहीं हम निकल पड़े हैं, रुकने को तैयार
बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया। जो बाल आश्रम ट्रस्ट है वो बंजारा एजुकेशन सेंटर भी चलाता है। तो मेरे साथ तारा बंजारा हैं जो कि बंजारा कम्युनिटी से आती है। ये कम्युनिटी हम सब जानते हैं कि ये एक जगह से दूसरी जगह तक ट्रैवल करती है। आप ये बताइए कि 8 साल की थी आप जब संपर्क में आई बंजारा एजुकेशन सेंटर के, तो किस तरह से आपका जीवन बदला और किस तरह से आपने पढ़ाई की? 8 साल की बता रही हैं आप जब थी यहाँ पर। उससे पहले आप स्कूल नहीं गई थी कभी?
उससे पहले मैं कभी स्कूल नहीं गई थी। मैं जानती भी नहीं थी कि स्कूल क्या होता है।
हाँ।
और कोई भी नहीं जानते थे।
ठीक है। और आपकी कम्युनिटी में भी कोई आप बता रहे हैं कि जो गांव में है कोई स्कूल नहीं गया था?
हाँ, हमारे मम्मी पापा भी नहीं जानते थे कि स्कूल क्या होती है। वो इस तई जगह पे नहीं रहते थे, जगह जगह पर घूमते रहते थे और पढ़ाई के बारे में कुछ भी नहीं जानते थे।
अच्छा, नहीं तो पढ़ाई के बारे में क्यों नहीं जानते थे? मतलब दर्शक समझना चाहेंगे कि क्यों पढ़ाई के तरफ रुझान नहीं था पेरेंट्स का?
क्योंकि वो एक जगह स्थायी नहीं रहते थे, जगह जगह पर घूमते रहते थे।
हाँ।
उन्हें पता ही नहीं था कि स्कूल क्या होता है, पढ़ाई से क्या होता है, पढ़ाई क्या है।
हाँ। तो अब आपने कहाँ तक 8 साल तक आप कहीं नहीं गई थी?
हाँ।
और
उसके बाद आज मैं कॉलेज कर रही हूँ और मैं अपने बंजारा समुदाय में पहली लड़की हूँ जिसने 12वीं कक्षा पास की है और आज मैं कॉलेज में पढ़ाई कर रही हूँ और मैं एक पुलिस ऑफिसर बनना चाहती हूँ। मैं चाहती हूँ कि जिस तरह बाल आश्रम ट्रस्ट द्वारा मेरे सपने पूरे हो रहे हैं उसी तरह हमारे बंजारा समाज के प्रत्येक बच्चे के सपना पूरा हो।
तो देखिए संकेत, ये अहम बात है कि 8 साल तक की जब उम्र थी तो ये स्कूल नहीं गए थे। स्कूल पूरी कम्युनिटी जब बता रहे हैं कि पूरे गांव में कोई स्कूल नहीं जाया करता था, लेकिन किसी ने इनका हाथ पकड़ा, इनको हौसला दिया, सहारा दिया। तो आज कॉलेज में एंट्री कर चुके हैं। हाँ
जी बिल्कुल। अभी कैलाश जी एक बड़ी रोचक बात बता रहे थे इनके बारे में। क्या कैलाश जी? सुबह सुबह उठ के
ये तारा इतनी डिटरमिन्ड है, इतना पक्का संकल्प है उसका पुलिस ऑफिसर बनने का कि सुबह 4 बजे उठकर और 1-1.5 घंटे के अंदर वो 10 किलोमीटर दौड़ के आती है रोज।
अरे वाह।
She wants to join the police service.
She wanted to join the police.
Well, Sharad, absolutely wonderful to hear all these accounts, and especially the fact that this Bal Ashram could help a particular community, the Banjara community. And as Tara was telling us, nobody has been educated there. They didn't know what it was, and now she is the first to be in college from her community.
हाँ, पूरी कम्युनिटी में से आपके कब कॉलेज नहीं गया था। अब आपकी कम्युनिटी का, आपके समाज की क्या स्थिति है? कितने बच्चे जो हैं अब कॉलेज में पहुंचे या स्कूल में पढ़ रहे हैं?
मेरे साथ और भी 30 बच्चे हैं जो दूसरी स्कूल में दाखिला करवा चुके हैं।
अच्छा, कैलाश जी आपकी तारीफ कर रहे हैं, बता रहे हैं आप सुबह 4 बजे उठ के प्रैक्टिस करती हैं, दौड़ती हैं आप।
हाँ,
पुलिस ऑफिसर बनने के लिए?
पुलिस ऑफिसर बनने के लिए सुबह 4 बजे उठकर रोज दौड़ लगाती हूँ।
बहुत अच्छा, आप दौड़ लगाते रहिए। और ये बहुत अहम इसलिए है कि सोच के देखिए, कोई कहना तो बहुत आसान होता है, लेकिन अगर आप 8-9 साल की उम्र तक स्कूल नहीं जाते हैं तो वैसे भी धीरे धीरे करके बच्चे का जो पढ़ाई की तरफ रुझान हो सकता है वो नहीं हो पाता है। लेकिन वही बात है कि अगर सपोर्ट मिले और कोई साथ दे तो क्या नहीं हो सकता। खासतौर से तब जब पूरी कम्युनिटी अगर इस तरफ नहीं जा रही है तब आप जाने की कोशिश करें तो उम्मीद बनती है और एक मैसेज मिलता है कि कोशिश तो करिए, इंडिया जरूर बदलेगा।
Absolutely, and what a wonderful effort by the Bal Ashram there, and what a difference it's making for us to actually see there. Well, let's now hear some more testimonials from those who are supporting the campaign, and this time law enforcers, police across the country who've been working with the campaign and the difference it's made to them.
I am very thankful to Kailash Satyarthi Foundation, particularly in running our Bal Mitra Thanas. These Bal Mitra Thana rooms have been specially created by the support of Kailash Satyarthi Foundation to deal with the children who are in conflict with law or who need care and protection. And these are specially dedicated rooms within the Thana premises which are child friendly and supported by child friendly and trained staff who know how to handle child related issues in terms of law enforcement.
Kailash Satyarthi Children Foundation had wonderful impact in the society, particularly in police department. They have imparted training to all the Telangana state police officers for 2 days at different timings. I thank once again and hats up to Kailash Satyarthi Foundation and they are doing wonderful work in rescuing the children who are in need and protection, beggars, children, street children, neglected children, children who are in need of care and protection.
We are closely working with the branch of Kailash Satyarthi Foundation, especially for the child labor, which we are rescuing interstate laborers, especially from Bihar, then West Bengal, Chhattisgarh, Jharkhand, Odisha, and other states. So their repatriation, then rehabilitation part, we get very good help or support from the Kailash Satyarthi Foundation's their BBA unit in Hyderabad, and also training and capacity building of police officers also from time to time. They are helping us.
And we're very proud to say that this campaign has had a cascading effect. It's also inspired many people to do their bit. Earlier we were speaking to some real-life heroes, but let's now speak to some movie stars and on-screen heroes. And we're joined by actor Taapsee Pannu. Thank you so much for joining us today on the Telethon. And Taapsee, I believe the issue of education of girls is something that's very close to you. You've sponsored many girls, and it's wonderful to hear, when actors do something more and, and highlight this, and hopefully that can be highlighted and inspire more people. Tell us how you got involved with it.
Well, it definitely came from a place of payback for all the love that we get, and in return, this is the least we can do. I wanted to start from some place, so it began with roots. Roots as in, when you're a kid, you're shaping up someone's mind to probably control the future. I wanted to start right there in the beginning. So I decided to take up girls around the age group of 4 to 5, a few hundreds of them, so that I can sponsor the education. At least they have a choice. Like I was just listening to Tara, who did not even know about education. So there needs to be a choice given to them that you can study. And then it's, up to them. You can't really force anyone, but at least that option needs to be given. So I wanted to do that. And especially in certain areas where there is not enough awareness, there is a lot of child trafficking. I wanted to get girls specifically from those areas, impart them education, not just book education, but also education beyond classroom, where they get to know the social side of life, what is good, not good, beyond the textbooks as well, so that they can grow and have a future that is under their control, or which they can actually decide for themselves. So there's nobody just blinding them from an opportunity in the future.
Can I just ask you, what particularly, brought you to be focusing on this area of sexual abuse and ensuring justice and some kind of recourse, especially the mental and physical rehabilitation? It's such an important area, and you seem to have focused very strongly on this area.
This particular area, sir, I actually believe that it's such a huge taboo to even talk about anything remotely related to it, especially with girls.
Right.
I don't know if they can even speak up to their own mother about it most of the times, because it's just so hushed. The accessibility of talking about such a topic is just so low because it's always kept under the carpet. So they need to be taught beyond books is what I really wanted to focus on. That's when I took up a program where they taught girls beyond books, what's the right touch, wrong touch, what is good, what is not good. So, and they have to have this relationship built up with someone who can they actually speak up to. Ultimate safety is nowhere, neither in school we can see, not even in the four walls of your house, but at least knowing that this is good, this is not good. This is something that I need to talk about, or who should I talk about to? At least these answers they should have. Beyond that, I mean, they will know, once they know that this is not right and this is the person I can speak up to and this is not a safe place for me, once they know these basics, they can take the next step. But yeah, we need to start with these basics, and most of the times with girls, you're just so quiet because we're always asked to not speak up, not speak loud, not speak up, just stay quiet, just stay away. And so early in your life, there's so many rules of do's and don'ts that's forced upon you, that you think that something is wrong is happening to you. Probably this is how it happens, because you don't know any better.
Do you have any question for Kailash? I just wanted to ask you that parents, I mean, studies have shown that parents who warn their children, look out for this or be careful of that, those children are much less harassed and they are much more careful. It's many children who are not spoken to by parents. So educating parents is also very important.
Absolutely.
And, if you've got a question for Kailash, please ask it after his.
Absolutely.
I would really want to know from him actually, do you think that getting these kids educated, is there a marked difference in the kids who, the way they recover mentally if they are basic educated versus if they are totally kept away from going out to a school or going out anywhere? Is there a difference in the recovery and how they deal with it?
Well, children who go to school, their development, mental and physical development is different. They can have big dreams, they can learn from each other, they are more empowered, they feel some sort of responsibility to each other and so on. So they learn different kind of, life when they are in schools. But those who are out of school, that is very difficult for them. But as far as this issue is concerned, child sexual abuse, I am very impressed the way you just narrated in a very articulated manner and with your passion. This is very much needed. So when we realized that we have to teach our children about those things, it was very difficult for 5-6 years ago because of social taboo, as you mentioned. So we organized a big event and 400,000 children were taught. I was giving a lesson about sexual abuse, good touch, bad touch. It was not an easy thing, but I did it. And that has gone in the Guinness Book of World Record. 400,000 children, 4 लाख बच्चे कभी एक साथ उनको इसकी ट्रेनिंग नहीं दी गई थी और हमने किया कि इसको करते हैं. लेकिन that has inspired others, teachers and others to give the training. So as you mentioned, Sanket ji, this online issue is the cyber related issue is important. But we also requested Government of India to incorporate those things in the education policy, because that should be the part of it. Otherwise, we are going to lose a lot of opportunity. So through schools, education could be the most powerful tool to teach about those things, including the cyber-related online sexual abuse.
Just one thing on that: it's not just cyber, it's not just the internet. There's just regular,
both.
And the parents should teach their children to look out for what you're saying.
Exactly.
So you need to 400,000 children, now 400,000 parents also.
So that was in one go, one time. That was the 400,000 in one go. That was fantastic. In half an hour to 45 minutes.
Very important.
Right,
so,
and teaching them to speak out as well as
Tapsi
was saying, that's so important. We teach our children always to, listen to the elders, and girls are told not to speak too much, Tapsi. But as you said, it's so important for them to be educated and speak out.
Absolutely. Thank you very much.
So now one thing I could add, that we have already worked with 7,000 teachers after that to motivate them to talk about these issues and teach children about sexual abuse, but also online sexual abuse little bit.
Right.
But as the technology is growing and becoming more advanced, we have to learn more things definitely, as we spoke before. And we have to see that how we are going
रहना पड़ेगा, तकनीक से हमेशा एक कदम आगे रहना पड़ेगा और ये निरंतर एक चुनौती रहेगी. जी बिल्कुल. तापसी, आपका भी बहुत-बहुत धन्यवाद हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए. मैं अब फिल्म अभिनेत्री कल्की जी के पास भी जाना चाहता हूँ. वो हमारे साथ जुड़ रही हैं. कल्की, थैंक यू सो मच फॉर योर टाइम. यू स्पोकन एक्चुअली अबाउट being abused as a child, but more often than not, issues of child sexual abuse are brushed under the carpet because of the shame and stigma associated with them, a point that Tapsi was also talking about. Tell us how important it is to talk about this.
Well, yes, I think it's very important to talk about CSA, child sexual abuse, just because the more we talk about it, the greater the number, and the greater the number means the less stigma, less taboo around it, and then the easier it gets to find ways to heal from it. also to protect people from it. If we know how it's happening and why it's happening, we can prevent it from happening easier, as well as deterring those abusers. So I think it's extremely important to be able to speak up about it in whichever way that we can, in order to spread the word and let people know, because it's actually so rampant and so common that it's quite shocking.
That's very interesting you say that. We've been making that point in the campaign as well. And, you spoke about how children being sexually abused is more common than we think. It's across geographies, age, gender, financial status. Sure. It's happening in poor families, affluent families, middle class as well. And as parents and teachers and psychiatrists, how can we all work together to create a safe space and conversation so children can tell us if something is wrong?
Yeah. Well, I think, it's a very complex situation, because first of all, I think that the adults need educating. We are expecting a lot from children by asking them to come to us and tell us about it. And I think what we need to do is educate the adults, especially the parents, on how to recognize abuse. And we need to give adults support. So for the first step, I think, is for educators, for schools to always have, some kind of psychiatric advisor or support in their system, so that they can recognize when there are signs that a child might be abused. And then for that person also to, extend the help to the adults involved, the parents, to give them training on how to help the child communicate. And the other thing I think that's really important is that we need to get rid of the taboo of sex in our society and really start teaching sex education in a very sort of early stage of life.
Right, it's important that you said that, and it's important to have more conversations. Also, often in sexual abuse cases, the abused child feels like they're the ones who've done something wrong, and this is something that we need to address, because it'll also help them get over the trauma of it, isn't it?
Yeah. So I think what often happens is that the child is taught by the abuser that what they've done is bad, or that what they've done is secret, and that they'll get into trouble if they tell anybody. Often the abuser is somebody that they love very much, or they fear very much, or both. And so it becomes very, very difficult for the child to open up. Even when the child does open up, and it's not it's an indirect way, many times the adults, the parents are not prepared, don't know how to recognize it. And another thing is that parents tend to sort of also probably, if it's a very close family member, and often actually 96% of the time it is somebody that the victim knows, the abused person knows. So, it becomes very, very uncomfortable, and many people don't want to confront that person, and so kind of just want to brush it aside. And I think, once again, it's all about trying to find ways to support the adults. I think it's just this thing of training in all fields of life where children are involved. So we clearly always think of schools, but I'm saying your neighborhood, your gated community, your parks, all the places where children are there should have some kind of trained adult to recognize these signs. As a society, I think that's how we tackle child sexual abuse.
All right. Thank you so much, Kalki, for joining us on this telethon, and thank you for speaking out about your own experience. It's so important to do that. Now on the show, we're going to take a bit of a musical turn, and waiting very patiently in the studio for quite a while now. We've had Ayan and Aman Ali Bangash, who've been associated with this campaign right from the start. Thank you so much for that, and thank you for joining us today on the telethon. And tell us about Aman. Tell us why you've been associated with this campaign. You released an EP as well. Tell us about that.
I think, especially after I saw Ayan having his kids, when you see those little kids and, you hear about these stories that happens to the wrong things that happen to these children, you feel more pain. I mean, I remember watching a movie called Monsoon Wedding back in the day, which dealt with it for the first time, and I was like, wow, does this really happen? It was an exposure. और उसके बाद से, I don't know, but I wish I did not lose my innocence of knowing these things. But I think, जैसे आप लोग जिक्र कर रहे थे, parents have to be more educated to deal with it. What I think Kalki said was, relatives are the ones, I mean, the ones who are closer, unfortunately, are the ones जो इसमें आ जाते हैं. The child gets very affected and doesn't know किसको जाकर बोलना है, क्या करना है. I think parents' education is, I think, more important, मेरे हिसाब से, than the child itself. About this awareness.
Satyarthi ji, you've been associated, I mean, they've been a part of your journey also for the last few years. They were there when you won your Nobel.
Yes, of course. And we are so proud to have them there. Khan Sahib especially, and both of them.
Tremendous support for you.
Yeah, of course.
That's an honor and a pleasure for us, actually. It's a big honor.
So it's really an honor to be here, and I think we resonated with the ethos of the campaign right from the time we knew about it. And it was such an honor to perform when Satyarthi ji received the Nobel Peace Prize. And I think after becoming a parent, I felt more passionate about this cause. And I'm just glad we are talking about this. I mean, these were things we never spoke about, especially in India. We never spoke about that, the whole log kya kahenge syndrome and all those things. So now we are talking about it, we are raising awareness, and I just hope it's something that goes away, because I don't think any child should lose their childhood and their innocence and get scarred forever.
मैं चाहता हूँ अमान और आयन जी, आप थोड़ा सा वी फॉर लव के बारे में बताएं कि ये जो एक ट्रैक था, ये जो ईपी था, ये जब आप कंपोज कर रहे थे, क्या थॉट क्या था, जहन में क्या था जब आप,
मतलब फॉर द फर्स्ट टाइम एक कमर्शियल एंगल नहीं था. जनरली हम लोग जब एक एल्बम बनाते हैं, क्रिएट करते हैं, हम सोचते हैं इसकी रीच क्या होगी, कहाँ जाएगा, क्या होगा. रिमेंबर वी मेट सर एट हिज ऑफिस एंड ऐसा, सर हमको कुछ करना है आपके साथ. वी वांट टू, बिकॉज वी हैव गॉट सो मच ऑफ लव, आयान एंड मी, फ्रॉम द नेशन, फ्रॉम एवरीबडी. वी वांट टू शेयर दैट लव विद पीपल, व्हाट वी कैन डू फॉर दीज लिटिल किड्स. तो बात हुई थी एक ट्रैक से, बन गए काफी ट्रैक्स. उसमें शुभा दीदी आ गई, शुभा मुदगल जी के, महेश काले, करण जौहर, a lot of people, and nobody asked for any commercial, and they were so happy and honored to be a part of this. But it was a very innocent mind. बस ये था कि अच्छा म्यूजिक बन जाए और थोड़े, मतलब we can raise stuff.
It was just a humble way of raising awareness for this cause, because I think we just have to continue speaking about this.
Correct.
Right. And people from all walks of life have to come forward and speak about this. We have to not think this to be a topic that should not be discussed.
Correct.
Or should be selectively discussed. We have to talk about this, and we have to just get rid of, this entire kind of aspect that has
thank you for
crept
that.
into
Wonderful. And thanks to all the musicians who collaborated or partnered with you on this. And are you playing something from the EP today? What are you playing for
Actually,
us?
today, we'll play something that resonates with the campaign. Yesterday was the 161st birth anniversary of Rabindranath Tagore. So we'll play Akla Chalo Re, which is based in folk music from Bengal, Bhatiyali.
Dr. Roy's favorite.
Fantastic.
Thank you. Thank you.
Arshad Khan on the tabla with us.
Namaskar, Arshad. Brilliant.
Fantastic.
Wonderful.
Fantastic.
So good.
It's an honor.
That's brilliant. Brilliant.
Great.
You know, I have had the pleasure of being hosted by Aman and Ayan Ali Bangash in their house.
Wow.
And they've played all sorts of, in fact, Amanji also taught me. I've held that instrument.
He was more well informed about my father's album than I was. It's so nice to see you so into music. It's amazing.
Thank you.
That's great.
What would have Ustad Sahab played for an occasion like this?
I mean, honestly, he's Ustad Sahab, so you really can't tell what he'll end up playing.
You don't know what he'll do next, yeah. But I think he
On these
also,
lines,
yeah,
I think.
definitely. I think because he is in the album we did for Kailashji's foundation, and he played Vaishnav Janto.
You want to sing along with them?
Yes.
Akla chalo re.
You know, it's a very good setting. let it be that way.
But you might have learned some playing sitar. So why don't you?
But sarod is a very
Sarod,
difficult instrument. Extremely difficult. And I remember Aman telling me that
पुराने
ये बेपर्दा कर
कहते
देता
हैं
है.
बजाने वाले को बेपर्दा कर देता है क्योंकि बेपर्दा साज है.
Because you know we are playing not with fingertips. You see, sitar, guitar, mandolin, it's all fingertips like this. So we're playing with the edge of our nails. So the sound changes to this. So that's why we have to keep filing our nails sometimes during the concert.
That's amazing.
Thank you so much.
Thank
Thank you.
you.
It's such an honor because music is the
I think
greatest.
everybody who's
wealth we
watching,
have.
please stand up in your wherever you are and give them a hand.
Thank
that
you.
was just wonderful.
Thank you, sir.
Wonderful.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. So some more testimonials from outside India as well, because this is an international movement. ये सिर्फ राष्ट्रीय नहीं अंतर्राष्ट्रीय मुहिम बन चुकी है, and a global crisis that needs collaborations across borders.
I first met Kailash Satyarthi when I had the honor of presenting him with the 1995 Robert F. Kennedy Human Rights Award at the United States Senate in Washington, D.C. for his courageous work emancipating children from slavery. I traveled from village to village with Kailash on the Global March for Child Labor in 1998 across India. I have been with Kailash as he prodded the conscience and gained the trust of parliamentarians and leaders. He serves on the board of Robert F. Kennedy Leadership Council, and I'm honored to serve on the board of the Kailash Satyarthi Children's Foundation.
Kailash Satyarthi has been an inspiration for those who fight child labor all over the world. He has managed not only to rescue more than 80,000 children from forced labor conditions in India, but he has also managed to raise the awareness on fighting child labor and promoting the right to education for children in many countries, including Brazil.
Kailash Satyarthi Foundation is very important in Nepal for children. So right now we are working for the Kailash Satyarthi Foundations for the policy change, policy review, and the same time raid and rescue, and the same time also for the child-friendly village,
We feel that no society can speak about of democracy if there is no justice for every child on this planet. If the child has no voice, if the child does not have any conditions to play, to study, and live with his or her family, how can we speak about a democratic society? So it's because of that that on behalf of Alok Institute and the Brazilian DJ Alok and me, that I would like to congratulate the Kailash Satyarthi Children's Foundation for mobilizing all of us for years and years. The Kailash Foundation is building a loving society together in India, in Brazil, and all over the world.
Wonderful to hear those testimonials from across the world, and we're drawing to the end of this telethon. And Kailash Satyarthi ji, it's been a year of this campaign. What do you think are the main areas where we need to push now? Like, what are the roadblocks? As we've been saying, on paper, everything, the law is wonderful. There's so much that has been thought out for children and justice. But on the ground and in terms of practicality, it's very, very challenging.
Yeah, of course it is challenging, but that's why we are here.
Gee.
We accepted this challenge and we are going to win one day. Lot of work is needed, of course. We have learned a lot of lessons in last 1 year, but also in last 40, 45 years since I have been working. I've been saying that abuses of children is an age-old problem. It goes on for decades, for centuries, maybe dozens of centuries. So that requires many ways to tackle it. One is definitely the law, the rule of law. Another one is social protection, education for children, education at large for the society, for the parents, for teachers and so on about the child sexual abuse, and also the challenges related to the new technologies, of course, as we were talking about. So these are the issues which we have to take up in the future. But I am very, very confident कि हम लोग जीतेंगे, हम लड़ेंगे तो जीतेंगे, हम लड़ रहे हैं तो जीतेंगे भी. यहाँ एक बात और मैं कहना चाहता हूँ कि when we are talking about this justice for every child, it does not mean only the punishment to the perpetrators. We are also respecting, honoring and awarding those people. We wanted to do it in a larger way. So today I take this opportunity to announce that we are going to launch an award for those who are doing best in the field of child protection. That could be the child protection agencies, that could be individuals, that could be other organizations. So whosoever has been able to do the best in the protection of children field, we are going to award them very soon. And that is something which we can talk later,
yes,
how we can collaborate with NDTV
yeah,
on it.
Inspire a lot of others also to hear
that will
their
inspire.
stories.
Yeah, of course. So there are many real life heroes, but we can find many more.
Do you know, Dr. Roy
it.
had given a lecture, I remember listening to it when we were little, about the the concept of positive reinforcement.
Shocking.
Yeah, that's right.
And this is one such step.
Yeah.
You know?
So we are
because to assume that everyone who's part of the law enforcement agency वो खराबी है और वो कुछ नहीं कर रहा है, निकम्मा है, ये सोच भी गलत है.
हाँ, बिल्कुल बिल्कुल. हमने तो पूरे कैंपेन की शुरुआत से ही ये कहा कि we wanted to collaborate with all stakeholders, all sections of society, especially with the state institutions. हम उनके साथ काम कर रहे हैं. और अभी अभी मेरे पास खबर आई, मैं अभी पढ़ रहा था, 7:15 बजे अभी एक rescue operation हुआ. Perhaps you know that only 2 days ago we have signed up, KSCF has signed up a memorandum with RPF,
with the Railway
Police Protection Force के साथ हमने किया, और वो बहुत एकदम शुरू भी हो गया उस पर काम. तो केवल यही नहीं बल्कि अभी अभी उन्होंने हमारे साथियों ने इंटेलिजेंस दिया पुलिस को, और 45 मिनट के अंदर एक ऑपरेशन में आरपीएफ के लोगों ने rescued 4 children from Hajipur railway station, and these children were being trafficked from Muzaffarpur. So BBA, my organization, and RPF did this joint operation.
बहुत ही बढ़िया.
So आप शुरुआत हो गई इसकी कि हम लोग मिलके करते हैं सबके साथ. That is the kind of collaboration we wanted to
as you've
build.
been telling us, is one of the main means of
that is the lifeline for trafficking actually. So we are trying our best to cut that lifeline. अगर रेलवे हमारे साथ है, पुलिस के साथ हम मिलकर काम कर रहे हैं, आपने देखा अभी, तो सरकारों के साथ भी कर रहे हैं, समाज के हर वर्ग के साथ कर रहे हैं. और क्योंकि ये एक नेशनल क्राइसिस है, दिस इज अ मैटर ऑफ नेशनल शेम, दिस इज अ मैटर ऑफ चैलेंज. तो हम लोग उसको अकेले अकेले तो नहीं कर सकते. मैं तो शुरू से ये जानता हूँ कि वी हैव टू वर्क टुगेदर इन हैंड्स विद एवरीवन. मैं जब बैठा हूँ तो मेरे पूरे शरीर में कम से कम 20-25 चोटें लगी हैं. इतनी देर बैठने में डॉक्टर रॉय ने कहा कि 5 घंटे आप बैठ सकते हैं. मैंने कहा मैं बैठ सकता हूँ, लेकिन मैं 2-3 घंटे भी बैठता हूँ डॉक्टर रॉय. सो व्हाट हैपन्स, I have serious injuries on my back.
Yes,
I have
I
been
know you
attacked
went
by
through,
some people.
yeah.
So, लेकिन यहाँ बैठे हुए and listening to so many people and so many voices and joining hands together, this pain is nothing, because it gives me so much courage. My house has been attacked, my office has been attacked and ablaze, and my daughter, you saw, she had faced a lot of threats. My son has been attacked badly, who is a lawyer now and looking after the entire organization, Bhuvan Ribhu. So all these things happened. Now the things are changed, but 40 years ago when we started, it was hard to convince one single person that this is a serious problem.
Right.
When the child rights was not yet discussed, and child labor, child slavery, child abuse, these phrases were not heard. So I thought that let me begin with my wife, and when children were born and other children you saw, and I'm so happy, I'm so encouraged. Actually, I was in tears when Tara and Kinshu and Arvind, all these children were talking that we are going to fulfill the dreams of Kailash ji.
Yeah.
What else you need in your life? Yeah.
Exactly.
Right, and it just shows what a long...
And the people, young people, I call them my nephews, because Ustad Sahab hum sab ke bade bhai hain, and their children, and they are very much on this campaign. All of you, actually.
Absolutely, and it just shows what a long journey it's been and how much you have achieved already, but there's still a long way to still go and achieve a lot more and ensure justice.
हम लोग करेंगे. India has that
but
power.
already, it's, you know, if you
India
talk
has
about
that
what you've
power.
undergone in terms of being attacked and, you know, facing threats, and now to this point, it's a long journey that you've come and arrived at
40
this
years
point
are
and
nothing
more.
in the history
Absolutely.
to fight out these kind of abuses.
Well, I'd just like to appeal to our viewers, please support Kailash Satyarthi ji in this campaign, in this crusade that he has for children. You can donate. We've been talking about just, you know, no amount is too little. Donate whatever you can, and to help them, you know, fight this campaign and ensure that justice is served to every child.
Absolutely, absolutely. आपका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद कैलाश सत्यार्थी जी. ये 5 घंटे का कार्यक्रम एक छोटी सी पहल थी, एक कोशिश थी उस संघर्ष को दिखाने, बताने और समाधान ढूंढने के लिए, आगे के लिए. 4 दशक की कहानी आपकी बीत गई, लेकिन अब आगे के 4 दशक और कई और दशक, जब तक ये पूरी तरीके से वो सपना साकार नहीं हो जाता, तब तक कैसा रहेगा, शायद इस मुहिम से लोगों को हम और अवेयर बना सकते हैं. बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद.
Yeah, thank you really so much for showing us so many instances which are inspirational, and people who are fighting, thanks to you, working for 40 years, and you're transforming Indian society in the most significant way. So at the bottom line is, I'd like to say, of all the inspiration, you are a great inspiration to us. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you.
Great inspiration.
Thank you. मैं कहता हूँ एक शेर,
बिल्कुल,
कि वतन की रेत मुझे एड़ियाँ रगड़ने दे. किसी का शेर है ये शायद, मुझे याद नहीं आ रहा किस शायर का इस वक्त. वतन की रेत मुझे एड़ियाँ रगड़ने दे, मुझे यकीन है कि पानी यहीं से निकलेगा. मुझे यकीन है कि पानी यहीं से निकलेगा.
बहुत बढ़िया, बहुत बढ़िया.
So we will fight and we will win.
Absolutely.
Yes. And you are winning.
All of us are winning together.
Yes.
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद आपका कैलाश
you
सत्यार्थी.
and,
Thank you so much.
Pleasure. It's my honor and pleasure.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.